दीपा ज्योति जनार्दन दीपो में हारा तू पापम सारथ्य दीपा नमोस्तु. The lamp burns not to be the light itself, but merely as a message to remind all who are present of peace and are of positive brightness. That's why the presence of light or fire will ensure success. I request our guests to join on the stage, please.
उसके पास खड़ा है बाहर वहाँ पे अंदर में कैमरा दिख रहा है. परिचित
It is in the spirit of metamorphosis that we would like to introduce the guests for the opening ceremony and the panel discussion of sustainability and human rights. The mentor behind the initiative is Dr. Dhyaneshwar and Moole. He has been the guiding light of the initiative and has helped it take the shape it is in today. Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole served as diplomat in Indian Foreign Service. He is renowned author, motivator and former Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs to the Government of India, popularly known as Passport Man of India. He has transformed the passport system by setting up 450 passport offices and setting an example for ease of doing business. Presently, sir is serving as the member at National Human Rights Commission. I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Alak to felicitate sir with the Ladakhi Khata. A huge round of applause for Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole. The keynote speaker for the event is Dr. Sadhna Shankar. She is an officer of the Indian Revenue Service. She has served in senior position in various ministries of the central government and is presently Principal Director General of Income Tax at Delhi. Dr. Shankar is also a published author. She has published 6 books with her last novel being science fiction titled. She also contributes Ascendance. She also contributes a regular column to the Delhi Bhaskar and Lokmat newspaper. I would like to invite Mr. Surinder Bakshi to welcome our keynote speaker. Our special guest for the opening ceremony, Ms. Supan Randhawa, currently leading Partnership and Development Financing for the United Nations, Resident Coordinator Office in India. Her role focuses on curating strategies development funding towards the 230 SDG agenda. Ms. Randava has over 15 years of experience in the development sector in the national level policy design, strategic thinking, implementation of development projects, coalition building. She also worked extensively at the intersection of education, skilling, innovation, partnership building and digital inclusion. Welcome, ma'am. Before we proceed further, I request Mr. Surinder Bakshi, Chief Organizer and founding members of Ananshi Welfare Foundation, to welcome all of our guests at the event.
Good morning to all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I, Surinder Bakshi, the organizer of Samaavesh, is welcoming you all to the Samaavesh ESG Global Summit 2023. Samaavesh itself means inclusion. Everyone is taken together for a single motive. This sense of unity transcending into the future is what forms the backbone of Samaavesh today. Samaavesh Global ESG Summit is a reflection of our teamwork in development organizations, sectors where we have collaborated with organizations globally to understand the core solution that will be innovative and adaptive in future. Today we have gathered here to commence Samaavesh ESG Global Summit, which aims to democratize conversations around ESG in a holistic manner and bring together representatives from CSR foundations, corporates, NGOs, government, HNIs, philanthropists to collaborate and sustain for sustainable synergies. We welcome everyone to the event that is being held for next 2 days on a theme of giving back to society and moving forward inauguration. I, on behalf of everyone present here, heartily welcome the dignitaries present as well as the participants who have been gracious to the part of the summit. We would also like to extend a warm and gracious welcome to our speakers and thank them for being with us and for sparing our precious time from their busy schedule. We are grateful for their presence and their expertise, which will be showcased through different panel discussions that we will be having over the course of 2 days. Finally, we wish all of us fruitful and productive discussions over 2 days. We hope this summit will contribute to new approaches and bolstering ESG framework that will benefit the society as a whole. And we assure all of you will take back a lot of learning from this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surinder Bakshi, for your warm welcome. You have truly touched on the essence of Samaavesh as a concept. Samaavesh shall span a total of 9 panel discussion, 2 special sessions with 45 plus speakers coming from varied backgrounds, including governments, industry, CSOs, academicians, as well as multilateral organizations. We hope that this diversity leads to a lot of learning and also are able to take back something from this conference. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sadhna Shankar to give our keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी। मंच पे आसीन सभी विशिष्ट अतिथि और सभागार में उपस्थित सभी लोग, सबसे पहले मैं जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजक हैं, समावेश के जो आयोजक हैं, स्पेशली मूवमेंट ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी को बधाई देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने इस बारे में सोचा कि जो कंपनीज हैं, जो उनकी लीगल लाइबिलिटीज हैं CSR और ESG को लेके, मैं उस पर बाद में आऊंगी, और जो सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं उनको एक तरह से जोड़ने का, एक समावेश करने का जो आइडिया है, इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। मुझसे कहा गया, जब मुझे बोला गया था that I have to speak here, मुझसे कहा गया था that आपको प्लीज सेट अप द फ्रेमवर्क फॉर दिस मीटिंग। a kind of key, sorry, not framework, I forget what Nishkat said, he said something like set the tone and for this event. तो मैंने सोचा इसके बारे में, फिर मैंने सोचा that मैंने 35 साल रेगुलेशन में निकाले हैं, so I think ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो सोसाइटी और फ्रेमवर्क whether it's policy or legal के कस्प पे है, उसको एक तरह से एक्सप्लॉइट करना चाहती है. So I thought I'll just share a little bit about the legal framework for CSR and ESG that exists in India to set the tone for this meeting. And I also want to point out that right now when I was coming up, it's Silver Oak on the first floor, on the ground floor, there's another ESG conference going on. So you can just imagine the kind of contemporary importance of this issue. So let me just briefly set the tone by giving you a little bit about the legal framework of CSR and ESG in India and why it is so important. So now India has a very robust corporate social responsibility policy and legal framework. Now the Companies Act of 2013 mandates a company which has a net worth of rupees 500 crore or more, or a turnover of rupees 1,000 crore or more, or a net profit of rupees 5 crore or more, to spend at least 2% of their average net profit of the immediate preceding 3 financial years on CSR activities. So that is the mandate of the law. Foreign companies that operate in India and fulfill these conditions also are bound by the CSR mandate of the Act. Now, companies that have to comply with CSR regulation need to have a CSR committee, and the committee's function is to make an annual plan and recommend it. It also is responsible for monitoring the CSR implementation of the company, etc. There is also, interestingly, an illustrative list of CSR activities permissible under the Companies Act as part of the schedule of the Companies Act. A lot of amendments have also come in as recent as 2022. I'm not going into that. So now that brings me to the next, the related, which people think often, the ESG part of it. Now, what is ESG? ESG simply stands for, it's an acronym for Economic, Social and Governance. And let me tell you that ESG rules and regulations differ from CSR in process and impact. And so how has ESG and why has ESG become important over this period of time? Over the last decade, regulators and corporations around the world have embraced the idea that businesses should be measured just not on traditional economic metrics such as profit, return, shareholder return, etc., but also by their environmental impact, their commitment to social issues, and the soundness of their corporate governance. Okay, so that's where the thought or the idea of ESG has come about. Now, why has it become important? It has become important because the main driver for its importance of ESG is that environmental, social and governance considerations are being increasingly included by investors in a company's risk profile in order to accurately assess the impact. So actually, currently in the world, there is a lot of ESG-driven capital. If your company is ESG compliant, is fulfilling its ESG obligations, you are likely to receive more investment, more. So that is why a lot of focus has come on ESG in the corporate world. Like just as an example, it might be repetitive for many of you, but I think it's important that what is an example of an ESG regulation? Look at the UK Modern Slavery Act. I'll come to the India situation in just 2 minutes. It requires companies with business in UK and annual sales of more than £36 million to publish the efforts they have taken to identify and analyze the risks of human trafficking, child labor, etc., and establish internal accountability procedures, evaluate supplier compliance, and to train supply chain managers regarding these issues. So for one ESG regulation, kindly see how it affects the entire process of that company to be compliant in ESG. Now, while a lot of focus in India is on green energy, we are hearing a lot about green hydrogen, etc., etc. ESG compliance for Indian companies is becoming more and more important. In India, ESG laws are still at a nascent stage. We actually still have environmental laws, we have labor laws, we have the green tribunal, we have different laws which are governing these sectors. However, a step has been taken towards building an ESG regulation for the companies who are working, not separate kind of laws. And the first was that the SEBI, the Security and Exchange Board of India, has made ESG disclosures mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies under its Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Initiative. Also, companies which are mandated to spend on CSR need to disclose their ESG profiles to attract capital from global ESG investors and financiers. Compliance with ESG regulations, both originating in India and elsewhere around the world, poses a significant different challenge than India's CSR regulations. In particular, compliance by Indian companies with the ESG regulations of the US, the UK, the EU and elsewhere will be critical for India if we want to become a part of the global supply chain. Now, I've given you the framework and tried to tell you what is the difference between the CSR mandate and the ESG regulations that are evolving in India. So where does something like Samaavesh come into all this? Now, you can see that the corporate world in India is undergoing a makeover. Corporate India is having to become part of the change-making process as we move towards the SDGs. So corporates are becoming accountable and more answerable in these things. So I would suggest that you all have done a good thing by bringing the idea of your tagline is connecting corporates to communities. But another area that you can think going forward is that right now the ESG regulation in India is only for the 1,000 big listed companies. But there is a lot of ESG capital available around the world, and what organizations or ideas like Samaavesh can also think about is how to help smaller companies and unlisted companies become ESG compliant so that they also are able to be part of the global economy and the global supply chains. So that's an idea I want to leave for all of you to think about also in this. And I think something like Samaavesh can move forward and contribute to this change in the corporate corporate role and responsibility structure that is evolving around the world. Especially the E is currently very important in the ESG whole paradigm. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much for your enlightening words, ma'am. The energy and inspiration in the words fits in with the energetic morning all of us are having here at Samaavesh ESG Global Summit. I would like to move to our first panel discussion. Before that, I would like to invite Dr. Dhaneshwar Mune sir for his address.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. We have with us here Sukhman Randhawa from the UN Coordinator's Office. Is that right? UN Resident Coordinator. Okay. Dr. Sadhana Shankar, Mr. Rishi Kumar, Positive Rishi Kumar, as we call him, and Mr. Surinder Bakshi. We also having very distinguished people in the audience. I'd like to acknowledge everyone. Mr. Shelke has come all the way from Kolhapur. I would like to welcome him also, my hometown. So a special welcome. So this is a very different topic for all of us, and yet I think going to be a very important one. I'd like to put it in the context of a slightly larger scheme of things. which is really my concern. Not exactly ESG, but as you would have seen here, a movement of positivity. You would be wondering, what is this movement all about? So let's go to the Constitution of India for a second. The Constitution very clearly says, and including in its preamble, that we have to all work for social, economic and political justice. Right? We also have assured ourselves that we will create a society based on justice, equality and liberty. That's the fundamental framework of our country. Now, the same words you find here straight away, economic and social, that you find in Constitution. So our objective is very simple, that unless and until we ensure that social economic justice is delivered to the last man in the queue, we as a country cannot grow. Now, as you all know that I very deliberately chose the word Samaavesh, because one is, it's our native concept of inclusion. Often we borrow words from outside, then we try to build our own narratives, which sometimes do not really grow in an organic manner. We have to, put a lot of, ingredients to make it look natural. But here we have a beautiful word, Samaveshak, which really represents, in a sense, the value of inclusion that we have cherished for thousands of years. Whether it is Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, where we really pray for everybody's happiness, or Sangachadvam, Samvadadvam, let's speak in one voice, let's walk together, that kind of a spirit. But you cannot walk together, you cannot speak together, unless you bring everybody to a particular level in life. And that really brings us back to what we call social, economic and political justice. In fact, movement of positivity strives to inculcate constitutional values, which also means that we have synergized our objectives with the Constitution of India. Now, how do we really look at this whole ESG paradigm, and how do we implement it? Now, we have right now our country is at a very interesting juncture in its history, in its, you can say, geography, in its international politics. If you have read and if you are following the ongoing discourses in the country, and if I can understand them correctly, we have 2-3 aspirations as a nation. What are they? Politically, India really would like to be the member of the Security Council of the United Nations. This is a political aspiration. We don't say it always openly, but that's where we want to be. That's the highest table that is there. In terms of economy, we now moved in our thinking from 5 trillion to 40 trillion or 50 trillion, whatever it is, in the coming years. We also advanced substantially our goals on the environmental, that is a climate change aside. And to cover it all, to bundle it all, we have the aspiration of becoming Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru, what does it mean to be a Vishwaguru? By Vishwaguru, I mean that India should have the capacity, ability, and the desire to lead the world. But how do we lead the world? You can lead the world by creating a society, a nation that others would like to follow. In other words, a model nation. And a model nation cannot be built on the basis of inequalities. It cannot be built on the basis of poverty. It cannot be built on the basis of discriminations of various kinds. You can't leave behind certain segments, whether they belong to the scheduled tribe category, scheduled caste categories, our women, folk, our children, people who work on the fields, people who work on the brick kilns, the prisoners who are in the prison, transgenders, sex workers. We cannot leave anybody behind. And then only we can, really achieve what we think and describe as social economic well-being, social economic progress. And from there, of course, corporates are a very important, factor and actor. We also have civil society organizations. India has about 30 lakh civil society organizations. Corporates have often the surplus funds, and civil society organizations have often the need to have these funds. So it's very important and that these civil society organizations are proactively helped. And also we develop capacity, because I have seen in my own experience that often those who deserve the most are never able to access it. Particularly I am referring to CSR in this context. And often there are questionable methods that are used in the utilization of the CSR also. You can't be, plowing back everything into yourself. You can't have one tree grow at the cost of all other trees. We have to have an even, arrangement even in the forest or the jungle, so that each species, whether animal, whether it is plant, is able to grow to its full potential. What applies to nature also applies to us human beings. So today, I'm delighted that actually this dream, particularly of young Nishkarsh, where is he? And Siddharth, let's give a hand, big hand to them. It's actually their initiative, and I said yes, let's do it. And obviously Surinder and Rishi Kumar have put their support behind them, and all of you today, by coming here, I would like to say that you have contributed to an important cause, and that cause is of inclusion, that cause is of social and economic justice, that cause is of creating an egalitarian society, that cause is of making India Vishwaguru, if not today, maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, certainly we are on that path. Thank you once again for joining, and I really thank everyone who has made efforts to make this event a success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I will invite Ms. Sukhman Randhawa for the address.
Good morning, everybody. I'll try and give a little bit of the UN perspective on this. So I'll come from that lens, and my people preceding me have given such a good overview. So I'll just bring in a little bit of the sustainability lens into the equation. So good morning, everyone, and respected dignitaries, and it's a pleasure to be a part of the Samaavesh Global ESG Summit. I'm actually representing the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator in India. I'm going to talk a little bit about the SDGs. We know as the world is nearing the halfway mark of the 2030 agenda, which is the global agenda that and the global date that was decided to meet the SDG goals, which are the Sustainable Development Goals. They are as relevant as ever. They are a North Star and compass for navigating global turbulence. And it's been said that nearly half of the SDGs live in India, and so if they're achieved in India, they'll be achieved globally. But equally, the reverse is also true. If we falter, the world also falters. And business is not only an indispensable partner in achieving the SDGs, it's very much the engine to get us there. Its resources and capacity for investment in new technologies dwarf governments and development aid. What we need are bold investments and innovations from companies to translate the SDGs into solutions that will profit the people, the planet, as well as the bottom line. Today, businesses are increasingly understanding that there is no profit without economic sustainability. Climate change poses one of the biggest risks to the survival of businesses. Sustainability is a way of managing these risks, systemic and endemic, emergent. The depletion of resources, changing agricultural patterns, disaster, all of this, businesses that adapt better just do better. Further, we are also very much aware that customers today are increasingly more conscious of their footprint and expectations. They want products and services that can stand to a higher ethic and at the very least do no harm. The IFC has found that the companies with good environmental and social performances, something which Ms. Shabna spoke about, outperform others on both equity and returns on investment. So it's actually really good business sense to incorporate these parameters. Sustainable business will also have dividends for national economic growth. Sustainable development models could open up new markets worth US 12 trillion and create 380 million new jobs worldwide by 2030. Returns on investments that can be generated by the full implementation of the SDGs could be approximately US $30 billion a year. And very interestingly, the economic impact of achieving gender equality just in India is estimated to be US 7 billion of added GDP value by 2025. These are huge numbers if we were to address these concerns. And sustainability is not just about the CSR and 2% mandate, which also something that Sadhna touched upon. It is about redefining the shareholder itself. There is a direct stake in the profitability in the social and environmental impact of businesses on communities, on ecosystems, on cities, towns, and on the millions of people whose lives are touched through global value chains. And therefore, corporate value cannot be measured only in the arithmetic of supply and demand. It must include environmental value and social value and the strategic integration of the SDGs into the very core of business models. Extensive research by Deutsche Bank, Harvard confirms that sustainability and strong environmental social governance practices are linked to lower operating costs, more profitable businesses, and higher share prices. We feel that sustainability as a core value of businesses, when it is integrated very much into the core of how businesses operate, will bring billions of people out of poverty, empower women, combat disease, malnutrition and unemployment, and secure the dignity of future generations, which is very much our concern today. I'll now touch upon a little bit on how the UN is working with the private sector on some of these areas. And we work across a wide variety of areas in all regions of India and with enterprises of all sizes. Business is a critical partner in our new UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is a 5-year development compact that we enter into with the government of India. So this would run from 2023 to 2027. To just give you a few examples, UNDP, which is an agency under the UN aegis, and Renew Power, which is a company, as well as SEVA, are working in Gujarat to train salt pan workers as solar technicians. In Bangalore, UNDP is working together with SAP Labs, again a company, to empower women and young people with critical digital skills, aiming to reach 20,000 youth and 50,000 women. Very interestingly, UNDP has also been focusing on mobilizing financing. We know there's a huge financing gap to meet the SDG goals. So they are working on bridging this financing gap by launching an SDG finance facility to act as a bridge between private and government partners to help design and develop innovative financial models or blended finance models, for example, social impact bonds. The UN Resident Coordinator's Office, where I'm from, as well as this agency called UNEP, which is an environmental agency, are working with Reliance and Indian fashion industry to promote sustainable fashion through the Lakme Fashion Week and Circular Design Award, which is encouraging circularity in the fashion industry, which is also an industry which has very high emission rates. Several agencies also work with tea producers to improve the lives of plantation workers. 85% of tea estates engaged by UNICEF, which is another sister agency of the UN, under the Ethical Tea Partnership, including Tata, Tesco, Starbucks Foundation, now have family-friendly policies. The UN Women Partnership with Unilever addresses gender-based violence, which is prevalent at all levels of the tea value chain, as well as sexual harassment policies in line with national laws being adopted across dozens of plantations in Assam. The government has aimed to align the national voluntary guidelines on social, environment and economic responsibilities of business with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights through the national guidelines on responsible business conduct, as well as the business responsibility reporting frameworks for the top 1,000 listed companies on SEBI, which was referred to by Ms. Sadhna. We feel these are steps in the right direction, but the need of the hour are more targeted collaboration platforms that bring the collective expertise of the private sector in alignment with the SDG agenda and improve integration of SDG parameters into core business operations. So again, platforms like yours are very critical to sort of address these needs. Also, again, something which Ms. Sadhna also touched upon, majority of Indian businesses are MSMEs, as we all know. Around 70% employ less than 10 people. Yet these businesses contribute to 40% of the GDP. So supporting and guiding the MSME ecosystem in India, many of them unregistered, towards sustainability will be an enormous challenge, but like a very worthwhile one. I also want to touch upon a little bit for people who may not know on India's G20 presidency, a little bit of what the priorities under that are, for which we are working collectively with the government. India's G20 presidency, the government has placed SDG acceleration as a top priority because we are actually at the midpoint of the SDG achievement. 2030 is the agenda, and this makes it exactly the midpoint as India helms this presidency. They are working on closing the SDG financing gap as well. As the Secretary General Guterres highlighted in Mumbai last year, the UN Secretary General, we have 4 leading developing countries at the helm of G20 in a row. There was Indonesia, there's India, then there's Brazil and South Africa. This is the first time countries from the global south are going to be chairing the G20, which is a historic moment in itself. But it's also a unique opportunity to bring the voices and concerns of the developing world and its businesses to the top table of the global economy. The UN is partnering with India's G20 Secretariat to help identify crucial areas where this presidency can help accelerate progress on the SDGs, and business again is an indispensable partner in all of them. Some of these areas are, one of them is digital transformation, with innovative firms in digital technologies already making the region a leader in mobile payments, fintech and digital public goods can help accelerate improvements in governance, expand financial inclusion and transform service delivery. Another agenda that is very critical is the Just Green Transition agenda, which we're supporting, ensuring that the region's green transition is not just a green transition, but a just and fair transition too. We commend businesses for already deploying capital at scale for the green transition. Still, the financing needs are vast. More private sector funding must be unlocked and partnerships created, especially in climate adaptation and efforts like the Prime Minister's Global Lifestyles for Environment initiative. I'm sure you've all heard of the LIFE initiative, which the Secretary General helped launch last year in Kevadia in Gujarat. And perhaps the SDG accelerator, and this is especially close to my heart, that brings the highest rates of return is women-led development with exponential gains. Gender equality is key to unlocking the achievement on all of the SDGs. Investment in gender equality will be able to deliver incredible dividends to the economy, society, women, girls, men and boys. I'd like to stop here because I think I've packed in a lot of information in this sort of short time. But once again, it's a great pleasure to be here at the Samaavesh Global ESG Summit, and I want to congratulate the organizers for putting this together. And it's interesting to understand the critical issues and gaps in the ESG ecosystem and how we can work collectively to address these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sukhman. Now I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Alak for vote of thanks.
Very good morning, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for being able to showcase their presence and become a part of Samaavesh Global ESG Summit 2023. We hope the next 2 days add value and insight to your lives and ideas discussed and leave an everlasting impact on the way we all view ESG as a concept. We are highly honored and full of gratitude to have you all there. Thank you everyone for joining in, and we hope that you have an enriching experience in the upcoming session for the next 2 days. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
I request everyone to join for the networking tea, and within 15 minutes we'll start with our first panel discussion.
I request you all to please join in the tea session, please.
Yes. मैं कहाँ थी? अच्छा आपका जा रहा है? ओके।
आप कवर कर रही हैं, कैप्चर कर रहे हैं।
नहीं वो लाइव सुनिए। अच्छा सुनिए।
और YouTube पे स्ट्रीमिंग है।
सॉरी मुझे पता नहीं था। आप पहले बता देते थे। अब जो है ना मुझे स्पीच भी करना चाहिए था। वहाँ साइड में बैठ के। आप मुझे बता सकते हैं मुझे पहले। ठीक है। आप बता सकते हैं।
तो आप मुझे पता नहीं चलते। नहीं, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
माया फोटो खींचने आया था, पीछे भी पड़ेगा, मतलब सारे गेस्ट वहाँ खड़े में आप यहाँ खड़े हो भाई, मतलब अभी सारे गेस्ट जा रहे हैं, सब 3 फोटो दो थी, एक एक ऑर्डर दोनों खाएंगे। आप प्लीज इस टेबल से आगे ही रहिए, पीछे मत रहिए, सारा एक्शन वही हो रहा है ना, इधर मत रहिए। ये वाला यूट्यूब पे बताया भी नहीं, बताता इसके बाद क्या होगा, वो अपने आप में चलेगा, जैसे लाइन बैठेंगे ना।
Welcome again, everyone. We are starting with our first panel discussion on theme One District, One Product and GI Place Kharkhana Sustainability in Handicraft. I would like to request Vijay Kumar, founder Rare Planet, Shubham Pava, India Lead CSR Bata India Limited, Rani Vigyani Shekhar Dev, promoter Odisha Craftsmanship and Culture, Mr. Safir Anand, senior partner and HOD Anand and Anand, Ms. Anshu Khanna, founder Royal Fables, to join on the stage. Yeah, sure. I request Mr. Amar Shalke, Chairman Wall Worker Industries, to felicitate our guest with Ladakhi Khata. A huge round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar, founder Rare Planets. A huge round of applause for Mr. Safir Anand, senior partner and HOD Anand and Anand. A huge round of applause for Ms. Rani Vigyani Shekhar Dev, promoter Odisha Craftsmanship and Culture. A huge round of applause for Shubham Pama, Indian Lead CSR, Bata India Limited. And also a big huge of applaud for Ms. Anshul Khanna, founder Royal Fables, Nari Shakti Awardee. I would like to take privilege to invite Ms. Anshu Khanna. Anshu Khanna is the founder of Royal Fables, an exposition that presents the art, craft and textiles created by royal families within the forts and palaces of India. She is the recipient of the Nari Shakti Puraskar 2018, the highest civilian honor conferred on women by Government of India. She is recognized for her contribution in conserving and presenting the legacy of palace karkhanas that existed in the princely era and are now once again finding a market through Royal Fables. She is also the founder of Good Word Media Services Private Limited, India's pioneer PR agency promoting leading brands and entities in the field of art, lifestyles and fashion. She was the bureau chief, Meghna Publishing, Delhi, features consultant, the Asian Age and India editor. She has written for many other publications, including Hindustan Times, Times of India. I request ma'am to moderate this session.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So it's wonderful to be talking about something close to our heart. I think everyone's heart on this panel. And also talking to such esteemed people. One of them being a very close friend. So I'll start by introducing Safir. Actually, it's very tough to introduce him because he does too many things. And just to put it in perspective, he's talking to a group of people in Raipur just now on investment, right? Okay. IP. And then he's in Bastar day after, and I don't know where, and he's just come back from London. So besides being one of India's, I think one of India's best IPR lawyers, he's also he's got a knack and an eye for investment. He helps people convert their dreams into IPRs and reality and money eventually. And also very good as an author. He's written this beautiful book called Chrysalis, which is trying to promote and showcase Indian brands, which is, I think, in what the government believes in. He's totally backing that. So welcome, Safir. We have anyone who travels to any airport has to see this beautiful store called Rare Planet, and we have Mr. Vijay Kumar here. It's a coming together of beautiful Indian crafts shown in a design-forward way. Very, very useful for any home. I think it fulfills in its own little way the ODOP. Yeah. Very perfectly. And what I love is that these are things which will move out from his shelf and onto your home shelf, which is so beautifully done, glassware, and very bright, beautiful. And we have Shubham from Bata, and that's the CSR lead from Bata. And I'm sure that he's spent his whole life in the CSR. We'll know more about him later. And Bata, of course, all of us have grown up wearing Bata shoes, but very few know the kind of milestones and footprints they have in supporting self-help groups, women organizations, various other goals. And Shubham is on the top of it. Yeah. And of course, our most important guest today is Rani Vigyani Shekhar Deo. She's from the beautiful, born in the beautiful kingdom of Mayhar and now married in Odisha. And she's working very actively with filigree artists there, and also working with helping promote the farming of lemongrass, which eventually gets used in Ayurveda. And I mean, hats off to her for supporting her region and her craft, and which is what Royal Fables does. There are many women like her from royal families who have a legacy to keep, who can't just take off and live overseas because they have a fort to look after, a palace to look after, and a craft workshop to look after called Palace Karkhana. So she's running one where she's skilling women and helping them with filigree. So we are talking about one district, one product, and I think it should be the backbone of any kind of craft progress, and I'm glad that this current government is giving it so much of impetus, both in the food sector as well as craft. But anything to form any base has to first have a legality to it. It has to have teeth. So I'll go to Safir to tell us, how do you give teeth to ODOP, and how do you make sure that it's adhered to?
So, I mean, most of the time you would be able to convert it into a geographical indication. The characteristic of a geographical indication under law is that first you must identify a geography, which means in terms of longitude, latitude, and square kilometers. The second is the geography must have a certain trait which is unique to the geography, because if it's not unique, and this is why, for example, India litigated successfully against Basmati and Texmati, you know, when the efforts were made to appropriate or misappropriate. And currently, you know, a lot of stress is being felt by the Darjeeling tea because it's very in close proximity to Nepal. And therefore, given the climatic conditions, you know, now a lot of Nepal tea is coming in India and trying to pass off as Darjeeling. And you know, Darjeeling is a pride of India. It's not something that we should, you know, attempt to lose. So if you are able to locate a geography and find certain traits around the geographical area, which are unique to that area, then you have to get hold of the association of people that are in that produce, or in case of craftsmen, the association of craftsmen that actually produce that craft. And then you formulate your rules and regulations, which include the fact that how would you monitor quality, production, distribution, certification, and thereafter you file for a GI. Now, if you do get a GI, which is a geographical indication, then you are entitled to exclusivity under law. There can also be a situation where you don't get a GI because it's not unique to the geography and you convert it into a certification mark. So So a certification mark would certify that it has certain traits which may not be limited to one geography, but many geographies. For example, it could be a Make in India, certification. And then that's the way you can progress under law.
But how does it, in a day-to-day basis, support the craftsmen and the farmers, and how are they able to utilize this to their benefit?
So the first thing is, see, when you are able to convert something into exclusivity, as a part of the filing, you're also supposed to give the names of the beneficiaries and the kind of turnover involved, etc. And then, as a consumer, now I'm looking at from a consumer's perspective, will I buy something that is certified as having a certain value, or will I buy something which is more generic? So obviously I'm paying a certain value. I mean, for example, that's one of the reasons why Darjeeling tea, just an example, there are certain rice in India that have, when the Basmati case came out, they said define what is the advantages of Basmati vis-a-vis, for example, other forms of rice. And then you went into starch and the size and the substance of it. So if there is value, that value will then get distributed in the chain, firstly. Secondly, the legacy of the artisan will get protected. Otherwise, you will have a situation where a cheap country in the world will outsource, they'll buy basic raw material, they'll eliminate our labor, we'll lose the legacy of all the craftsmen that we have, and they will be machine-made goods. And today, in today's world, with the kind of 3D printing and other things, a lot of these things will get very close. And then you'll effectively be buying plastic, whereas you should be buying craft.
We all are seeing that happen with Banarsi, China. China is producing a lot of Banarsis, and they are reaching even regular shops. And I think, so my next question is to you. If you're in the business of profits and you find that you're getting the best chanderi, but it's being made in Delhi, and it suits you to not get into GI, how do you stop yourself?
Ultimately is what we as a company, what we do is we try to bring the lower end people, for example, like the chanderi, what you said, the looms or the person who are doing at the lower level. How do we get a platform for them? Ultimately is that. But a lot of you see the middlemen are there. All the okay. Now it's okay. Yeah. So probably we play a bridge between that's what. Okay. And try to reach the right people at the right place. So that is one of the journeys what we had till today. So that's keeping up, going to the next levels for us.
Vigyani, filigree is something, if everybody, I'm sure, is exposed to it, but the filigree work in Odisha is another level. All of us must have possessed something while we were growing up, possibly a bangle in silver, but I'm seeing less and less of it in the market now. So how are you making sure that it's maintained, kept alive? What kind of training facilities are you giving to your people?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Wishing all of you all a very happy morning. And I thank Samaavesh for having me over here and making me a part of this event. Thank you so much. And I pay my respects to all of you all here. Coming back to your question, ma'am, actually I've been speaking to a lot of these karigars and working with them. But the core issue is the initial investment. Okay, this is where they do not have their affordability standards are beyond, purchasing the silver available in the market. So what happens is that they do not have the rotational money, because once they make the product, they give it to the shops, and then the shopkeepers, they return the money after almost a month. So, that vacuum is created that time. So now what I personally am doing is that through word of mouth or through my contacts, I've started gifting people the work, That's how I have initiated this process. So people all associated with me, like I've got some products here. So people all associated with me, would admire the art and how it is done, how it is, weaved, and how it is actually handcrafted and produced to this, artistic pastry. So this is how I'm going about, and as much as I can contribute financially or even through my services, that's how I'm promoting them.
That's amazing. We'd love to see.
To that, so we promote filigree a lot, to be honest. One of the categories what we do at the store is filigree.
Oh, wow.
So we try to get in the roots of the people, right from the karigars. We try to fund them and give them a kind of work which can fulfill the entire 12 months, not just sticking on to a particular occasion like a Diwali or any kind of a things.
Look at this beautiful bag. It can, beat any Louis Vuitton bag in its making, and it can be a showstopper. And it's all made by hand by karigars. Now, how and why would we not support this? I don't understand, you know.
Can I just tell you all the procedure? It's like these silver rods are converted into hair-like thin wires, and then they are curled, they are twisted, and then plated on the motif, and then, you know, intricate detailing has been given, if you can see. You know, the way they are curled and twisted, and then, of course, following the procedure of soldering, polishing, finishing, heating, you know, it goes through the entire procedure. But the hard work put into this entire thing, what the karigars have told me that they almost work for around 10 hours, but hardly they get paid around 8,000 rupees per month, which is even less than unskilled labor. And it is really heartbreaking when we come to know such facts, and no financial support is been given. However, the government has made efforts of supporting them, but sadly to say that it really doesn't reach them. You know, it just, somewhere down the line, it just finishes off. We can't track it really well. So this is what their concern is.
Yeah, I just want to add one point here as somebody who also represents Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and Dior and other brands in India. See, there is no doubt that there's talent here. There's no doubt that there's craftsmanship here. What is missing is a brand. And today the customer is fascinated by a brand. The same product, if it goes into a Louis Vuitton showroom, will be priced, you know, at whatever Louis Vuitton decides, and there'll be a queue outside the store.
So I think it's important that we start promoting brand India more than anything else. Yes.
And also, sorry to interrupt, that this art is almost on the verge of extinction, because the next generation doesn't wish to take it up. Flatly, they have refused. You know, they prefer to work in a dhaba than to learn such work and, you know, carry on the legacy. So it is really struggling for survival, and you know, this is, I feel it's a pride of India. We must really try to save this art. Yeah.
So Shubham, we'd love to know, how is BATA as a group supporting such endeavors, and what is the CSR mandate that you have?
So more than BATA, I would like to talk about how, as a corporate sector, we can do something to promote these indigenous art. First thing we can do is to be the flag bearer to save this indigenous art. Second thing, what we can do is, like, the government is making its efforts. We all are citizens of this country. We all have our own choices to wear, to have a product. But because in CSR we have that provision to promote sensitization. So the very first provision of sensitization of promoting Schedule 7 also gives us that provision to save and promote our indigenous culture. So that's the very first point wherein we can do, and we can make our efforts as corporate to do that. Second thing, one thing I would like to say, I was reading about these topics, that a t-shirt which we wear platforms, these are more sustainable in the way of their production. They are more sustainable in their way of its utilization. And as well as it's a product made which can be utilized for several years. And it is not going into waste for another next 1 year.
Several generations, actually.
So that's the kind of information, because as a youth, we don't have information about our past heritage. We have that mindset of being westernized. And as a corporate, we also are into more westernized world. We are in that fast-paced economy, but we'll have to hold ourselves back. We'll have to take a step back, think, and go back in our past to bring that past into our future. That, as a corporate, we should do that. And a lot of corporates are doing. I was working with Tata's as well. Tata Trust does a very good project on Antarang. Project Antarang, if you all know. And while I was working in Odisha, We used to have a program with self-help groups where they were doing our normal work of electricity distribution business, wherein they were collecting our bills and reading meters. We wanted to have our uniform for them. We could have just gone for a random sari which could have cost for 500 rupees. But we chose our indigenous art of Odisha. We contacted the local weavers, and Tata Trust Antarang project helped us a lot. It took us time. It took us the money which is double as costing for that sari. In fact, triple. The project costing was for 1.5 crore for their uniforms, but it reached to 4.5 crores, so 3 times. But as a responsible corporate, we chose to do that, to promote the indigenous art of the Odisha. Now what Bata does, it is also identifying local artisans. So we have shoe editions, like special editions coming in every industries. So we promote that art form on our shoes or on our boxes, shoe boxes, so that people could see that this is an art form. It may not be able for us to indigenously weave out that form at mass level, but at least a sensitization is going.
Which is also very important.
Yeah.
You want?
Yeah, I just want to share some examples from the corporate world where, so first example is as for Tatas itself, again, we represent Tatas. If you read just 2 days back, Tata has launched an entire selection of teas. Like it says it's a Mumbai tapri chai or a cutting chai. There is, Delhi's meethi chai. Or it's not difficult for corporates to adapt to a lot of Indian products and bring them, because we are fond of them, there's no doubt about it. Now, secondly, see the example that has been followed on the food industry. Now there are websites that will allow you, and also food aggregators that allow you to order specialities from different parts of India. And to that extent, heritage will be maintained, because you would be getting, say, a Kalyani bakery in Pune sending you a strawberry biscuit, or a Himachali special barfi with, is all being made possible. So it's a little bit of getting organized in that respect. The third example I want to give you is the approach, because sometimes the corporates, are too lost in number crunching, not to realize the fact that there is a potential beyond this. Immediate profits are, a driving force. Now, if you look at Gucci as an example, Gucci has just taken a bee and put it on a shoe and created, a craze amongst all the teenagers, which is or an ant or something, or a snake or something. It was far more credible to bring in Indian craft. Look at our aeroplanes. What's so difficult in converting? So this doesn't disturb the entire the structure of the plane. All you have to basically do is to get the tails painted with the different crafts and fly all over the world and create education, and such a matter of national pride.
That's very true. And in fact, I would like to ask Mr. Kumar, just this question, sensitization and making something a fad is how you get people to even look at things they've forgotten. And I think Rare Planet does that very well. So would you like to share how you are taking the design forward approach, and how are you making things which were forgotten, like Varli art, usable and trendy? I mean, I've seen your bottles being used by youngsters.
Normally, we get into the nerves of the people. Somewhere in the corner, we play a part that we are connect between what the market or a trendy person or the new millennials, what we call. So that's what we try to understand what the market needs are. We try to go back to the artisans, make them understand in the down level that this is the trend going on, not getting into out of the way of what their part is there. For example, they're doing a particular art for so many years now. We don't want to disturb that, but try to do a little bit on add on what exactly today the market needs. So we try to educate them, go into the levels of them, and inform them this is what the format we need, and try to put it on a different kind of an utility product, for example. Add on to that and try to bring that particular range at the right audience. For example, we represent the most premium locations in the country, which is the airports. We are almost in 35 airports now today. So we're trying to be what you call a reach directly from a karigar to a consumer, be there actually.
And you do it quite well. So now, one thing I must say that when you, like for instance, we're talking about one design, one product. So let's, and we have Vigyani here, who has that lovely filigree piece. So now, I'm going to ask all the experts in the panel that if we have to make her dream of making this viable, a brand, aspirational, firstly, Safi, tell us how can we make it a brand? You tell us how can the corporate intervene in skilling, and you must tell us how we can place it on the shelf and sell. So I'll start with you. Let's talk about the product filigree.
See, making it a brand is not at all complex here because it's not just about nomenclature. If your nomenclature was attached, the problem today is that there is no nomenclature attached here. Now, for me, you can't call it a bag in the first place. You are much more conversant with the background to give it a tag, but many people will look at it and say, you know what, it's a silver bag. That's just killing the very concept of the. Now, when you create it into brands, today the world does admit a lot of collaborative models. You have to go to somebody because you immediately are not going to get a distribution network. And there's a lot of cost of advertising and awareness. If you were to, so I'll give you an example. I'm sitting on a task force which is working on, for the G20 paper on how India has to create GDP through creative economy. If you tell the government that the loss in the creative economy, which the government has now understood, is huge, it's, you know, it's like you can add $1 trillion immediately because it's also a lot of labor-intensive industry, it's the pride of India, etc. Then all you have to basically do is to go to a corporate and sell them that this is the worth of the product. Today, they don't know the worth of the product. And the customer, so I'll put a question to you. At least both of you are more likely to be consumers. Why do you buy a Birkin bag?
Why don't I buy a Birkin?
Why do you buy? What is the reason that fascinates you to pay lakhs and lakhs and wait for months and months to buy a Birkin bag?
Actually, I'm the wrong person. I wouldn't buy it.
No, but generally you see why is the world? Because
but you know, people buy it more for the aspirational value. I know that young.
No, so I'll give the answer. That's not how Hermes believes. The reality is that you buy the Birkin bag because shockingly, the bag can only be worked upon, repaired by single identified craftsman who created the bag. So they will say that this has been created by X person in so-and-so year, and if that person is not alive, for whatever reason, the bag will not, the company will have to do something else except if there's a problem. So you are telling them that it's a rare thing, it's a handcrafted thing by an individual. It's like a work of art. Now you go apply the same logic to a painting. Sadly, people look at a painting and they look at the life of the person making it and then they decide to buy it because they feel that the person may not be there. So it is a rarity that is creating price because there's no doubt that there was creation and it was worth.
So that's what Rare Planet is doing, you know. I mean, I'll also share with you what we are doing. We have a project called Royal Fables. We are working with 40 women from royal families who have a legacy of palace karkhanas. And now with the help of Council of Royal Roots, we are hoping to turn the Palace Karkhana story into a skilling story and help these Karkhana skill women. Because just like you, the Kishangarh Miniature School is also dying because she has 4 50-year-old artisans, no one after that. And none of the kids want to take it up. So you have to make it a viable career. So that's what, and that can only happen with skilling. But Rare Planet, if you were to be given a bag like that, how would you promote it? How would you do design forward? What would be your inputs to it?
As I said, to be honest, today the product is available. But how do we reach the right people? Or how do we tell that there should be an accomplished story? Again, is that how do we represent a product? That's what I think it makes more viable as an individual in the buy. We should not present this as a product or the saying that this is a silver, there is a certain value on only the material involved in that. We need to try to communicate that this is the legacy of a particular designer or a particular karigar. There is a certain way to do it, and how do we not see that, how do we promote? So that's, then the second part comes is how do you place a product in a right place so that it can be visible and we can make, understand and educate the respective people for that.
So Vigyani, at grassroots level, how would you keep them all captivated, interested?
What I have personally thought of is these are very limited products, okay? There are a lot of things made out of this entire art. For example, like I had designed this entire dressing table set for my sister, what I gifted her for her wedding. You know, so I gifted her a sindoor dani, I gifted her a bangle stand, I gifted her a agarbatti stand, you know, so all these things. And I feel in Indian houses, we all use these products. You know, it's not something very, a very new concept, snacks bowl or anything. Why not have it of this art? Why only have a simple plate? Why not, you know, why can't you have a design, a stand made of that, a coaster made out of filigree art? You know, there are many things. I mean, we can just explore the market. So what I have really started doing is that, redesigning these different things and getting them into the market. You know, these little things which doesn't cost them much and which is even easily affordable by the normal, class. Wherein this comes under the exclusive art product, wherein, you know, people would really have to shell out lot of money from their pockets. But something like this, they wouldn't want to. They don't have to shell out a lot of money. You know, jewelry products and all, these are very easily affordable.
But there's one flaw, and I'll highlight it because it's an opportunity. Every flaw is an opportunity. You see, when I look at this, I am very sure it's not protected under any law. Nobody has applied for a design protection. You will take this, give it to Swarovski as an example. I'm not saying they have a copy, but they can convert it into crystal. The third person will convert into lacquer. The fourth person will convert. Now, when you bring the products down to the market, they will look at, people get very fixated by price. They'll say, you know, I don't want silver, it needs polishing, it needs maintenance. I'll buy lacquer or I'll buy a crystal, I'll put it on my desk, it may be priced at whatever, and then you cannot do anything because you didn't create design protection.
That's so true, and everybody is suffering this day in and day out in the design market. Shubham, tell me, what role can a corporate play in skilling these?
Skilling primarily requires a trainer. It requires a place. So that to sum it up, logistically, to manage people, to bring them on a common platform, with the support of a local person like Madam, who is directly engaged with them. So local support with the right managerial skills is required at the moment. Corporate can come with that right managerial skills of running an organization, giving them a formal structure, whether it is a self-help group or a micro-enterprise, bringing them in a formal structure is very important at the point. Second is sensitization of young adults of this country. We are too westernized at the moment that we cannot see our roots. So the kind of opportunity as a corporate we have through our marketing channels, through our social media, through our branding partners, it's a small effort. With our marketing on our shoe boxes, we can put that small branding of your local art. At least people would see. We can put a QR code, just like scan here to know your roots. People are so much technologically savvy. Let's make best use out of that technology and these channels of distribution. So as corporate, yes, there's a lot can be done in this sector. And sir, would you like to add something on this?
No, I'll give you an idea. See, and this is an idea, basically, whether the council does it or somebody else who's more instrumental to do it or a corporate does it. India has done a fantastic job when it came to Save the Tiger. You have to start a campaign saying save our crafts.
True.
If you start that campaign, it will become a national movement.
Exactly. And we have a lot of chambers of commerce and industries. Why can't those chambers take it as their core mission for particular 5 years? If we are celebrating this 75 years of independence, Let's take this up as a core theme for our next 5 years as a growth of our business and our handicrafts.
That's really wonderful, and I think we should start the campaign. I'm very happy to do that immediately. The other thing that crafts and handmade are facing extinction not because of lack of money, but also lack of will amongst the youth. And whatever we might say, in another 15 years, we will be replaced by a new generation of buyers. So how do you think we can sensitize the next set of buyers towards geographically indicated, beautiful, handcrafted products? So what do you think? How would you sensitize them? I'd like to ask all of you about it.
As I said, I think the platform has to be there, number one. A lot of art forms, we see that somewhere in the corner, they don't get the visibility what they want. Okay, so we try to be that kind of a platform where somewhere in the corner, we don't want to make that art as a diminish. We're trying to be, as I said, a certain place where you can reach more and more people. In a certain way, we can do a small promotions or run certain kind of a videos or some kind of info through the medium of how the art forms are done. Reach the right people. That's what I feel should take to the next level. Definitely there is what you call a need, or people want to have this. I don't feel that either it is an youngsters or in a certain kind of way. If you do an art form in a kind of an utility or get into a fusion form a little bit. Yeah. So definitely there is a demand for that actually.
Yeah. Safir, how do we make people love, youngsters want something, call it trendy?
So I would go on behavioral science here completely. In behavioral science, the youngsters love gratification. That's why they go on a Facebook, they like a like button, they like to post, they want to make reels. You have to convert it into national pride. You make them the brand ambassadors and tell them that you carry it ahead and you carry a badge of being proud because you have saved the heritage of India. Then they will do it because then they are the instruments of it. If you drill it down, then they'll say maybe we don't have utility for it, maybe playing a game is more important or something else is more important. But you can completely you see, that's what has happened when it comes to, for example, the food. Why are people getting more conscious? Why did they move towards vegan and other things? Because you created an awareness and made them good citizens.
So Gyani, you're the young person in this group, so you tell us.
Ma'am, what I personally feel is the market already exists. It's just that we need to make people aware that this is also something that is being practiced in India. It's not only the plain silver work that, so see people use showpieces. People use jewelry in the temples. So, there are beautiful mukuts made out of this filigree art. I'm sure you all must be aware of it. Beautiful jewelry made for goddesses and gods. Also for the idols. Also the dancers, I'm sure you must be aware of the Odissi dancers, they use it as a part of their jewelry. So people are aware, it's not that, all the youngsters, as mentioned. So even the youngsters, they use jewelry, they use silver jewelry, they wear big things. Why not we tell them that, filigree form of jewelry is also available. So this is what we need to make them aware of. Now, what I personally see now, this is a locket, okay? I got an idea that we can also make it as a keychain holder. These
or a ring.
Yeah, so, or a ring. So ring is already there. So this work is also done in gold. They do gold polish in this. People are not aware of it. Secondly, yeah, so I feel it's just awareness. I was just sharing this one tale with ma'am over here, that there was this art practiced in Banaras, wherein crochet, these thin wires were well knitted and a bag of silver was made. That probably, I don't think so anyone in the audience even knows about it. It is just gone. I had met this lady and she was working on it. I don't know, I met her in the train. I don't know where this, but now nobody is working on it. It's just gone. So I don't want that, something like this should just be gone because of lack of, structured mechanism, proper mechanism, or lack of awareness. I believe these are the two factors.
So Shubham, you know what? Bata is famous for making things trendy. People want suddenly Bata from being shoes you wished would perish as students. They've become trendy. So how would you make craft trendy?
So, more than becoming trending thing, I would also like to talk about, like, this is the world of startups. This is the world of incubations. We should promote incubation and startups in handicrafts to take this to the next generation. First thing, this is very important. And why not promote the children of those artisans? Let's give them that right kind of training. Let's put that investment. Yes, there might be losses, but some losses for a good intent can be rightfully taken in this world which is full of resources, of financial resources of corporate. I'm talking about corporate especially. We should promote those incubation centers. And coming to the trendy thing, there's a lot of channels, YouTube, Instagram. These are the right channels, and we also do, like, we collaborate with some influencers who have good number of likes, good number of following rate. So we just ask them to visit our stores. They are gifted 2 pairs of shoes, and they just make their Instagram reels, and that goes viral. So let's, they also want to do some kind of social responsibility. So coming future, we do a lot of volunteering as corporates. Volunteering is one of the important mandates of corporates. So volunteering, we can ask them to come, as corporates, we can sponsor those influencers for their travel to these locations of handicraft. They can just make small reels with these artisans that can go viral. So as this can be only done as a collaborative effort. Any individual effort is going to be successful until unless it is supported by another individual. It has to be a team effort. And let's keep, in this room, I would like to ask people, like, how many of us have any handicraft material with us? Let's talk about wearable thing. I was looking my wardrobe, like, what should I wear? I used to have, but right now I don't have. I'll be honest. I felt so guilty that I'm going on a conference on handicraft, but I don't have any item related to it in my house.
So actually, I'd like to open it to questions, but before that, I'm going to ask each one of you, when I say ODOP, which is that one product that springs up in your head? I would say champagne springs up in my head.
I mean, if you see, the world's most successful monetization model has happened actually with Scotch whisky. They have not only come out with a very strong regulation, they've also come out with a very strong model which, for example, says that when you want to blend non-Scotch whisky, what are the guidelines? Can you call it Scotch whisky? No, you can call it blended whisky, but not Scotch whisky. Mile Sur Mera Tumhara had happened, and everybody was so proud about that. So your problem.
Are actually facing the problem because the shopkeepers are not supporting their, the investment. They say that how much ever you can afford, you buy, you make the product and give it to us, and then you will get the money. So they do not have the rotational money. How do we address this concern?
Well, you'll address it. But bank will give you working capital credit if it sees that you have an order. And you basically have to get the order. If the order is in place, then the credit will come. And then there are a lot of schemes by the government to support on this front. You should first get the orders. If the orders come, if I say I have an order for 100 of these and therefore it's worth X, Y, Z. Also, this is the same trick that is used with the IT industry or by other industries. They'll go and, for example, when there's a downtrend, they'll tell their teams that, look, every downtrend results in an uptrend. It's how economic cycles are. And let's work harder and reach at the top, and it inspires people to sort of start looking at that. If they get the feeling that their craft is going to die, which is right now the feeling, therefore they go and tell their children that, hamara future nahi hai, tumhara kya hoga? So they will not train. It has to go into believing, he has to come back and say, you know what, today my picture was shown in an international forum as one of the 10 craftsmen who worked on this, and people were clapping and I had tears in my eyes, and the child will say, when I want to do this.
So pride is very important, that's what's going to change things. You were wanting.
So one thing, like Sir was talking about loans and the government schemes, a lot of people don't have awareness on that as well. Especially these indigenous artisans, they come from tribal areas, a lot of them come from very remote villages. So there comes the organizations like Hak Darshak, which are playing vital role in awareing people about their rights, the rightfully deserved policies and the loans which are available to them. So such platforms must be promoted. They should reach local people. That's very important. So what I see, that there are there are various concepts to it. One is right amount of information. Second is the structuring of this industry. Third is as an individual effort of every citizen of this country. We should take pride in it. So the pride factor will only come when people at the position of influence come together, whether it is government, whether it is film star, or any other social activist. So that has to be also parallelly driven to take this ahead. You all can add to it all important other factors as well.
Yeah, so it's a catch-22. So would you like to add on how, okay, now, which is the one ODOP product which comes to your head?
See, normally when you see the reach in the market, for example, for us, copper as a metal has done very well. Then brass as a metal, as an alloy, or the product what is visible in the market, it has done very well. To be honest, for example, ma'am, filigree is one of the best sellers in our Bhubaneswar store, very honestly.
Wonderful.
Very honestly. We promote a lot. Now what we have done is we've taken filigree to other stores, very honestly. We have been selling in almost 10 stores in the country.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so Bhubaneswar, as I said, is in a part of there because Jagannath Mandir is there. So one of the biggest category I can tell is we promote in form of everything, as an idol, as a jewelry, as you said, as a part of some kind of a tableware or utility product. It is done very well in our store. People love, they want to understand what is this product, where it is done. So we run a little bit of an iPad. What are the Karigar takes, what do you call it, the number of hours put, what is the legacy of this product. We try to educate people, run the video and show it to them and tell that this is what it is. So it is not only a product, there is a lot of value addition, that you are taking some kind of a part of an history, what are the Karigar is there, which region it comes to. That's what I think is that, as I said, we should take the product to a certain way and reach the right people. I think demand is there. We have seen, we have done in multiple kind of art and craft forms we have seen, and it is done very well. Probably past around 24 months, we have been opening a store every month, very honestly. So that is one of the reasons where we are able to take the product or take the art and craft, take it to the level of certain reach, I can tell. So still we are opening another 15 stores, so that we'll be another almost around 50 stores in the next couple of months now. So I think the art and craft, what we have in the deep roots in the country, I don't think so that people tell that there's no reach or there is no demand or something. I feel that if you are able to put it in a utility form, make the people understand. And we should not tell that art and craft is expensive. Unfortunately, you have the mindset. The moment we tell art, they tell that where do I put it, how do I put it. And second one is they feel that this is only for gifting. Okay? Or they'll tell any of the politicians that he wants to give to some foreign country, PMs or something. You know, we are not taking to our livelihoods. Okay, so we should also see in a part of, like rightly what you said, that instead of buying an X product, for example, how do I see that I can fit my way of livelihood, promoting an art and craft, and see that how do I make this a small portion or a small particular, instead of buying an X Chinese product or for a decor on your table, why can't we have a certain kind of art and craft product which we can have as a part and parcel and on our decor in our own way. It doesn't need that you need to have a very high-end product. It can be as small as 2 inches or 3 inches. And we do a lot of return gifts, very honestly. That also can be one of the very good thing that,
Yes.
For example, you have a small event or something going on. So instead of giving an X product or a Y, why can't we have a small quantum of and a piece of art? I cannot call it an art means what again I said. The mindset is that it's an expensive.
Yes.
So we can just be a small craft. We can give in numbers so that it can reach people. They give it to somebody. It's a chain that we need to see that how do we internally see that at a certain way we can promote.
Yes.
I would like to add something here. You said very good point that whenever art comes, handicrafts comes, we see it's very expensive. But we'll have to go back in our history. Handicraft kya tha? Kyun tha? Handicraft came into existence to meet our daily use. We moved to consumerism. We moved to technology-driven mass production. Handicraft was for masses, but we went for mass production of the goods. जब masses ने handicraft का use करना कम कर दिया, then only it became expensive. If it's production तभी बढ़ती है जब उस किसी की supply तभी जाती है जब आप उसका demand हो. डिमांड ही हमने कम कर दी, तभी उसकी सप्लाई कम हुई और तभी उसके प्राइसेस ऊपर गए. इसमें मेहनत लगती है, बट एक मेहनत को उतना राइटफुल अमाउंट भी चाहिए अपना पेट चलाने के लिए. उसके 10 ही प्रोडक्ट बिक रहे हैं तो वो अपना 1 महीने का खर्चा तो देखेगा हैंडीक्राफ्ट बनाने वाला. अगर उसके 100 प्रोडक्ट बिकते तो वो थोड़ी बहुत मार्जिन कम भी करता. When do corporates do their margin on per product less? When their products start increasing, sale increases. So we have to understand business of handicraft. हमने आज हैंडीक्राफ्ट का प्रोडक्ट लिया, हम उसे अपने शोकेस में जाके सुसज्जित कर देंगे, उसे यूज नहीं करेंगे. अगर हम उसे अपने डेली लाइफ में यूज करने लगे एज आर रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस, तब उसकी कॉस्ट नीचे आ जाएगी. So the problem will be solved there only. Yes, it will take time, but we'll have to be firm on that dedication, that I will use handicraft as our regular product, not as an item to be in showcase.
That's very, very important.
Actually, I have an opposite stand on it, and now I'm going to wear my investment hat. You have to position crafts as an investment, but you don't. I rarely have seen, I've never in my life seen a product, a foreign product. I'm using foreign because they're much more organized in respect of things, they know how to monetize, they're learning. We have not respected our crafts. They have come and got our crafts and are selling it all over the world. They will tell you this price is not going to come again. And whether, you just look at an example of a Rolex watch. The moment you buy it and step out of the showroom, it has a premium. And therefore, it has a rarity attached to it. Same happens with art, mostly. I mean, you can get prices wrong, but generally you buy art because it escalates. If you tell me that the value of this, I'm sure if it is plotted, has never come down. So if you tell people you're not going to lose value, they will see value in it. If you tell them that you're going to buy it and you cannot figure out what to do with it, for whatever reasons, they are not going to value it, because then they go into utility mode, and utility is a commodity.
That's true. So, parting shot, and then we will like to thank everyone. So go ahead, Shubham.
So, एक और चीज़ है, जैसे मैं मास प्रोडक्शन और कंज्यूमरिज्म की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैंने टी शर्ट का एग्जाम्पल दिया that it takes water to an extent. These items are most sustainable items. I have said in beginning also. Sustainability is a concept जो आज बहुत ही flag bearer की तरह लिया जा रहा है, but it is an age-old thing which we should learn from our handicraft and artisans which they used to practice. मटका से हम आज रेफ्रिजरेटर पे आए और आज हम एसी के बिना नहीं रह सकते. एसी की ज़रूरत क्यों पड़ी? क्योंकि हमने पहला एसी लगाया. वो पहले एसी ने 100 एसी की ज़रूरत हमें लगाई. उस पहले वाटर कूलर ने आज 100 वाटर कूलर की ज़रूरत पैदा की है. अगर हम मटके पे रहते तो आज भी मटके से काम चलता हमारा. So as society we have to be committed to promote handicraft, to go back to our roots. हमने या तो हैंडीक्राफ्ट को बहुत ग्लोरीफाई कर दिया है उसकी बड़ी बड़ी एग्जीबिशन लगा के, या तो हमने उसको बहुत ही एंटीक पुराना लाइक डाउन मार्केट ऐसे कंसिडर करना शुरू कर दिया है. Let's normalize handicraft. It is very important.
So let's normalize handicrafts. Your one big line to go back with.
Yeah, exactly. So I yet stick on to it that we are anyways using all these products in a different form. Why not just change our idea and use these products in a different design manner, you know? So I feel it would work, as he said. Sir said that, you know, I think every Indian household should have some handicraft with them, you know. You visit and you should recognize that, yes, this is a Indian house.
Not some, many.
Yes, this is, we find all foreign products. We rarely, find these Indian handicrafts in our houses. I feel an Indian home, you know, should, okay, हम इंडिया में आए हैं, हमको ये चीज़ यहाँ पर मिलती है. ऐसे करके, you know, I feel, yeah, it should really be.
So let's make it part of our lives now.
Right.
Safir, what do you have to say?
My answer to this is that, first of all, lawyers never give one sentence because they like to keep the discussion open. It just adds to their billing hours. Second point is that, you know, you have to position that value is not equal to price, but you're not doing that. The moment you start showing them value, man-hour, effort, the fact that the skills may not be available because the gentleman is now losing his eyesight and his hands are trembling, therefore it's a limited edition product. The Queen of England is still selling products. And we want to go and buy even the tea that she consumes. But we don't want to buy all the crafts that are creating in India, which are at ridiculous prices, because we have not created a perception of value.
What about you, Mr. Kumar?
I think we had a good journey, very honestly, from the way we started. We started as to be one of the, I think, the most successful startup what we had in India, very honestly. One of the good things what we were successful is, again, being a part of our karigars, promoting them from the lower end, trying to get more and more products, getting a more visibility of the product. I think there is a demand. We never had a problem in taking the art or any kind of a product and promoting in a certain way and getting into profitable business. So I think there is a demand, and I think we'll continue to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to also add by saying make it trendy. Unless you make it, you know, trendy to the young, and unless the government acknowledges handmade, they are doing it now, but, you know, acknowledges luxurious handmade and not just handmade, we will face extinction. We should be really proud of what our royals did, what palaces did, what our master craftsmen did, and we should showcase them as much as we showcase our Ayurveda or yoga or khadi. You know, in fact, in the moment you make it aspirational, inspirational, it'll last forever, which is what make it want to possess it.
But you know, one question I want to ask you, because that's my economic hat now, that is that why is everybody so obsessed with only the youth? You know, I'll give an example. I was doing a demographic study of the world. Do you know the richest people in the world are old? They've got a lot of money to spend.
I have a big issue.
They have
with
a lot
that.
of money to spend. They have billions and billions. Yeah. You know what they're doing right now with their money? They're acquiring companies, left, right, and center.
I agree with him, because whenever I sit as a PR professional in a meeting and they say that our target group is 45, I say I'm 55 plus, I still buy. So that's a fact. Thank you, panelists, and I'd like to request anyone, if anyone has a question here for them, we'd like to open the panel to questions. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vijay, Safir, all of you, Shubham, and I always, Vigyani. I always get confused between Vigyan, Vigyani, so thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. I think the session brought in so many views, facts about our culture and traditions. All of us enjoyed this session and got many insights. It is through session like this where all of us get a chance to embrace our culture. So let's give a huge round of applause for this session. So we'll proceed with our next session within few seconds. I request everyone to be settled down as we are starting with our next session, and for the networking connections you can have it outside the venue. It's a kind request. So starting with our next panel discussion, the role of tech in building outcome-driven programs. I would like to invite the speakers for the next panel discussion of the role of tech in building outcome-driven programs. Our chief guest of the session, Mr. Vishal Thakur, Head Tech for Good Initiatives, NESCOM Foundation. Special guests and speakers, Ujjwal Relan, Chief of Staff to Founder and CEO, Samagra Consulting. Ms. Surashri, Founder, Yearbook Canvas. Mr. Yash Agrawal, Founder, Prophecy and Public Policy India. Ms. Poonam Jha, Enterprise Account Director, Salesforce. Prinal Mittal, Director, Unity Group. And I would like to invite Mr. Moseb Malik, author, awarded by Lieutenant Governor Jammu and Kashmir, to continue with the session as a moderator. The panel has been designed in the background of advance in technology, which have usually not been welcomed with open arms in the development sector, since it is looked at with suspicion in terms of take-up of the technology by implementation staffs in CSOs, as well as the cost involved. However, the panelists have successfully worked with the integrating tech in social development programs and can showcase multiple success stories of increasing scalability and accessibility of this program while reducing costs. The session will be made moderated by Mr. Mosbik Malik.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musab Malik, and I am the moderator for today's session. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for being here. It's my pleasure to be a part of this conference. The chief guest of the panel discussion is Mr. Vishal Thakur. He's a seasoned leader, passionate about using technology to drive social change. He has 22 plus years of experience in IT leadership and sales across the globe with an executive MBA from IIM Kolkata. As the head of Tech for Good at NASSCOM Foundation, Vishal is dedicated to enhancing the growth of community sector in India through the use of custom-made apps and digital processes. Vishal worked 12 plus countries across the globe. He currently leads several programs for NASSCOM, including Big Tech, which is the largest software donation program for NGOs, and Solution for Goods, which focuses on developing apps for social needs that can impact communities at large, tech-based social incubation. And the speakers for the panel discussion are Ms. Ujjwal Reelan. She is the manager at Samagra, a mission-driven governance consulting firm. Currently, she is chief of staff to founder and CEO Gaurav Goyal, focusing on overall organizational effectiveness and growth. At Samagra, Ujjwal has worked on large-scale systematic transformation programs with dynamic bureaucratic leaders across the domains such as education, health, service delivery, COVID-19 management, amongst others. Over the last 5 years, she has worked with the Government of Haryana, the Government of Uttar Pradesh, and the Government of India, a gold medalist in computer science engineering from Netaji Subhas University of Technology, NSUT. Ujjwal worked with Microsoft and directly before pursuing the Young India Fellowship from Ashoka University. During the fellowship, she got a chance to work with government schools in Uttar Pradesh and experience the gaps in Indian governance firsthand. This experience of looking at governance play out at the grassroots level, combined with urge to drive impact at scale through good governance, brought her to Samagra. The next speaker is Ms. Sureshri. She is the founder and CEO, TEDx speaker, motivational speaker. She is the founder of Yearbook Canvas, India's #1 yearbook, educational merchandise and community platform for students and alumni. The next speaker is Mr. Yash Agarwal. He's a public policy professional with 5 years of experience across Twitter, the Indian Parliament, consulting and running a career startup service. He currently serves as the founder and CEO of Prophecy, a consultancy focused on providing core advisory services to various partners within broader policy space in India. He's also engaged as a consultant at YLAC, where he helps design educational programs and build out communities with a focus on enabling meaningful policy career for thousands of young Indians. At PPI, publicpolicyindia.com, a knowledge platform dedicated to the cause of public policy that he found 3 years back. They make public policy issues engaging and accessible, with supporting thousands of young Indians to make a career in this space. Before that, he worked as an associate consultant at Chase India. Earlier, he worked as a LAMP fellow to 4-term state cabinet, Minister of Assam, and current member of parliament. He also had the experience of working with Government of India, National Institute of Advanced Studies, BJP's National President's Office, Tech for India, amongst others. The next speaker is Ms. Poonam Jha. She's a business development professional with Versatile Versace, running a legacy milestone in acting, modeling pageants as Mrs. India Beautiful, Mrs. Delhi, Ms. Maharashtra, Ms. Nagpur, to name a few, and a charming moderator at prestigious fashion events and award ceremonies. Passionately committed to sensitizing the cause of breast cancer by her close association with various NGOs. The next speaker is Mr. Mrinal Mithal. He's a director of Unity Group who advocates for modernism and technology while coverting knowledge. As a young entrepreneur, he's determined to expand the horizons of real estate industry and transcend its current boundaries. Having done his computer science engineering from University of Illinois and then his MBA from IIM Bangalore, he relies on data, research, and analytics to replace the haphazardness with consistency and efficiency. The Unity Group is a 25-year-old business based out of Delhi that works in real estate development, education, hospitality, and retail, and healthcare. They have delivered over 15 million square feet area while being one of the only zero litigation real estate companies in the country. His leadership style aims to bring out a paradigm shift towards a technology-driven model, even in the traditional asset-heavy industry, by using the right tech solution, focusing on innovative financial models and collaborating with suitable organizations and startups. Without further ado, I'm really excited to hear from our panelists on the topic, role of tech in building outcome-driven programs. And I would like to go with the very first question, and that is, social development programs are often criticized for not inculcating technology at the core of their processes. So I would like to ask everyone their opinion about this and if this is true. Please. Anyone can take lead.
Yeah, so I really believe that the social initiative programs out there need a lot of backing of tech, and it is right now unavailable, okay? Because I think tech is being utilized extremely heavily out there in startups, in businesses, in war, and whatnot. But when it comes to social initiatives, when it comes to NGOs, when it comes to taking something to a higher level, technology is something that is lacking. This is something that I have myself experienced and something that I am trying to change with my startup as well. So just to give you a little bit of background, of course, he talked about Yearbook Canvas, and we are creating an education community online. But as I see, the education community in itself needs to be self-sustainable, needs to have this ecosystem, may it be government schools, may it be private schools. This entire ecosystem can be supported via tech, but this tech infrastructure itself is not there. This tech infrastructure itself is extremely lost. So of course, I think there is extreme scope for including tech, for including applications, for including web-based things, for including AI into the entire social initiative construct.
So, so basically as Samagra, we work with the governments, and our basically theory of change is to create impact at scale by working with the governments. So at that scale, at that complexity, at the diversity which India possesses, it's just not possible to reach the last mile and be effective without the use of technology. So we almost see it as an imperative, and in the last, while this has been the case and there's still a long road to cover, but successes of, say, what CoWIN has done for the country, for UPI, we are seeing examples of how it can be transformational. Technology will always be a means to an end, not the end in itself, but it is extremely important to kind of leverage it effectively. Secondly, as we all understand, smartphone usage is just increasing manifolds in the country. Even the people that we are trying to help, support, or empower on ground are today using technology. We all, like what we know is by 2026, we may reach 1 billion smartphone users. So most of India is now associated with phones, so it's not possible to not use technology to reach them, to empower them the way each of us are trying to do in our own ways. Lastly, just to take an example from one of our programs. So in Haryana, say, what we realized was that we were speaking in the previous panel, there were a lot of government schemes that there are, but people don't know about it. They're not able to access it easily and so on. So if I take example of Haryana, there are more than 500 schemes and services, from a ration card to an electricity connection to a subsidy for an agriculture, for a farmer. There are multiple schemes. As a normal citizen, It's just not possible to know what is there for me. So there we brought in a platform that empowers now the entire service delivery machinery of the state, where for me, there's a one-stop solution, whether it's a physical service delivery center or whether it's an online portal. I just go and apply. I don't care whether it's the food and supplies department that offers me ration card or whether it's the social justice department that offers me pension. I, as a citizen, want to avail a scheme, and there's one place, and that can only happen by having a platform at its core that offers all of these schemes and services through a single platform. Otherwise, it's just not possible. So just an example how technology is a must-have, and over the last 10 years, we have made massive progress, still a long distance to cover, that all of us will have to effectively work towards. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I'll just add one perspective to this. I'm sure, Ujjwal, Vishal, and all the co-panelists would add to this. Until recently, I used to work for Twitter, and I used to lead Twitter for Good, which was our vertical on philanthropy and strategy and partnerships. And one thing I noticed was a lot of nuance to what we were discussing, in the sense, if you think of different stages of programs with nonprofits in the broader social impact space, say ideation, design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, right, what have you, I think organizations are very differently placed and prepared depending on which stage are we talking about, right? So if we talk about something like an ideation, right, or even a program design, like, I'm using the word program from a very broad perspective. I know nuances are there, but just to simplify things, I think organizations have caught up in terms of something as basic as using Google Forms or something, right? Just for a broad level survey or a dipstick or something, or I've come across hundreds of NGOs wherein they might not have resources, but just by virtue of having an NGO status, they get access to tools for free, like say a Canva or something, right? That sense of awareness is there, right? This sounds very trivial for us, but for them, I mean, we know that comms is not a good to have, it's a must-have. Just an example, right? So in the early stages, they're there, right? But when it comes to, say, implementation, right, it's a very different challenge, right? Especially with tech-led products. Take telemedicine or online counseling or what have you, right? Again, monitoring evaluation, given it's how technical an art, the challenge there is with human resource personnel, right? They're difficult to afford, right? Expensive, rare to find, and so on and so forth. So I think there's that just slight element of nuance, and I'm sure we'll discuss more, but yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here today. Very important topic, and greatly it touches all of us as a society. First, broadly, we need to understand what does social development programs mean, first place. So this is nothing but, trying to reach the greater good of the society, where we try to penetrate the society to a level where who exactly needs the development. We need to recognize how do we actually touch those people's lives, who needs it, and how can we help it, right? Now, understanding that this is a country which is an emerging developing country, and with the kind of population that we have. Now, although we understand that the government has millions of policies that is being run, conducively, but to make, and there are NGOs or non-profit organizations like yourself, and there are many others, right, which touch there are various touch points. But what we need to understand is it's humanly, manually not possible to reach the outreach that we require for social development holistically to be achieved. Without technology's help, this is not possible. When we talk about AI, ML, and how we navigate through the conversation, I'm sure a lot of us will be talking about it in detail. But coming back to the question that you had, right? The question was around if I agree that at the core implementation level, is there, and we are kind of accommodating technology right away. So I kind of have a divided opinion here. I feel that yes, we are much better than what we were 20 years or 30 years back. We are definitely better now when we talk about unique identification or the DPT formats, how we have linked Aadhaar card and unique bank accounts. Of course, this is possible only with the help of technology and AIs, right? So definitely government has taken initiatives. We are implementing technology at the core level, but definitely there are certain gaps. Now when we talk about digital literacy, we now understand that all these schools, institutions, majorly, of course there are definitely areas of improvement. There are rural places, there are rural activities that we need to touch upon, but definitely we are much better than what we were before, 10 years, 15 years down the line. When we talk about digital literacy, when we talk about penetration in the society with our technology, with all the AI capabilities and the products that organizations like us are developing on a day-to-day level, and how we are trying to improvise our social responsibility, But there is a lot more that has to come. So if I talk about my opinion, we are better than where we were, but definitely there is a scope or there is a gap that we need to achieve. Yeah, thank you.
Hi. So one of the points I think that came up was about the would people want to accommodate technology, right? Like anything that gives efficiency, why not, right? Like naturally everyone wants to achieve efficiency, any kind of better metrics, KPIs, when it comes to social impact or be it non-social impact too. Any kind of service that you're providing, any product that you're making, essentially you are adding value to people's lives. And that essentially is a social impact of some sort. So definitely people would want technology to be a part of social impact, but the challenge then that comes is the financial costs related to it. There's a certain capex that a lot of these companies are unable to take care of, or all of these organizations are unable to take up. And somehow we believe that it is the role of the government to kind of cover that capex. One of the points that came up was the ideation stage. A lot of these startups have possibilities of getting free services from Canva, likes of it. But the challenge then again is that the role of another startup or another company to fill in that gap, or is it the role of the government, or is it the role of the civil society to fill in those gaps? So India is a developing country right now where the capex has always been an issue. Getting loans from IMF or all of these other bigger organizations has been a struggle for the country. But lately only we've gotten like NHAI, for example, giving out getting ECB loans, getting loans at very cheap rates to actually fulfill those capex divides. And I'm sure like in the next few years, we'll see a lot of that divide being fulfilled by these innovative models that come up. And again, like tech would definitely be there as part of social impact then.
So tech and in a social context, right? When we work and look at any social enterprise, especially NGO, right? Tech seems like that a 11-pound gorilla who is sitting in a house and nobody wanted to address it, right? It sounds expensive. It sounds so complex that nobody want to touch it. And they say, it might be an enabler. We will use it when it comes, right? And then the second question is where we will get the money for doing it, right? Who will be doing it? Am I doing it right or wrong, right? And I'm telling you all this thing because when I come from 22 years from tech background and decided to start working in India for social sector, left everything and then decided to work for social sector, I was looking at the NGO who is ready to pick this thread, right? And then I find out NESCOM Foundation is saying that we are leading as in tech for good. I said, okay, they might be the right guys, right? And then let's go and see, what we are doing. When you go and look at NGO, they all are struggling to first find out a funding source, right? And then they themselves are trying to solve a complex problem on ground, right? That problem itself is so complex, and then on top of it, if you put a tech agenda on their head, it's never-ending story. How would you make it possible? You can make it possible by started thinking about it. It is something like when we were growing up and Facebook was coming, we were having two options. Do we really want to use it and learn it, how to use it? The answer is if you don't use it, you will get obsolete, right? Same is the tech, same is the digital journey which is starting in India, and it's way advanced in a Western world. I spent 20 years in US. Every business, when they start thinking, they think about tech first and then they plan, right? Similar is the programs, right? Last 2 years, right, when I was involved in literacy programs, skilling programs, woman entrepreneurship programs in a rural space, every time we ask a basic question, are we putting a tech in place or not, right? Are we trying to think that it is expensive and we need to use somebody's product? Answer is no. Let's try to think what is available as a digital infrastructure given by government, right? Our government is doing so much work on a digital public infrastructure, which none other government is doing as of now, right? Means UPI is one of the biggest example, and then ONDC is another one when it comes to e-commerce, right? And are we trying to start
thinking about it when we are designing the program? Are we embedding it as a part of a program rather than a separate line item as an infrastructure cost, ICT cost, right? Till the time we are thinking like that, it won't come as a natural process of a part of a program. And none of the CSR heads I saw so far, and I've interacted, means we cater 14,000 NGOs in India when it comes to software donations and enabling them. We talk to CSR heads day in, day out. None of them are against it. It's just, if you start putting it separately, that I'm gonna put a CapEx as an infrastructure or the tech, then they have a problem. If you embed it as a part of, this is my sustainability, this is my learning, this is my platform, which will enable all the program which we are executing, then they probably might be fine.
Well, I certainly do agree to all of the points that were shared. So I just give a very basic example. Back in Kashmir, we were doing some programs in collaboration with a couple of NGOs. So the very basic example I'd give is Google Sheets. So what traditionally the NGOs back there were using, they were using the paper form. So it was very hard to collect the data and make sense out of it. So what we recommended was how to use Google Sheets and how to operate them, a very basic thing. And the very second advanced level, sort of an example I can give is recently there was a sort of a project related to drug addiction. So the sort of a challenge we faced back there was that a lot of people were reluctant to show up. They wouldn't want to, a lot of the people were like, okay, we don't want to show up because we don't want to, show our faces. We don't want people to know that we are addicted to drugs. So what we did was we sort of created certain bots that were integrated with the ChatGPT's OpenAI APIs of ChatGPT. So that way we were somehow able to, I'm not a tech guy, but I'm just giving a brief overview about the tech and how it can help. So we were able to impact around 500 youngsters. So that's a huge thing for us. So yeah, I mean, when tech can be at the core, we can have a greater impact. So moving forward to the next question, nonprofits often quote that tech integration in their companies can be expensive, and therefore they are not incentivized to integrate tech. What are your thoughts about it?
I'll take this first.
Yeah.
All right. See, so just to give you a little profile, I'm working as an enterprise sales director at Salesforce. So when we talk about Salesforce, this is a US-based MNC. We have a special price book when we talk about emerging countries, right? Now again, when we talk about emerging countries, there are different domains. When I talk about non-profit organizations, right, we have a different price book. Now this is all commercial that I'm talking about. So we have a different price book when we talk about different SKUs, when we talk about these kind of NGOs and all. The challenge here, however, that we face, and I have faced, at least when I interact with these NGOs, are that their expectation is that somebody should be absorbing that cost, right? Now when we talk about tech products, we need to understand, and it's a very imperative understanding we need to have, that as a SaaS-based product, like for example, my technology is running on cloud, right? Which I have to customize and configure to meet your business needs, right? Now, as a NGO, you would want to, I can take an example of any rampant NGO. They want to reach out to the donor database, somebody who's wanting donations for a child, girl child, or women welfare, or maybe a tuberculosis preventive camps and all. Now we understand the database that they want to reach is humongous, right? And we have a lot of regulations at the back end. Now, if you want to run a campaign, for example, an SMS campaign or an email campaign, you want to reach to these people, or even a WhatsApp campaign, understanding there is a cost which is related to it. Although as Salesforce, I can lower, or maybe till a certain point, I can put my prices at a floor pricing. We need to understand that there are regulations in India. There can be a TRI, there can be a DLT, there'll be a lot of other areas, right, which we also need to incorporate, where we cannot negotiate beyond a certain point, where we actually require the government to support this majorly. Because as an organization, there is a limitation to my price book. We need to customize, configure, we have a lot of technical efforts when we talk about the product teams that we put in. So this is a challenge that I have personally felt. They love the product. They understand that the break even or the ROI analysis that when we give to them, right? They understand that, if I just implement Salesforce here, for example, I am representing the marketing cloud for Salesforce, right? So they understand that, oh, this is really going to enhance my marketing capabilities and stuff and all. The product demonstrations are great. The walkthroughs are great. They understand that, yes, this is really going to help me and get the kind of ROI, get the kind of outreach that they are expecting, right? But the moment it comes down to the cost, their plain expectation is that Salesforce as an organization should be absorbing the cost. So definitely, if I talk about incentivize, yes, there should be programs, right? But as an organization, because I'm working for a tech company, I need to understand that at the end, all my products are designed in a way to make profits, right? I cannot give you my product all for free, right? Although I understand that this is for the greater good for the society, I can definitely enable and we can make policies within our organization where I can give you a special price book, or I can, if I'm charging an enterprise like a retail company like an XYZ, I can give you a -3 or a -5 here. But what we cannot do as an organization, as a tech organization, that give it for free or to absorb this cost. So, this kind of incentivization is really the need of the hour, where I feel that there should be special lobbies which should be made, where these NGOs should have an open dialogue with the government and the policy makers, because we as the background tech people, we cannot really help beyond a certain point. There has to be policies, because we also understand the kind of population this country has and the kind of database that they want to run campaigns on 3 crore database. It's not possible for me to run a campaign on 3 crore database. I can give you a POC, right? I can give you a free POV for at least for 3 months. But what do I do with the cost that I'm incurring for the development of my product, right? I'm paying to TRI for sending you SMS campaigns. Where do I absorb it for? So we need to understand that. What is my personal suggestion is that I have lost a lot of deals with, non-profits myself. So this really touches my heart, that when we know that this is going to help you to kind of, increase your footprint, we don't land up anywhere. So this kind of incentivization is required, where some similar kind of dialogue should be happened between these NGOs and the government, and we are more than happy to incorporate them from the organizational point of view. Thank you. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I certainly do agree to that. Certain sort of discounted prices should be provided if you're selling a service to sort of a non-profit. So it should be, you cannot sell it entirely for free. You also incur some costs. So you should, definitely non-profits should understand, and other, sort of a different thing maybe government can play a big role into this. I certainly do agree to that.
I'll just add a perspective which builds on what she just mentioned. There are a lot of, and I've been running a non-profit myself for the last 3 years, right? And even while working with hundreds of these organizations while at Twitter, I used to joke with friends that one of my jobs was giving away like 15 lakhs in ad credits every day. Like the point being that, be it a Meta, be it all of big tech, or even some of the largest organizations which have foundations of their own, NASCOM included, right? We have dedicated resources, right, which is exclusively for utilization by non-profits in their day-to-day operations, right? Some of these are platform exclusive. So like if you're on Twitter and you get an ad credits for say $1,000, you can just use it to run ads so that you can raise more funds, right? Channel more resources your way and reach out to more people, right? While some of these might be platform agnostic, right? So say something like what an Azim Premji Foundation might do, or there's a whole host of nuances to that. But the larger point being, I think a lot of this is also an awareness issue, right? There are a huge chunk of resources out there which are earmarked just for non-profits and their utilization, which are completely for free as well, right? But most non-profits that I talk to and people who work in this industry, they're not aware of it, right? They know about like some discount here and there, but they're exclusive, resources just for their use, which goes unutilized, honestly, right? So if maybe I'm getting ahead of the subject, but if you could have some sort of a platform wherein, all of these resources are just listed for the sake of awareness and nothing else, right? By organizations themselves, that hey, this is for you to use and this is what we provide. Maybe that would help.
Yeah, and just to add that, big tech, if you search for big tech, we are the largest software providers for NGO. So you will get a sometimes free or very highly subsidized rate for the softwares. And what we do as a part of big tech is we go out to the corporates and try to negotiate and then try to see if those products, tech products can be available for NGOs in there, right? Yes, so this year we have taken an agenda as to, when I was going through a database of NGOs, then I realized 80% of NGOs are non-FCRA certified, right? And most of our softwares there are coming from US companies and all, so they wanted to give it to only FCRA organizations. So we are trying to make more and more information available. That's one of our agenda, as to let's list down what are the possible options people have when it comes to tech, right? Can we also add an element of open source? Rather than going to the big products, means why do you need a fancy product, you know, to start with? Why cannot you start with something which is open source, maybe give you a good runway for first 3 years, right? The only thing, you might come to a point where you will not start seeing a data cumulative in your organization. Then we will think about, you know, moving towards platform. Before that, I think the pointed solutions can work out for you. And that's how we are envisioning it.
Just actually want to just build upon what just Vishal mentioned. So basically, so what Poonam shared, that there are solutions that can come at discounted rates. The multiple solutions that NASSCOM is bringing to the table. There are multiple solutions out there. Open source is another, like, third arena to explore. So increasingly we are listening about digital public goods or public goods that can be leveraged by organizations. And there are, just to give an example, like monitoring is something extremely important to not-for-profits. And there are, say, solutions in open source like Metabase, Superset. It's just about giving that mind share to explore the solutions, and that there are free solutions or open source solutions that can be used. But at the same time, just would want to build upon what Poonam and Yash mentioned, that open source is also not equal to free. It will, of course, reduce the hassle of maintaining, evolving a software which requires a lot of capabilities inside a firm, which small not-for-profits may not be able to afford. But if you can build upon open source, have a basic engineering team that can leverage that open source, the cost can definitely reduce, but it will never be a zero-cost game. It's just about identifying that tech is important, and then giving it the right budget, giving it the right mind share, is a non-negotiable, and then cost can always be brought down with the variety of solutions available in the market. And open source is a big kind of lever increasingly, and multiple other solutions are available, but the mind share and cost cannot be compromised. Then it will never become a core means to the way of working, which is important now given what we discussed in the first question.
Of course, so just taking your point a little ahead, I believe that there are multiple things that are available out there. But the biggest issue that I find with NGOs or with social impact initiatives and tech is the mindset. That's the first biggest thing, because we talked about open source and then we talked about giving the products at a lower cost and everything. I'll just give you my example, because I am somebody who believes into inclusivity, and I am somebody who believes into everybody should have all the tech products if they are available at your end, right? And we launched a product for NGOs in between, which was making their merchandise, and I'm talking about the bigger NGOs. I'm not even talking about the smaller NGOs. I'm talking about this bigger NGOs who have billions of dollars of CSR funds with them, right? And we were supposed to make the merchandise and put it on an online platform. We were going to do everything, and then we were going to do revenue sharing with them. What we only needed in this case was a confirmation and to sign an MOU with them. But because as soon as you say tech and as soon as you say platform, the mindset just goes into something that's extremely complicated, which it is not. And of course, I think there are multiple layers of decision making into these kind of organizations, which really hampers the growth. So if this decision making and if this mindset, if there are ways to change these things, then I know there are people out there who will support, who will give you the tech support. Just this mindset needs to change. And there's one more perspective that I want to bring to this discussion, which is the perspective of inclusion. I am a big advocate for inclusion, of course, for people with disabilities as well. And I really, really think that technology can be a huge benefit, can be a huge boon for everybody to feel included, for everybody to get the right knowledge, everybody to get the right empowerment. I myself have struggled so much, to know the various schemes by government, to know various schemes for people with disabilities, and till now I haven't been able to find a solution to that. So I believe that if we are looking at empowerment, if we are looking at inclusion, and if we are looking at an overall economical growth as a country, including tech in the minutest of things, by the smallest NGOs, the biggest NGOs, in any social impact sector, including education, is extremely important, and it is not at all very expensive. Just the mindset and the decision making needs to change.
So interestingly, everyone spoke a lot about big tech, using computers, using AI, technology, etc. But I'll give you an example of something which is low tech, something which is more like very easily usable by people, like even like it's just a refrigeration platform, like a fridge basically. So this company we recently invested in, they make affordable fridges for small farmers. The idea being that, once a farmer is larger in size, they have enough capacity to go for warehousing options. Refrigeration is always possible, but it's the smallest of farmers that actually face all the issues. So essentially, they have a very interesting model, which is a B2G2C, where it is the NGOs and the government which buys the refrigerators from them and then gives it on to the consumers, which are the farmers. Now, so what has happened is they have a year-long lineup of like orders already pending. They have they say like if let's say they could make like 500 of those refrigerators in a year, they already have orders for like almost 1,500 or 2,000 refrigerators. So if you think about it, they should not be needing any kind of money. They should not be needing to raise money. But now what has happened is that all that money will come to them only once that order is fulfilled. Right? Like that is where the lack in technology, like I mean, even if there is technology, people can't access it because they don't have the money to access it that time. Even if someone's sponsoring that technology, they can't access it because that money comes in after the delivery is done. So a lot of these softwares, for example, a lot of times what happens is that you can give it to an NGO, but they sometimes just are unable to access it because of those kind of challenges. Like FCRA, like registrations, maybe if we could provide a way to either like get the US government or like the companies in the US to understand maybe that in India, FCRA doesn't work. We have a different form of registration. You should start accepting it. Again, like a very big challenge, but maybe we, as enterprise companies, we could start or enterprise foundations, we could start focusing on those kind of avenues as well. Apart from, again, like building platforms to kind of get access to people for these kind of resources, that is very important. But again, the policy lobbying is very important too on the other side. And I'm sure a lot of people, I'm sure you must be doing a lot of that.
Yeah. So the people who sit on the corporates, right? Those big corporates in a wearing a white collar job and all, for them social sector is a donation. They just click donate. That's it. They don't understand there's a people who work. This industry has, and I'm telling you because I was also sitting on that side. They don't buy all this thing. All decisions, even if you push any corporate, I'm talking about the big one, Google's, Microsoft's, all the big one. You push any level, all the decision goes back to US, and then it comes back to India, and that's how it happened. What we need to do is we need to work with the Indian corporates, and we need to work with the Indian product companies, and we need to ask them to kind of start coming out. Apart from CSR activities, start donating your softwares. That will reach out to masses, and that will be a very cost-effective solution for social sector people. And that's what we are trying to do from last 2 years. We are still not successful, but we will be at some point of time.
Yeah, I do have 2 examples of the companies that do provide their softwares for free and they don't require an FCRA. The first one is Grammarly and Canva. So these are the 2 companies that I these are the 2 sort of services that I use, and they don't require an FCRA. So moving forward to the last question of the session, with the rollout of advanced tech around AI models, which are capable of driving advanced functions, how do you think social impact programs can be optimized for this future?
Yeah, maybe I just give you a very, everybody heard about OpenAI, right? I think at least from a social sector side, right, when you are building a program, ask OpenAI to, give you a concept note for your program. I am telling you it is very, very effective. So then you can start from there and you will get a very nicely written write-up for your concept by AI. Just keep clicking on regenerating, it will keep refreshing and you will get a very nicely note which CSR guys might really like it. You can start from there.
Just also taking a recent example, so like you mentioned the ChatGPT pilot that was done in say Kashmir and for drug de-addiction. Similarly, what can AI help us do? So one, technology is important to reach every last person that you can in a very standardized manner, like giving them that standard service and reducing human dependency and just helping get the best to the last mile. What AI is further enabling us to is how can we produce more personalized and more diverse solutions, and kind of just to take an example. So we work with the Odisha government, especially in the agriculture sector. So there is advisory to farmers, very crop specific advisory that has been going to farmers for many years now, which goes through IVRS. So for any, say, particular crop, a very standardized advisory goes to farmers every week. They receive those calls. 60% farmers out of, say, the nearly 50 lakh farmers that there are in Odisha receive those advisory. So there was Krushi Mela happening recently where all farmers were being made aware of the benefits that the government has for them and so on. There, what has been recently experimented, which basically a firm led, was a ChatGPT based pilot. So you have a lot of strong content at the back end that the government has, basis which this advisory is sent. Now using the ChatGPT basically APIs, all that agriculture expert content was hooked into ChatGPT. So ChatGPT by default cannot give very expert advisory. It can go wrong in multiple ways. But by empowering it with the right agriculture content, now a chatbot has been enabled for farmers. So nearly there are 10 to 15 lakh farmers who do have smartphones who can access. And through this, now a lot of customized advisory can happen. Like I can ask questions as a farmer, and not just people who have smartphones, but even for farmers who go to a near block kendra to get advisory, to get support from the field extension workers who come to them to advise them when should they sow their seed, what are the best practices in terms of pesticides. They can leverage that chatbot to get very, very customized advisory, which would not, that's where, say, AI can be very, very powerful. And now the government is scaling it up across the state. So AI can be used in multiple powerful ways to account for the socio-economic diversity that we have. In that particular pilot itself, we also used Bhashini. So Bhashini is like an open source tool that helps in language translation. As we understand, multilinguality is core to India. So what it has also helped in translating all of that advisory to Odia. So how do you give that advisory in Odia has been empowered through technology, which might have taken a lot of human effort and still you could not have reached that accuracy. But giving it the right content, using this language translation, we can now reach in Odia multiple lakhs of farmers, like I'm saying. So that's the power that it has. Of course, technology, AI, everything has to be used very mindfully. It can go wrong, but it's a strong means to the end and can be very powerful in creating solutions which are very inclusive, especially with the diversity that our country possesses.
Yeah, I do agree. The major challenge with these AI models, like particularly ChatGPT, is that it gives you very incorrect answers in a very confident manner. And I mean, you won't even doubt it. So yeah, but properly customizing it and giving it a sort of a data set that can eliminate this very thing.
Yeah, just adding that you can't trust technology blindly. Yeah. You have to use it smartly. So how do you empower it to get not just for AI, any technology? How do you use it has to be thought through. And it's not just tech will solve for anything that you want, but how can it, that there's a thinking that has to go behind. Like Surishri mentioned that mindset, that giving it enough importance. As much as you think about an operations professional in your organization, how much are you thinking about a technology expert? Like all that has to be brought in.
Maybe I'll just build on what she mentioned. I think technology like this can solve for known unknowns, right? We all know that something like an AI and automation solves for, what we call the 3Ds, so dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs, right, to the extent that we can. And even within that, so just building on the farmer example, right? So yes, if there's an advisory that is to go out, we only know that there can be, say, four types of weather events or something like that, right? There's a known unknown, right? We don't know which type of weather event it will be, but we know it will be one out of these 4, one out of these 6, whatever, right? Within that, we can trust the system enough for it to draw on its large language model, right? LLM, these are all LLM platforms. So, for it to spew out whatever relevant information is there. Point being, I think we can trust these systems to give us information, but not knowledge, if that makes sense, right? So very reliably it can inform us, right, from whatever little data set it has, that okay, this is what past trends tell us, and this is how this might be. So this is what you should do, right? But anything out of bounds, so for example, we saw that with the onset of the pandemic, all these banking models with decades of data, right, completely went for a toss, right? Because the rates of lending and interest rates and everything, it was like completely upside down. Even the data sets hadn't recorded something like this ever before, right? So that was an unknown, right? So I think while we're designing these systems, going beyond the basic level of, this can help us draw proposals for fundraising and what have you. Going beyond those basics, it's important to understand the limits very clearly, otherwise it can just go very wrong.
Yeah, so because we're talking about big data and we're talking about AI and how it can help social initiatives for the future, I think it can help social initiatives right now as well, extremely. Because tech currently, for, of course, people like us who are always connected via their smartphones, via their laptops, via Alexa, via everything, tech is extremely intrusive currently. Okay, if I sit here and I say I want to go on a tour to Maldives, for example, I am on the next minute going to get advertisements from various companies on my social media. I'll even start getting calls. This is how intrusive it is as of now. And I believe that this intrusiveness can be used in a better way if we start creating communities using the tech platforms and using the big data and using AI, where we are connecting the right set of people with the right donors, with the right investors, with the right companies, with the right CSRs, even with the right kind of people that can be affected and accommodated through this program, that can benefit through those NGOs. I think getting these communities created with the help of tech and then removing the stigma around that, that is something that is extremely important. Because of course, intrusion is happening. We send one message to somebody, we start seeing the advertisements on other platforms right away. So why don't we see, if we are facing an issue, why don't we see an NGO which is going to support for that? For example, if I am on road and if a dog has met with an accident, and there are NGOs who cater to that, right? So if I'm talking about that, why can't it just catch my data from that point and start sending me numbers for NGOs? It can happen right now. It's just that I don't think enough and more steps are being taken, enough and more knowledge is being shared, and enough and more awareness is being done. And I really think that this has to be a top-down approach rather than a bottom-up approach, because this is really going to help the entire society at large.
So I'll give you an example from like real estate. So most real estate is very different from every other project. So a lot of differences based on luxury, residential, commercial, etc., etc. But with the advent of affordable housing now, one of the things that has become is real estate is becoming commoditized. Almost all units in an affordable housing, be it two projects in vastly different geographies, they will look very similar. So right now, there is very little data available to us because there are very few projects. But using all those parameters, we're able to just identify what might be the right piece of land to build an affordable housing. So data that could go in would be like distance from the business district, closest business district, or like just business office areas, what kind of transportation is available, how many people are living in nearby geographies, what is their demographics, etc., etc. But now, like in future, with more data available, more AI being so powerful that you could easily access it. Then now another thing is right now, if I wanted to build a model for it, I would need to either hire a team or like get a consultant in. But with such kind of projects and with ChatGPT easily available, I could easily just plug in that data, ask it to give me the right answer. So those kind of social impact projects would become very easy with the impact of AI in it.
So I'll just summarize the discussion, if I may. I agree with all the eminent speakers, their points, right? I'm not going to be talking the lingo of technology here. I'm just trying to summarize the discussion. I'm not very sure the audience here belongs from the technology group or not, right? Just making it very layman-ish for everyone to comprehend and take away something from the session today. So there is something called human intelligence, and then we have something called artificial intelligence. Now the question that you asked is AI going to help, kind of propagate or maybe facilitate such kind of social development programs? The answer is an absolute yes. And it is the need. I'll tell you why. Now, as we talk about human intelligence, we have our 5 senses. We perceive data through these 5 senses, whatever we see, whatever we hear, whatever we touch, whatever we taste, right? Likewise, and then we process the data. We have a certain analysis that is basically based on our IQ and the EQ levels that we, as human beings, we process, right? Now, what is artificial intelligence? Because this is the talk of the town, right? Everybody is talking about ML, everybody is talking about AI. And there are either 2 reactions to this. One, either a person gets flooded with thoughts, gets overwhelmed that, oh my God, we are talking about technology. I am not the one who belongs to this group, right? So we need to change that mindset, because now we are talking about platforms which really requires no coding, no jargons. It is as easy to use as possible, and anybody without even a technical background can do it. And that's something that, because we are developing the products on a daily basis, we can talk about it with proficiency. Now there is something called artificial intelligence. Now what is this artificial intelligence? Now again, we have data that is collected through various sources. Now these sources, as an enterprise level, could be anything. There could be Google Sheets that we talked about, right? That could be hosted in your websites, right? That you are getting the PII, that the personal identification data, right, for a person. That Poonam has come to the website, she has left her contact details, and this is her email ID, and this is how I retarget her for these are the donor campaigns that is happening. Are you interested? There is an Assam flood going on. Are you interested to come and give your share here? So there, like Google Forms, there are manual forms. We have sales team in all these even non-profit organizations where we go to different sectors, and we kind of try to take the data from these sources, right? There can be a lot of sources again. Now what AI basically does is the data that is collected. Now data is nothing but the PII, the personal identification data, your phone number, your email ID, your address, somewhere that I can segment you, or I can put you into different stratas so that I can retarget you with what the information that I want to put. What you were just mentioning, right? That if you try to look for a travel for Maldives, what are we doing basically at Marketing Cloud is I am retargeting you. I am kind of emphasizing that you should make this purchase. I am influencing you to a level that if you suddenly become busy and you forget that you were just about to put it on cart, I am retargeting you on different channels, right? So you were on a website, now I'm sending you an SMS, right? Because what I've done is I have, through the cookie journey that you were there on my website, I have kind of captured your digital footprinting, right? Though I know that, okay, fine, so she's going to be opening her, so we have something called send time optimization, right? I know that you are going to open your email at 7 o'clock in the morning, while I know that she might open it at 10 p.m. So this is what? This is AI, which has human capacity, we cannot do it. So what does AI does basically is, there is a data, there are special algorithms that is run on the data. The end point is that we have to do a certain analysis on the data that is collected, right? And what do we do with this? There are 2 outcomes basically. One is the predictive behavior. As I said, the predictive behavior is that she is going to open her WhatsApp at, her propensity to open a WhatsApp is around 2 to 5 is when she's free, generally on her lunch break, and that's when she's going to start shopping on Myntra or maybe on a Nykaa, right? So one, what AI does is it gives you a propensity, right? That it tells you that, this is her, this is the time that you can retarget her. Second is the next best action, only on your behavior pattern. Now when AI is incorporated, right, the technology is incorporated, imagine the kind of immense difference it is going to make to the society. Now it's not humanly possible that, for example, there are tuberculosis preventive campaigns that the government is running. But if we can just analyze the data or the families living in a certain district or a BDA or whatever, right? The data is there, we understand that this is running through the genetics. Or, this family has been suffering with tuberculosis 5 generations back, right? Or this. So the propensity will be known. So when the propensity is known, then it is always that we say that, better than cure, it is prevention. Is what you know is that you will go and you will retarget only that segment. So what happens? Your bandwidth is saved. Your efforts are saved. The government's cost is saved. Because I may not be the right target audience for the government, right? I have got my BCGs, I have got my injections. I'm not the one that you should hit the door. But maybe somebody who's working for me needs that. So who does that segmentation and the strata and the zonal differentiation? So this is, if we do it manually, yes, we'll be there. I'm not challenging that. But if we do it through AI, where we know that this is the best next action that you should be doing, the outreach is going to be humongous. So the answer to this question is that artificial intelligence helps you immensely, and this is what we need to understand to make a difference to the society. So this is what I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I certainly do agree to that. AI is a new future. I mean, in the past you could, you could need a gazillion amount of people to do a single task, but today you can, automate everything, literally everything, with AI and with better results. So we are open to questions from the audience. Anyone with any sort of a question, please?
I think everybody here is very comfortable with tech and everything.
Yeah.
So I think there are, when it comes to NGOs, two basic things comes in mind, right? Where should I start my tech journey within my organization? Am I doing enough, right? What else I need to do, right? How can I do a fundraising, right? Two small things I just want to say, right? There is nothing called, am I doing it right or wrong, or how far I need to go. Two things you need to take care. When it comes to digital efficiency, meaning the operations which you are running as of now, are those happening on Excels, or are you able to see the collective data in a one shot, and can you make a decision out of it? If it is not happening, it means you still need to go a little far, right? You need to still put some more elements into it from a technology perspective. Second thing, when NGOs were originally formed, right, they were able to mobilize the data, mobilize the people, right? On the places where government was not able to do it, right? Right now that mobilization happen on digital space, through Facebooks, through digital media. So that's where the mobilization is happening. So it is important for you to learn how to do a digital marketing for sake of simplifying it, right? So that you can mobilize the more audience into it. So there are certain elements which you have to learn, right? One is on how to do your operations digitalize, and then second is how to get your digital marketing done effectively so that you can mobilize the funds, So those two things I just want to say.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Any more comments? So that should be it. Thank you so much for your valuable insights on the topic. It was wonderful having you here, and we'll proceed for lunch.
Just a second. We were left with the felicitation of guests, so we'll be having the felicitation first, and then we'll proceed for the lunch. I request Mr. Surinder Bakshi to felicitate our panelists. A huge round of applause for Ms. Poonam Jha. Actually, it was an enriching discussion. I think there is so much to take back from this discussion in terms of case studies and practices that we can do. Sir. Thank you everyone for joining for this session. You can proceed for the lunch. We'll resume at 2:30 sharp for our next panel discussion. Thank you all for being so prompt with the time. We will now move to the panel discussion on Indian hunger paradox, abundant food and high malnutrition, where we pick up the issue of hunger especially in the context of continuous media report talking about rotting food reserves in government godowns combined with reports of rising rates of malnutrition. I would like to invite our panelists to join us on the stage. Mr. Mohammad Asif, Executive Director, Plan India. Mr. Gautam Khatoria, Government Affairs Lead, Feeding India. Ms. Neelu Khurana, Director, QA House of Spices. Ms. Avantika Midha, Philanthropist and High Court Advocate. Ms. Nikita Ayya, Deputy Director, Kalinga Institute of Social Science. And please give a huge round of applause for our panelists. The chief guest for the panel discussion is Mr. Asif Mohammed. Asif sir joined Plan India in 2006 and took on a national role as Director Program Implementation in 2009. Over the past decade, he has ensured the successful implementation of over 500 development projects across India. With an aggregate budget of USD 250 million in partnership with more than 100 grassroots NGOs, among other success, the Saksham project for youth economic empowerment has transformed the lives of over 80,000 young women and men. He has been an active member of several working groups within Plan International and is the global chair of Plan's National Office Program Director Network. I would like to invite Mr. Rishi Kumar to felicitate Mr. Asif Mohammed. I would also like to invite Ms. Nikita Ayya, Deputy Director, Kalinga Institute of Social Science. She has pursued Bachelor in Political Science, Masters in International Relations, and PhD in Economics. She is a restless blogger, collaborator, and a plus-size and body positivity enthusiast. With her knack for writing and flair of creativity, she has overhauled branding at Kalinga Institute of Social Science. She believes in the power of teamwork and loves everything youth and the potential to change. I would also like to invite Mr. Gautam Khatoria. He works as the lead government affairs at Feeding India. Gautam sir has background in economics and is an experienced professional in the development sector. He began his career as a LAMP fellow to 5-term member of parliament. Our next speaker for the day is Ms. Neelu Khurana, Director QA House of Spices, a food industry professional with more than 20 years of experience in product development, QA food safety, production nutrition evaluation, audits training, content development, and team management. Winner of Miss Intelligent at Miss India International 2022. I would like to invite Ms. Avantika Midha, philanthropist and High Court advocate. She has transformed life of many girls by grooming their personality to become example in the society. Young girls mentored by her are today successful beauticians and makeover specialists. Her mission is to give confidence to young girls and empower them to become an example in the society. I would like to invite Avantika ma'am to moderate the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your introduction, Chavi. Just as you've introduced all of us, so I want to begin with my first question, putting here to all the panelists. Very good afternoon to all of you. So India is still considered as a hunger paradox after abundance of food in the country. I want to know, there are weaker sections of society, women, children, who are still struggling to have food, who are still struggling as malnutritioned. Why and how can we combat this problem together as a country? Mr. Mohammed can answer the question.
Yeah. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, before I start, let me express my appreciation and I'm really excited and no, deeply impressed with the conference and the lineup that the Samaavesh Global ESG Summit organizers have been able to create, and also I feel very privileged and honored to have to be part of this effort. So thank you, everyone. On the particular question related to the hunger paradox, I think, yeah, it's true that data is showing that there is a significant gap between the amount of food that our country produces and the persistence of malnutrition at all the three levels, at child malnutrition level, at adolescent girls, malnutrition within adolescent girls, and as well as maternal malnutrition. And all these can be done away with if we were to put our acts together. I think the first, I would say, a milestone step in this whole journey has already started this year with the Honorable Prime Minister inspiring the nation and coming up with the National Food Security Act, which will ensure that more than 81 crore Indians will have access to food security as an entitlement. So I think no, there is a strong, robust beginning that's been made at the policy and also in terms of availability of food to people, particularly people at the base of the economic pyramid. Having said that, I would also like to draw the conversation to other aspects beyond just availability of food, because hunger and malnutrition is also, and our experience, because Plan India has been working in remote districts with underprivileged families and communities, with mothers, with children, and we have realized that often there are other elements which define or which are at the root of hunger beyond just the access and availability of food. Things like many of the cultural practices, feeding practices which are there. Parenting has been found as something which needs to be improved. There are other areas where when the whole process of growth monitoring in terms of when a child is born, how is he being monitored on growth? Does the parents and caregivers and many other people who are responsible for the healthy development of the child, are they aware about the key milestones that the child needs to achieve? And if that tracking is happening, and if things are not looking good insofar as the growth of the child is concerned, what kind of remedial actions are being taken up? When does the child reach the NRC if the child is identified as severe acute malnourished child? So there are a whole lot of other elements which are important, and I think work needs to happen at all the fronts. Government, civil society, CSR partners, they've all been very much seized of this issue, and there's a lot of effort and focus that's coming. My thing is that the data, the type of jump that or improvement that the data should show is still not there. The recent NFHS data has shown that while there has been improvement, it's still some distance for all of us to go in that space. But I'm very convinced that we will be able to, as a country, as a nation, achieve that goal of a child malnutrition-free India, a maternal malnutrition-free India. Another very important point, just taking one more minute on that, which I'd like to just draw the conversation, is that while much of the focus on hunger has been related to food grains and availability of food, there is also an element of micronutrient deficiencies that are there, and quite often they are defined by, again, our food practices, our feeding habits. Culturally, we had a very rich legacy and history within our country of how the food, and especially in special occasions like festivals, like change of seasons, what type of food and what type of nutrition was to be created within the family and consumed. I think some of these conversations need to be also brought back, so that the hidden hunger, which is often called related to the lack of micronutrient that are needed, especially issues like anemia among women, or lack of many other nutrients which are very important for a healthy development of a child, of an adolescent, and for young and people and adults. Now, how does all this come together? So the thing is, there is a challenge of food redistribution. While the challenge of availability of food has already been tackled in our country, we are now a food surplus country, and so that challenge has been done thanks to the efforts of our farmers and the government. We now need to see how we can ensure that food distribution happens, touching the last mile, touching the most underprivileged, and the announcement of the National Food Security Act and efforts to that effect is going to make improvement in that space. But a lot of other things also needs to be changed, and that's where NGOs, corporates, civil society, citizens, we all need to play a role and ensure that we are, as soon as possible, the country is free from child malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answers. I think you have absolutely brought up all essential points, and wherein you've also described gender injustice and monoculture agriculture as well. So before I could put up a second question, I want to introduce Ms. Nikita Aya, who is Deputy Director. She is representing us today on behalf of founder, Telangana Institute of Social Sciences, and Member of Parliament. Before this, we want to play a video. Can we request to play a video here? Thank you.
In the state of Odisha in eastern India is a mega kitchen so enormous it's cooking up not just a few hundred, but over 50,000 meals a day. In doing so, it's contributing to the education of some of India's poorest children.
The Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, KISS, comprises KISS Foundation, KISS School and College, and KISS deemed to be university. KISS Foundation is an NGO based in India, headquartered in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. School, college and university are the educational wings of this initiative, located at the intersection of food, education and empowerment. Its higher education wing, KISS deemed to be university, is the first and largest exclusive tribal university in the world. KISS provides free education, accommodation, food and healthcare, sports and vocational empowerment to over 70,000 indigenous students, 30,000 students in KISS Bhubaneswar, 30,000 alumni, 10,000 students in 10 satellite centers in 10 districts of Odisha. KISS is a blueprint of Sustainable Development Goals 2030 in action. KISS is creating change agents for society. It is a unique educational initiative for social transformation and change.
Thank you so much. And my second question goes to Ms. Nikita. So I want to know how to eradicate hunger and malnutrition and the impact on the size of population that we are in this country, and how can CSOs play a major role in eradicating this? Could you please shed some light on that? Over to you. Ms. Neelu. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Avantika. My earnest namaskar to all the lovely, legendary and learned audience sitting here. What I am going to say is nothing new, we all would have heard, but it is just that when you learn to search things from a platform like here, and my heartfelt thanks to Anshul, who has been my very dear old colleague, for inviting me over here. And in the industry, I have been working in the background. This is my first chance that I am sitting here as an audience. So having worked in the food industry where there are a lot of CSR activities going on, and there is a participation from the cooperatives, from the government, and from the NGOs. And I learned this first at Walmart, and it was a beautiful association. And it was an eye-opening thing to learn, how much of the underprivileged section is there, and what cooperatives can do to fuel that as a place of hunger fulfilling, as a place of fulfilling a part of nutrition. I wouldn't say everything. Moreover, it is, I would first start my thing with an irony where India is a gateway to the entire world in terms of health and nutrition. Ironically, India is now leading in all the diseases you name, and we are the leaders into that, in all the negative leaders. And let us accept that with a little bit of shame. I do accept that. Now, coming to the question which Avantika has raised, first of all, the question which Asif sir has already briefed, that first is the awareness. Are we, as a well-educated or learned citizens, are we aware of the nutrition? I, coming from the nutrition background, when I deal in with the people and the knowledge they carry in present scenario, where you have so much available on Instagram, Facebook, XYZ platforms, there's a lot of misguided information. That awareness is first step, which needs to start with the school, with the parents, with the houses, with the CSOs, with the NGOs. That should be the first step. You start from your house. You teach your maid, you teach your children. That is how you are raising a better citizen. Second is that awareness should spread. And it cannot spread by one person. There has to be a collective source of information and a right, guided, and a measured information. Third is, most important is, availability of the food and the nutritious food at a cheaper rate. Wherein, it's an international year of millet, we all know, and the millet's price has soaring higher than wheat, right? Isn't that an irony for us, for a country like India, where we are surviving on millets way before we were born, and our grandparents were there. So that is one where we need to have those super high priced food at a very nominal rate, so that is available to the masses. Second is the energy dense food that we are consuming. We are so occupied. And let's also accept that most of the mothers today don't want to cook, number one, or they don't have the time to cook, and where we are largely dependent upon, the cooked food, wherein comes the responsibility of the corporates, of the food manufacturers, to have the right and the declared food being available to the people. For the CSOs and I think CSOs, no one can deny the fact, the role they played in the COVID. We all know There are so many NGOs which help the migrant workers, and the study shows that 62% of the workers were not aware that there's any such scheme, right? It was a goose-bumping information for me. And 37% were not knowing how that information, how that center can be accessed. So that is one, that is another thing, the area where we need to work upon. Another was that availability of the food. I mean, we all know whenever there is something, some event will be organized, there will be some negatives. And the beautiful initiative of the government of one ration, one card system, and another is add on to that, that linking of the Aadhaar with the same. We have seen some benefits of that. I think that is another thing wherein when link, most of the people will have access to that greater quality food in a qualitative way, not in a quantitative way. Education is second thing, and association of the CSOs with the corporates in the government with a more announced way. We all know where we work, where we stay. If you talk to your neighbor, most of the people wouldn't be aware that what is going on in the society. So I think that down the level information and awareness is a very much required thing in today's scenario. With this, I would like to hand over the mic back to Avantika and open for any further questions on this, Avantika. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering so well. I think you've almost covered all the points that so far we have gone through. So my third question goes to Mr. Gautam. India has seen a malnutrition crisis that is not always fueled by lack of food, but rather a problem of lack of nutrients in good food quality. However, we do not see this being discussed. Often when you think that you can solve this problem and how exactly we can eradicate this.
Right. Thank you for your question, and thanks so much for organizing this beautiful event and inviting me here. I think your question has two parts. Firstly, in terms of addressing the lack of diversity in our nutrients, right? I think Dr. Asif touched upon that as well. It's great to see the push that the government has had towards millets, towards energy-dense foods, but essentially, I think the first step we really need to make is reorient our thinking towards our dietary diversity. Even in like relatively privileged circles, like there's this story that my mother tells us like about how when we're kids, like if they wanted us to eat more food, instead of eating 2 rotis, they would tell us to eat 3 rotis, right? We're a very carbohydrate-oriented sort of society because of the prevalence of rice, prevalence of wheat, and it's important to rebalance that and look at other nutrients which will enrich our diets. But coming to the second and what I feel an even more important part of your question of why we don't discuss this enough. And I think that boils down to community messaging. We've seen this for some other causes which the government has actually been very successful with rectifying the community messaging around. Like, I think most of us in this room and even outside this room would have heard of like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao or Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, right? Like these causes became part of the social fabric of our country, and this helped the causes have exponential gains in a shorter period of time. So something similar is extremely necessary even for malnutrition. One little insight I had, like, so Feeding India is also doing a lot of programs at the ground level. So we have one program, which is an Anganwadi nutrition program, where we work with Anganwadi workers and we help provide millet-based nutrition supplements to the children and also do system strengthening around that. I had a very interesting conversation with this one Anganwadi worker where she spoke about her challenges with community messaging, right? So she spoke about how when she tells a beneficiary's parent that their child is malnourished and urges them to visit a doctor, she's seen there's so much readiness to go to a doctor for a minor scraped elbow or an injured knee. But similarly with malnutrition, since it's a silent killer, since it slowly chips away at your physical health, at your cognitive growth, there's not as much readiness until it's at a much later stage where the holistic development of the child has already been adversely impacted, and then the child is taken to a doctor at a stage where their immunity is compromised and a lot of their crucial growth in the first 1,000 days has already been missed out on. So I think like strong community messaging at an earlier stage at the ground level, as well as in rooms very much like this, are both important to like further this cause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gautam. So my last question. There has been gender injustice also, if we agree, and just as there have been young girls who've been married at a very early age. I feel one of the bold reasons of malnutrition is this as well, if you can agree to this. So what is there that we need to create an awareness amongst socially backward section of the society, weaker sections of the society, where we are not able to, where they're not able to meet two ends, where they're not getting food enough to grow mentally and physically? How would you want to tackle that situation, and how would you shed light on that?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing Dr. Samantha here. He's the founder of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. And what I'm going to bring here is a perspective of how this NGO specifically is tackling the problem of malnutrition and obesity. And the scale of it you have already seen, that there are 30,000 tribal children who are studying here in a residential campus, and they get their food, nutrition, education, vocational empowerment, sports, and everything together here. Now, when the average marriage age in India is around, say, 17 for girls, in Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, we have seen it is 24. Now, when the marriage age is pushed, that is where they have the education and awareness. And as all of them have commented about awareness, with education comes awareness about nutrition, about food. And I agree to it that child marriage is one of the primary reasons why there is malnutrition in backward areas. And the way to tackle it is education. Had Dr. Samantha been here, he would have talked about education as a weapon to slay all the ills that are present. And I also wanted to just highlight on one component here, that we have an indigenous control over nutrition here. So where there's talk about millets, we were doing millets, ragi, in Odia it's called mandia. We were doing it for the last 30 years. So these tribal children, of these 30,000, none of them are obese. So they have a very strict routine to which they adhere to. There is tribal food which is given to them. They feel at home in the residential campus as well. And they have too much of inclination towards sports. So they have a balanced diet and a healthy lifestyle along with sports. Just wanted to give one more information here, that 9 students from Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences have already participated in Olympics. And we have around 5,000 sports persons, and it is one of the, if Orissa today is said as a hub of sports in India, Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences is that hub in Orissa that is giving so many students. So whether it's rugby or it's chess, volleyball, sepak takraw, some indigenous sports also, they're doing really well. Coming back to your question again, we have 60% of girl students. We do empowerment, women empowerment at a level of that scale, and we also try to take in help from the government sector, from the corporate, and it is a wonderful collaboration between the 3 sectors to reach the cause that we are attempting to. So if that answers your question. And
Thank
if we
you so
have some
much.
scope, I would also like to play another video, which would just be highlights from a mega kitchen from National Geographic Channel on KISS that was done. Because when I say numbers like 30,000, 80,000, nobody gets to visualize it till they see it.
That's true, yeah. I think it's good to play a video if we can request for that. Chavi is taking care of it. But that is wonderful to know that your organization has been doing really well to bring up these underprivileged and privileged children.
I think we can go ahead, and whenever the video is ready, we can play instead of waiting for it.
She's just given a thumbs up. I believe they're playing the video. Yes.
Just to give an idea on the scale, 4 meals per day for 40,000 students. So it's around 1,60,000 meals every day. that's being cooked across various campuses of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences.
That is amazing. Wonderful to know that. I think the cumulative effort and the coordination among such organizations and societies can definitely bring in a change and create greater awareness, so that there can be more and more organizations and people like you who can help these children bring up better lives. Chavi, are we getting the video? Yes. So if you have also heard of monoculture agriculture, so which is, there was a policy when there would just be 2 grains and 2 crops. That is basically the staple food, rice and wheat. This is what we were here. So we have the video here. We'll continue this.
In doing so, it's contributing to the education of some of India's poorest children, empowering them to aspire for sporting glory and academic success.
I have been always searching to do something for the poor children.
It's a kitchen that helps make school feel like home away from home.
That is, in batch sizes of 8,000, 3 to 4 batches, we completed 25,000 meals.
Situated at the intersection of food and education, this is the mega kitchen of the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. Curry called dalma. Dalma is a typical dish of the region, made from boiling pre-soaked lentils and vegetables. It's not only protein-rich, but also rich in vitamins and minerals, depending on the vegetable of the day. Above all, dalma is traditional food that's comfort for thousands of children living far from their families. Dr. Samantha started Kalinga Institute in 1993 with just 125 students belonging to below poverty line families of indigenous tribes. The kitchen's nutritious food was one of the draws that attracted children like Mandakini and Muna to the school.
घर में तो इतना अच्छा खाना नहीं मिल रहा था और जब किस में गया तो किस से मेरे को अच्छा खाना मिला ब्रेकफास्ट से लेकर पूरा लंच तक डिनर तक क्योंकि घर का राइस तो वाटर राइस खाते थे बस वाटर राइस हर टाइम घर में तो कभी कभी खाते थे और कोई दिन तो ऐसे ही तो दिन में तो भूख में रह जाता है रात को खाते थे
2,400 kilos of chicken and fish every week and about 75,000 eggs a month. The entire floor plan was renovated to install steam cooking pipelines. This network weaves a web around the kitchen, reaching individual vessels to pump in steam. The pipes ensure there's no loss of heat. And everything cooks at nearly 3 times the speed it did before. The heights they may reach, the leaders they may become, and the dreams they may transform into reality.
Before I could just say for a round of applause, I think it was just coming from all of you. Thank you so much, and I think the world needs more of such organizations so that we can always see the brighter side of the world and children smiling here. So are there any more questions from the audiences that you would like to put for the panelists here? Can we have some questions from the audience? Or should I just, okay, there is one.
Hello. Yeah, a very good afternoon to all of you all. I just wanted to ask this question that how far do you think the value of nutrition depends on the quality of soil? Because I personally feel that it is the quality of soil that really influences nutrition, which is a major concern, as ma'am had mentioned, that a lot of diseases are being spread in India. I feel one of the core issues is the quality of soil, which is really depleting these days. The farmers these days have started using fertilizers. Organic farming has become a concept, advocated so in these days, but I believe it was like generations beyond this concept was already there. And so how far do you think I'm right on this?
I would like to take that question, being a biochemist and a nutritionist. A wonderful question, I must say.
Thank you.
So quality of soil is one of the major factors which affects the productivity and the quality of crop that you are growing into it, no doubt. Along with it, there are the farming practices and then environmental factors. So we are sitting in 2023, and let us learn the fact that these are the things which cannot be avoided. With the population wherein we top the world, and feeding so many people is not possible without that. And wherein you want, to order and you want things at a flick away, where you are living in an era of blanket that you want everything in 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, wink of an eye. Coming to how would you then cope up with that is more important a question. And I would humbly request, suggest and recommend to all the people sitting over here, whatever you are eating, I am from food industry, my statement is very negative to that, yeah? My directors would kill me off and kick me off. But I go with the motto and with the logo, whatever your parents, grandparents were feeding you, were eating in front of you, go with that. Eat ghee, don't eat oil. Eat mustard oil. Just kick off the refined oil from your food. And even kick off the so-called olive oil. You are Indian, you're born in India, you have that environment. You live in that environment, eat local fruits. Sitting in January, and if you're eating watermelon, you do not know what havoc you are playing with your own very body. I was a district level swimming champion, right? And it was all vegetarian food I had dwelled upon. I mean, my house did had a non-vegetarian, but I am not a very fond of non-vegetarian food. And what vegetarian food holds, you just cannot imagine what non-veg does the harm. There's a study, there's a biochemical study, which whenever you get time, and if you have interest, you may just search on the net and you will get a lot of interesting stories about it, right? That goes without saying, wherein the entire world is now talking about vegan. And don't go with the flow for everything. Go with the flow for certain things for sure, but not everything. And the only way in today's scenario to have best of the food, home cooked food. If you are carrying tiffin, so this is something which I think would give me all the ears sitting here, yeah? So when you are carrying food, home cooked food to your offices, try not to reheat it. May I repeat that? Try not to reheat it. Eat it. Slowly you will get the habit of eating the food like that. Eating, microwaving, the best way of cooking, I would say, is the gas cooking. We cannot have chulha, of course, right? So microwaving, if you can avoid, would be good. There is no conclusive study of any one pattern available in the databases. And even if it is not available, it would not be coming revealed to all of you. There are some dark secrets of every industry, right? So learn to live with that. And I hope I have answered your question also, right? You cannot expect the soil to do wonders. Organic, if you understand, or any food which is called as organic, requires the soil to be kept for 3 years so that it is able to reclaim its nutrient for 3 years. Do we have that patience? How will the farmers earn? How will the industry earn? So organic has become a fad. There are some organizations and some institutes which are really doing wonderful work in the organic farming. I will not name any organization that goes against the ethics of the industry, but you can search on the internet and that will help you, right? Yeah.
But ma'am, we can certainly make them aware that, the quality of soil is really depleting, and hence, they can work with an alternative method. Maybe they can use cow dung, which, they are just selling off. They're not using it in their farms. There are a lot of these methods that can be introduced and make them aware, because, initially the practices that were there, the younger generation are not even aware of it.
So I'll tell you what, when we talk about cow dung, it may be very useful when you are doing that in a very limited environment, like you are doing a balcony, growth or something like that. But if it comes to industry level or a farming, without the fertilizer, it's not possible. There are so many environmental factors which would not be able to be controlled without the use of the fertilizers or the organically or inorganically grown manure. So this is what I said, we cannot live without that. That is the need of the hour. Survival is not possible without that. There are solutions coming, but that will take a very long way to come, to understand, and to be implemented.
So just a follow-up question, like my name is Siddesh, and I work with small and marginal farmers from drought villages of Maharashtra. It's really very interesting theory that you said, but I just wanted to get some stats behind what you have said. According to Union Nations Environment Program, 68.8 million tons of food get wasted every day, every year in India. So if the statement that you used for the growing population, it's not possible to feed that through the soil, I think that's not making any sense to me. And with the farming, just let me complete. With the farming, if the soil is not sustainable, because the current average organic carbon from my 10 villages that I have done very deep research since last 5 years, there is less than 0.4% of organic carbon is left, which means in the next 20 to 25 years, the organic carbon will be completely washed out with the current farming practices. And there is a very huge need to farmers adopt the alternative farming practices. There are ways, we have found out the solution, but I think these statements are making some contradiction somewhere, that the growing population we cannot feed, because there are so much unused agriculture land available. The farmers has to adopt the alternative farming practices. The strong reason is the climate change effect, because they are the most vulnerable to the climate change effect. And the soil has that much potential, it can sequester billion tons of atmospheric carbon into the soil. And that's the only way to change the farming practices and to adopt the organic farming or the natural farming practices. And it's very true and it's very proven. There are so many farmers can tell you, there is a very less difference in the yield. If you just follow the practices, I will show you the result, like within a 3 years, your soil will get sustainable with the correct way of farming. So please make sure this statement, for the growing population, we need that much of a food. I think it is taking many farmers to the another direction, and they are suffering a lot, and there is some need. So we should be focused on more towards the soil, as ma'am said, like we need to work on the soil health as emerging need as
So you mean there is promoting nutrition sensitive agriculture, that's what you mean here at the same time? Cow dung is definitely, I would agree with you, because this was used in earlier era also and people still use. We should stick to this. But how about nutrition sensitive agriculture, promoting that as well?
I mean, it's very easy, right? Like if there is no nutrition in your soil, ultimately it's not going to be nutrition in your food. And the food that you were eating in 1950, that nutrition is not in the current today's food. So we have to get back this nutrient into the soil. And these are the methods, these are the alternative methods. These are not just farmers already known it from the generation, but due to this heavy effect of green revolution, farmers has too much habit of using excessive chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So it's a big change that we are trying to shift, and it's very difficult. If you see the current output or the current negative impact of it, it's very huge. And the current millet thing, like how it is getting promoted or how it is getting as a nutritious, I think it's the second kind of green revolution, because it's going to again promote the monoculture. The most of the millets grown into the current food system, there were a multi-cropping growing in the same plots. Even my father and even I have saw in my farm, like we are used to grow millet as a mixed with the another crops. It's not just the one crop. And what the current scenario is promoting, just the monocropping of the millets, and which will make us more worse in current years.
I could not understand your question. You said two things which are supporting your own statement. One is the availability of the nutrients, and second is reclamation of the soil for 3 years, right? This is exactly what I said, that if you leave the soil to become what originally it is, it requires 3 years, which is we call as scientifically reclamation of the soil. So anything which undergoes that entire cycle is entitled. And if you go with the process of organic certification, NOP and NPOP, this is what is required, right? This is all called as, product will be called as organic. Second is what you are saying and what I was saying, and I'll just rephrase in few words, not taking much time of the audience here, that to fulfill the people and the food wastage. So food wastage is a crying topic since I think I took birth in this country, and this has been ongoing. We all know that we do not have enough places to store the food. Have you ever visited the FCI godowns? Please go and visit. Have you ever visited the warehouses where the food is lying in a pathetic condition, right? You cannot buy the fruit from there. So automatically it has to go as a waste. Look at, so that is another thing when you go to other marriages and the parties, look at the amount of food that is getting wastage. What is the data, what you're talking, what is the data that you're saying has a multifaceted view. Not only one view, you can say, this was the reason the food got wasted, right? Having worked in food industry, I am telling you, currently I am into 100% export. There's such a shortage of food across the world. And there's such a wastage of food across the world. It is ironically disbalancing, and when there are so many jargons of the industry, when we say green revolution and the global warming, let's not discuss this here. This is not the right place, right? We may talk beyond this room because there are a lot of, I will say, political things involved, and this is not the platform to discuss that. We can discuss that if outside of this room, for sure.
Both the sides have sufficed the questions and the answers, I believe. So thank you so much for your time and for your question. Do we have more people from the audience to put on more questions to the panel? Or should we just summarize this? Any more questions, please? So there's some, yeah, Mr. Asif wants to say something. You have the mic.
Thank you. No, I think a very important point about how do we work on soil and regeneration soil. I think that's a topic for agriculture scientists and farmers to kind of work towards. But just to link to that is something which many NGOs, also government is promoting, is the whole idea of kitchen garden. That how do you use the available opportunities that are there, how families use opportunities, women particularly. And it has been very impressive to see, especially in Rajasthan, in Jharkhand, in Bihar, we have seen UP, many parts of rural UP, where women have taken the lead. They have understood the challenge their families face with regards to availability of nutritious food. And they have used spaces around their houses to grow certain things which are of high nutritious value, like pumpkins and several other such such vegetables which provide a sustained source of nutrition to them and their families, and where the women takes control of, so it has a gender empowerment element as well. Similarly, there is other things which are also happening. I just wanted to talk about is that each one of us can also play a role. While the government, the civil society, and we have quite a large number of young people in in this room, and I'm sure the message from here will flow to many other people. Each one of us can also play a role in helping tackle the problem of hunger within our own families, within the communities and peers that we are looking, we are engaged with. Again, I'll draw attention to how do we cook nutritious food, food which retains the nutritious value which is needed for a human body to develop, but well. Things like recipes. We have not been talking much on how, on our cooking practices. Much of the conversation is focused on availability of food, but even when food is available, if it is not cooked well, not cooked in the right ways, it might not provide the type of impact, positive impact to the body that one would be desirous of, especially when it comes to food for younger populations, for younger children, for infants. So I think that's an area where, again, a lot of us can play a role at our own level. So kitchen gardening, spreading information around how to cook nutritious meal, information related to what is nutrition. I think millets and all have been a lot of conversation happening, and especially social media is a very important way through which some of these conversations can be generated and spread. So my urge is that each one of us may need to play a role to see how we can bolster what the government, the civil society, the CSR partners are already doing towards tackling the problem, and how do we make India a healthy and hunger-free country. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think food for thought and food that brings everybody together is a very important debate and a topic today. But I want to know, the irony is that India is the second largest producers of the food grain. And still as a country, I mean the size of the population that we are, there are so many children who are malnutrition, there are so many communities, there are so many underprivileged people who do not get right amount of food for their growth. And considering that India ranks 107 out of 121 countries in the Global Hunger Index, it is sad to learn this fact. But I'm sure there are organizations and there are CSOs who are working towards it, and we are always looking forward and the betterment of the society and the growth of the children who are malnutritioned. And thank you so much to all the panelists here for giving your time, and to the audiences for participating equally. I hope you've enjoyed this session, and in case if there's more to add to it, you are free to say that. Thank you.
Thank you all for your inputs and the energetic discussion. We hope sector practitioners are able to take back actionable points from the discussion and improve last mile delivery of nutrition through their interventions. Thank you for this session. Thank you. Thank you, Neelu ma'am, for joining. Thank you. Thank you so much.
इसको हटाओ, दोनों हटा दो.
Continuing with our next session. The next session is a much awaited discussion between Mr. Gurucharan Das and Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule. Mr. Gurucharan Das is the author and former CEO of Procter & Gamble, India. He is the author of much acclaimed trilogy based on the classical India ideal of life goals. India Unbound was the first of Artha, material well-being. The Guardian called it a quiet earthquake. Is available in 19 languages and filmed by the BBC. The second, The Difficulty of Being Good on Dharma or Moral Well-Being, is a contemporary meditation on the epic Mahabharata and one of the best things I have read about the contribution of great literature to the ethical thought. According to the philosopher Maratha Nusabum Kama, the riddle of desire is on the third goal and not just about sex of desire and not even pleasure, more broadly conceived, but love in its deepest and richest sense, says the Indiologist Wendy Donger. Gurucharan Das studies philosophy at Harvard University and later attended Harvard Business School, where he is featured in 3 case studies. After heading Procter & Gamble India, sure, sir. I request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule to felicitate sir with Ladakh Khata. Can we have a huge round of applause? I request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule to take over the mic and continue with the session.
I think, please, some of you should come forward. We should not have the front benches empty. But without, excuse me, without losing time, already lost a few minutes. It's not really my intention to hog the space or time. We have such a distinguished person who doesn't actually require any introduction whatsoever. He is an economist, he is in a sense sociologist, he has had a very strong philosophical background, he has been in the corporate sector, he is a freewheeling writer, and that too of a great renown. So we're lucky to have him, frankly, that is my observation. So I'm going to make him speak rather than, really speaking myself. Sir, just tell us something about your journey, which is the first question always, because your parents came from Pakistan, then, you had quite a tumultuous journey till you came to modern school, etc., etc. Short, if you can, before we, like an entree.
Well, thank you for inviting me. And I was thinking that our time is limited, and maybe we should talk about the country's journey rather than my journey.
Along with your journey, sir, country journey.
My journey is that of a middle class boy who was born in Lalpur in Pakistan. Lalpur disappeared as a town in 1977 when King Faisal of Saudi Arabia bribed the Pakistanis to adopt a fundamentalist form of Islam, and they rewarded him by changing the name to Faisalabad. So that was where I was born. And my other memory of, I won't go into all the memories of partition, etc., but there's one memory when I was in kindergarten in Lahore. I came home sporting a report card, and my mother, as I entered the house, she asked me, "Did you stand first?" And my father, who was standing behind her, said that was the wrong question. What you should be asking your 4-year-old child is what he likes about school, what people, his friends, who they are, what they do, and try and find out what makes this young person tick.
Right.
And that's the job of parents, teachers, etc. Not to say that you stood first.
Yeah, I think that requires a change in mindset, and which goes to the very concept of allowing talent to, flourish.
Well, there's a difference. My mother, because of her middle class insecurities, wanted to make sure that one day I would be able to make a living. But my father kept reminding me, not just a living, you must make a life.
Right, absolutely.
So these two influences are what made me. Making a life and also making a living. And there are many ways to make both.
True. But does that what changed, made you change from philosophy to corporate world, business world?
Well, first of all, when my father was an engineer, and when I was born, he was earning 184 rupees a month salary. And that was the salary of a junior engineer in the government in 1942 when I was born. So naturally, my mother wanted me to grow up making a living. But I had the unbelievable good fortune of getting into Harvard at the age of 17. And my mother, again, when I was leaving Palam Airport to fly out to America, and she had tears in her eyes, and she said, again reminded me, she said, now remember, study something useful. You have to come back home and get a job. And why don't you become an engineer like your father? But when I arrived at Harvard, the course catalog absolutely blew my mind, because it had all the riches of the world. So instead of studying engineering, in my first 2 years, I studied Greek tragedy. I studied the Russian novel. I studied Sanskrit love poetry.
Wonderful.
I studied economics. I studied philosophy. So I studied everything that was not useful. And my mother got very worried. Anyway, my point is that I got a degree in philosophy, and then I got a scholarship to go to Oxford to do PhD in philosophy. But the last minute I asked myself, did I want to spend the rest of my life at that stratosphere of abstract thought? No. And so I refused the scholarship, and I said I wanted a life of action. And my mother, her worst dream, nightmare, got realized. She had an unemployed son at home. And she had a neighbor who used to needle her every day. Thoda munda ki kar reha hai? Is my neighbor, and my mother would get very embarrassed. And so to save her embarrassment, I answered the first advertisement in the newspaper, where it was, they wanted to have trainees. I didn't know what a trainee was, but this company was interviewing people. So I applied for the job, and I think they got impressed with my Harvard degree, and they gave me the job. That's how I went into business. And of course, after 25, 30 years, frankly, that was enough selling Vicks Vapor Rub, Pampers, Tide and Ariel detergent, all good brands.
Correct.
But enough is enough.
That's right. So at ripe age, not really ripe age, a young age of 50,
Yeah.
you decided to be an independent person.
Yeah. I quit.
Wasn't it difficult to give up and take this very uncharted?
Well, the thing was our children were grown up, so responsibilities were mostly executed.
Okay.
And also we had some savings. Savings because I'd worked, it was a multinational company, I'd worked abroad. In India we couldn't save because the government controlled your salary. You couldn't, even the head of the company could not earn more than the secretary to the government. So 5,000 rupees was the limit. You could not earn more than 5,000 rupees a month. Can you believe that? In the 1980s. And so, but because it was multinational, I got a chance to save money. Anyway, I thought we had enough. I showed my wife. My wife was very upset because she thought, my God, agle mahine salary nahi aayegi. Kya karenge? But I showed her that we could manage. Now her standard of living wouldn't go up, but it wouldn't go down, hopefully.
No, wonderful. I think, but I do feel that your background in philosophy did help you in writing books, but I will not really be dwelling on that topic today. So tell us about our country's journey, and how do you look back from those times when we were struggling hard to feed our population, to build our infrastructure, to build industry, and when Nehru famously said that these are going to be the new temples. From that time to this era of startups and innovation and technology.
Yeah.
Please do give us.
Well, we should look forward, but let's quickly sum up the back. It's a very quick summary. We got our political independence in 1947, but we quickly lost our economic independence to the license Raj. For 40 years was two lost generations of our country. And we all admire Mr. Nehru. I admire him enormously for democracy, and I believe that between Nehru, Gandhi, Patel, and Bose, and all these people, we were a nation created by saints. We were a nation created by saints. And certainly democracy they embedded in our country. But economically, they were a disaster. Absolute disaster, I can tell you. I'll just tell you one story, and it will tell you what a disaster we were. In the license Raj, you had a fixed capacity that you could sell. So one year there was a flu in the country. we made a product called Vicks Vapor Rub. And we sold a hell of a lot of Vicks Vapor Rub. So much so, we made a lot of profit. We were heroes inside our company. But we got the day we were celebrating, we got a summons from Delhi, which summons said that you have broken the law. And it was correct that we were allowed to produce so many tons of Vicks Vapor Rub. But because of the flu, we overshot our tonnage. And so I was was asked to come to Delhi. And the joint secretary who did the preliminary hearing, he treated me like a criminal. He made me wait outside his office for 2 hours. And then when we were ushered into the room, he kept reading the newspaper. And after we waited for him, and then he puts down his newspaper and he says, "What?" And I said, "Sir, you are the one who has called us in. You tell us why we are here." And he says, "ठीक है, क्या हुआ?" And very arrogantly, he asked us what had happened. I told him there was a flu. We kept the pharmacies and drug stores stocked during the pandemic. And because of the pandemic, millions of children, parents, mothers, fathers were helped. And you have called us here because you think we've done something wrong. And then he said, "Yes, you've broken the law, and I want to make your company an example. There's a 3-year jail term for this, and now the law will take its own course." And then he says, "Jaiye, get out." And as I reached the door of his office, I turned around. I don't know where I got the courage. And I said, "Sir, do you realize that if you're sending me to jail, you'll realize that the news will get out. It'll be in the New York Times, Washington Post. We are an American multinational company. And tell me, what do you think the world will think of our country, of our Prime Minister, and of people like you who are sending somebody to jail for producing for the country, for bringing relief to people during a pandemic? What sort of a country would people say this is?" That's all. He says, "Are you threatening me?" I said, "No, but the news will get out. I won't leak it, but news will get out." Anyway, I had 2 lawyers. They were shivering by now. And I was scared. I had sleepless nights, but the government dropped the inquiry.
Right.
Quietly dropped the inquiry.
That's good.
That was what it was like to live and work during the first 40 years of our history. So we got our economic independence only in 1991. So we have to really measure our country's success only from 1991 onwards. And I can tell you that in the last 30 years, once we got free from the license Raj, India performed well. We grew at 7%, the highest of any major democracy. Only China grew at faster rate. We grew at 7. Before, during the license Raj, we grew at 3.5. And our population growth was 2.2. So 3.5 minus 2.2 is 1.3. After all that hard work and temples of India that you just talked about, that was the result, 1.3, amongst the lowest performing in the world for the first 40 years. Anyway,
well, I think
that nightmare is gone,
over.
And we are now 7% growth is very decent growth. And population growth has come down to 1.5. So that growth is going right down to per capita income. So it's something to be proud about. However, one mistake, one problem which nobody seems to have an answer for. The reality is that in the last 30 years, we have not created enough jobs. And why have we not created jobs equivalent to a 7% growth? A 7% growth should have created double the jobs than we created. And why not? I think this lady is trying to find a seat. Let us
Be
sit
seated
down.
quickly.
Let us sit down, then we'll restart.
By the way, she's promoting crafts in a
Okay.
very remote area
Yeah.
in Odisha. But anyway, so
Okay.
please continue.
Okay, so what went wrong? What went wrong is that we did not create an industrial revolution. We went straight from a green revolution that came up in the 60s. But we have not created an industrial revolution. We jumped straight from a green revolution to a digital revolution. So IT did its job. IT created magnificent number of jobs, but there's only limited number that IT can create. And why did we fail? We failed because we should have just copied the East Asian model, which was very simple. Japan started that model, then Korea and Taiwan went into that model, Hong Kong, Singapore, other ASEAN countries, and the latest is China. They all did one simple thing. They created millions of jobs based on the export of labor-intensive, low-tech manufacturing. Country after country in East Asia became a middle-class country based on this. And even China now has become a middle-class country. So my worry, yeah, go ahead, you're going to say something.
No, I just, but that brings us to the point of this conundrum of poverty in India, and how do we really lift?
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to talk
please,
about.
yeah.
So the point is that in the last 30 years, we've done well. In the last 75 years, we did not do well because the first 40 years were a washout. But if you take just the last 30 years, we've done well. But the reality is that our labor participation rate, which is the number of people who are employed as a percent of the number that should be employed in that age group, is 40%. China is over 60%. Most countries of our type should be between 55 and 60. So if we had employed 60% instead of 40%, had got jobs, then you'd have 200 million more people working. 20 crore people would have jobs today than they do. And the most tragic figure is women working. Women working is only between 22 and 24%. China is over 50%. Most countries, even poor countries, is 30, 40%. So now the question really is, will we get these jobs or not? I think there's a lot of good, we should feel good as a country because we've done well. We have got democracy. We have, and many countries have not got it. And there are other reasons to feel proud. I mean, in the last 75 years, literacy has gone up from 12 to 65, 80, 70%. Life expectancy has gone up from 35 to 70%. So like this, I could quote you many statistics which are true. But unless we can provide jobs, you won't have a population, we won't create a middle class country, and you won't have people who realize their potential. So what will happen? How do we create these jobs?
Do you have a magic wand for that?
No, I don't have a magic wand, but I can only say that I believe that the 7% growth rate will continue for another 25 years when India will be 100 at 2047. Now that will be good. But if we continue with this old model, we won't create the jobs.
True.
So now the government is trying. There is the PLI scheme. The PLI scheme has a flaw. It should reward exports and it should reward labor-intensive manufacturing. Garments, toy making, these are the things that create jobs. And frankly, it's going to be more difficult in the future because of robotics, because of AI, and so on. Those will be killing jobs every day. So it will be difficult. But we have another opportunity. China is in trouble. And a lot of companies worldwide, and including Chinese companies, are looking for another manufacturing base. It's called China Plus One.
Right.
India is the right place for them to come. But India is still considered a hostile country for manufacturing. And why? After all, 30 years have gone by since the license Raj. But the reason is partly that the old mindset of the bureaucracy, that has not been changed. In China, you go, any Indian entrepreneur will tell you that the mayor of the town comes to greet you. You get a red carpet. Within 1 week, your factory is up and it's working. In India, you have to go to a officer, and the officer treats you, theek hai. There is no effort to say that the country wants you, welcomes you. So you're treated, theek hai, and then, so corruption is reduced, thank God, because of digitalization. The guy down, everything is now online. Your forms are filled out online. You pay your taxes online. You get your refund online. That has gone down. And in this government, the big corruption also has come down. So the issue, though, is day to day, India is not yet, now infrastructure is better, much improved. Certainly, the energy transition is coming. That will help the country.
Sure.
We'll become much more a country.
More
Today, half our foreign exchange earnings go into buying petroleum.
self-reliant. to
So we'll be
large
much, that money can go into education, health areas. Anyway, jobs. Jobs are in manufacturing, but jobs also are in tourism. They are also in health, nurses, a lot of health working. It's a labor-intensive sector, which still needs people, despite machines. And education. Our education is not because we have not spent the money, but because of poor governance. And what is poor governance means? That 1 out of 4 teachers in a government school, primary school, is absent, illegally absent. 1 out of 2 who is present is not teaching. And so what do people do? They have to send their children. They, like the person who works, the woman who does the floors in my house, she's taken her daughter out of a government school and put her in one of these private schools. She pays 500 rupees a month for her daughter to go to school. It's not money. That's why this happens. So education and health have an opportunity to create jobs. But we have to improve the governance. Also in health, 1 out of 4, 40%, 1 out of 40% of doctors are absent in a primary health center. 30% of the nurses are absent in a primary health center. So these are the things we need to fix because these are, anyway, India can, despite the fact that only 20% of Indians get a decent education, we have got a 7% growth rate. We are the back office of the world. We've achieved a lot. But just think, if some of these things were fixed, how far we could go. Anyway, I'm sounding like a broken record.
No,
so
I think what you really makes sense. But I want you to tell our youngsters here, and also this is both, while there are corporates here, there are also a lot of civil society organizations. How, because one of the things that you mentioned towards the end is the issue of governance. And without governance, no country can really, build its institutions, maintain them in with a certain strength, and those institutions then can't guide also.
Yeah.
So what would you like to tell youngsters about the, decades that are going to come and the opportunities that we have in front of us?
So what I've been speaking about really is the need for economic reforms, and the country in the last 30 years, from 91 onwards, has been reforming, slow reforms. Where we have not reformed and where we need reforms is governance. That's why I wrote a book called India Grows at Night When the Government Sleeps. So India has risen not like China or the East Asian countries because of the state. We have risen despite the state. That's the honest truth. That it is the bureaucracy and the politicians who have kept us down. And so I'll give you just 3-4 examples of governance. Why should we wait 15 years to get justice in the courts? No country does that. Why should I be afraid to go near the Lodi Road police station? And why should the police be a handmaiden of the chief minister? Of course, not in Delhi, but in all over. And they go after the opposition, etc. And the police, then let's take parliament. Why are 1 out of 4 parliamentarians, why does have a criminal record? Both Vidhan Sabha, both the state assemblies as well as the Lok Sabha. 1 out of 3 to 1 out of 4. members of parliament have a criminal record. And 1/3 of these have record of murder, rape, very serious crimes we're talking about. And then, so we've just discussed judiciary, we've discussed police, we've discussed parliament, and the fourth pillar of governance is the bureaucracy. In bureaucracy, I mean, look, 20% of the bureaucracy is outstanding. But why is it that a person in the bureaucracy who works hard, keeps the country afloat, spends 14 hours a day, and really gets the job done, why is that person promoted on the same day as a chap who works 2 hours a day, does all the time, spends his time politicking, and when it time comes for the big promotion, it's that politicking guy who gets the promotion? And why should they get paid the same? And why should they get promoted on the same day? So governance reforms, and Margaret Thatcher was a great economic reformer, but what we forget is that she did governance reforms. She transformed the British bureaucracy. The same bureaucracy that we have has now changed. In England, they don't follow the kind of things. They're concerned, or China's bureaucrats are concerned with outcomes. Our bureaucrats are concerned with processes. Acha, farak nahi padta kya hoga, but you better dot your T and put a dot on your I. And that is what you are measured for. So all this is governance failure, really.
Absolutely right. I think unless we address the governance issues, it's very difficult to imagine that we really take quantum jumps. We would grow at a particular pace that we have now, 6 to maybe 8 can range, but going phenomenally high.
But I'll tell you one thing. I don't want to close on a low note. There is a high note that's there. And that's the young people of our country. That despite all these problems, India today is in an age of startups. It's amazing to have over 100 unicorns. A unicorn is a company that goes to $1 billion in value. Now, the big companies don't create jobs. The big companies, you take Indian Oil, or you take in the private sector, Infosys, or all these are big Tatas, etc. They don't really create the jobs, nor do the Kirana Walas, millions of Kirana Walas all over. They don't create the jobs. The people who create the jobs are these startups. There was a study done in America, and the study has shown that most of the jobs in America in the last 25, 30 years were created by startups. That companies which didn't even exist 25, 30 years ago.
Imagine Facebook and Insta.
Exactly.
All these companies.
DHL, FedEx,
absolutely.
all these
so many
were the ones.
And now Zomato, Amazon, we couldn't have imagined.
Exactly. So that is my hope. And let me just tell you one little story.
Yeah, please. I don't think that they're so currently completely absorbed that they don't want you to stop.
It's a story from the 12th century. 12th century. Kashmir. It's from a text, Kashmiri text in Sanskrit called Katha Sarit Sagara, Ocean of Story. And in this story, there's a story called The Mouse Merchant. And frankly, it was this story that persuaded me to abandon an academic career at Harvard and Oxford and come and work in the bazaars of the country.
Wonderful.
And this is a boy who's 17 years old. His mother, he's poor. His mother cleans houses to pay for his education. But once he's 17, she says, now look, I've given you all I can. Now you're not going to go and clean houses like me. You have a big destiny. And so she says to him, go to that house over there. It's the richest man in our town. And he's a kind man. And so if you stand outside his door, you ask him for advice. And so the boy goes the next day to this rich man's Haveli. And he sees a dead mouse. He sees a dead mouse outside the house in the courtyard. And so when the rich man comes out, he smiles at this young boy, and he says, what can I do for you? And the boy says, can I have that dead mouse? And the man laughs. He says, people come to me asking for money, for all kinds of things, and you're doing me a favor. Take the dead mouse. Now, what else can I do for you? And the boy says, no, nothing else, fine. So the boy takes the dead mouse. He knows a widow near where he lives who has a cat. So he goes and sells the mouse as cat food to this widow. And with the few paisa that he gets from selling the dead mouse, he goes and buys chana in the bazaar. And then with the chana he makes pudiyas. And he takes a ghada of water and he goes and sits in the town square of in the middle of the town. And he knows that in the afternoon, these tired loggers come from the forest, carrying logs of wood on their head, and they come and rest in the town square. So he offers to each one water and chana, snack food. And they're so happy, but they have no money. So they each give him a small log of wood.
Oh, wonderful.
Next day he sells one of the logs and he buys more chana, better chana, more spices and all, and more delicious chana, and he makes bigger packets, and again he goes to the bazaar, goes to the town square. So he does this every day. He repeats this for 3 months, and then the monsoon, the rains come. And the logging stops in the market, in the forest, and the price of timber shoots up in the timber market. And he has a house full of logs by then, and slowly he starts unloading his logs in the timber market, and by the end of the season, he has made enough money to buy a shop in the timber market. Wow. So the next season, he sets himself, he's now a timber merchant, but he has one competitive advantage over all the others. All the loggers know him, and they remember him because he was the one who had given them hospitality. And they all come to him, and of course he prospers, and pretty soon he's become a very rich timber merchant. But he finds out that the margin in timber, selling timber, is not big enough. There's a bigger margin to be made in converting the timber to ships. So he finds a carpenter, master carpenter, a ship maker, like the Wadia. Wadia family started as carpenters, shipbuilders in Bombay. So This fellow gets that he tells that fellow, you will be partners, I'll finance you, you manufacture the ships, I'll provide the timber. And in a few years, he has established a roaring business as a ship maker in his second business. After a few years later, he discovers actually there's even more money to be made in becoming a shipper, meaning sending cargo and passengers on ships. So he finds a retired ship captain and he says, you be my partner, I'll finance you. And so he starts his third business. And by 25, he's the richest man in town. And so he goes to a jeweler and tells the jeweler to make me a gold mouse. And he takes that gold mouse and he takes it to that richest man in town and tells him, presents the mouse and tells him his story. And he says, you are the guy, your dead mouse was my venture capital. And here is my return on your investment.
Wonderful.
For that. And the rich guy and the rich merchant, who's now the second richest, gives his daughter in marriage to this fellow. He can't believe the story that this fellow has told. Well, I'm telling you this story because you are young people here, and this is the age of startups. And this is an inspiring story of a startup. And I believe the jobs in India, which is what the subject we've been talking about, will come from the startups.
Absolutely. So I think this is a wonderful, inspiring story, but I can't end up our conversation without taking you to agriculture, because that is something that you have in your conversation. I don't know whether it was by default or design, but it got lost. So a lot of discussion we've had on, you just heard about hunger and other issues also, and it's intricately connected to overall economic growth of India. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah. I think we can make a second green revolution. And when you are young people, you don't remember that in the 60s, this is when I was in college, India was a basket case. We were a begging bowl of the world. And we depended on one ship arriving from America to one of our ports every day. But today, we are one of the 3 biggest exporters of agriculture in the world. So that's something to be proud of. But the opportunity is much bigger. In fact, if we can create a second green revolution, we won't need to take so many people off of the farms. We have too many people working on the farm, 45% of our population, which produces 12% of GDP. Not good. But if we create a green revolution, the productivity of agriculture will go up. So the answer is agriculture reform. And the answer are those 3 farm laws. They were the best thing for this country. And it's the opposition, it's the lack of understanding, and it is the inability of the government to sell these reforms properly. That is the cause of it. So, the answer to agriculture and productivity in agriculture is to enact those laws. Now, Mr. Modi can still get those laws done through the states. That agriculture is a state subject. And BJP controls a lot of states right now. Sure. And he should just make sure that all those BJP chief ministers enact those laws, because they are the best thing for our people. It's the problem of that farm problem was only confined basically to Punjab, Haryana, and part of UP. Only 6% of the farmers were beneficiaries of MSP. So for the Punjab problem is a different problem. That Punjab is growing the wrong crops. You should not be growing rice in Punjab. Punjab farmer is capable of so much more, much higher value added crop. He's a hardy farmer. I'm a Punjabi. My father was a canal engineer. I know about the Punjab farmer. And so I would just say that there should be a package, special package for Punjab, which would give the farmer an opportunity to move up the agricultural, to grow more higher value added crops, which is what many other states have done. That would be the answer to
Absolutely.
agriculture.
Very true, sir. I'm a farmer's son. So it does I feel that this particular sector, the potential is yet to be tapped and is enormous. We can actually become the world's bread basket rather than being what we were in 50s and 60s. Khair, I think we have shot our time.
I think we have overshot our time
But
badly.
I think this has been a fascinating sweep, not only of economic development of India, but also of our history, the culture, thought processes, the comparative outlook of economies in different countries, and the personal journey, which has been absolutely so enchanting that story itself is inspiring for each of us here. I hope there is no compelling one question in the audience without which you can't go home and this will remain incomplete. Yes, Surashri, and being a lady, I think it's important that you have a voice. So, but this is the only question we'll take in view of the time shortage that we have. Thank you.
Well, if jobs are created which will absorb the people without disabilities, there'll be jobs open for people with disabilities. It's one system. You create enough jobs, the pie gets big enough. So we are not distributing the pie, we are creating the pie. So then all boats rise. The best tonic for an economic prosperity is growth. And growth means making the pie bigger, and that creates the jobs, and that creates opportunities for everyone.
Well, thank you. As promised, we'll not continue. Sir, I just wanted to tell you about movement of positivity under the auspices of which Samaavesh is being organized. This is kind of my brainchild, you can say. And the objective is to inculcate the constitutional values of equality, freedom, and justice. How do we do that? By nurturing creativity, compassionate approach, and constructive approach in building the nation. That's in two sentences we have. So we have about 250 civil society organizations who are working in various fields, connected to us, aligned to us, and many more individuals and organizations who work together with us. We are about a 5-year old movement, that is at grassroots level as well as at macro level, spreading this thought that we have to, if country has to grow, all the segments have to work together towards that process. Thank you for joining us today. And let's give him a big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was really an inspiring and interesting session. I think that that is the reason that India holds the G20 presidency this year. There needs to be so much discussion around what is the national vision of India is the next decade as India looks to shape the native of development. So moving towards our last and the next session, that is valedictory session. So we are going to start with our valedictory session. I request everyone to please settle down. As we come to the end of the first day, we want to end with a grand valedictory ceremony in august presence of Sushri Kamalini Asthana and Nalini Asthana, Padam Shri. I request Padam Shri Kamalini Asthana and Nalini Asthana are a sister duo from Agra in Uttar Pradesh, known for their great performance of the Banaras Gharana style of Kathak. They are also known for their contributions to the popularization of the Banaras Gharana style of Kathak, both in India and abroad. I invite both of them to join us on the stage, please. I also request Ms. Vigyani Devi to join us on the stage. I request Mr. Positive Rishi Kumar to felicitate Ms. Sushri Kamalini Asthana and Nalini Asthana. Can we have a huge round of applause for Padam Shri? I also request Mr. Positive Rishi Kumar to felicitate Ms. Vigyani ji. I request Mr. Rishi Kumar to continue with the session. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I am Positive Rishi Kumar, convener of Global ESG Summit. You know, today we had various different session panels on health, on artificial intelligence, and of course, the special session of author Gurucharan sir. But for me, the most special session is with Padam Shri Kamalini Nalini Asthana, because the subject, or I must say the legacy they carry, it is connected to all of us. It is related to dance, it is related to music. I'm sure everyone has passed nursery, first, second, of course, schooling. We all have enjoyed rhymes, we all have enjoyed, learning alphabets through music and through dance. And we can all remember our teachers, our guru, and because of them, we are all seated here. So I'm also grateful, before our session begin, I'm also very grateful to have their disciples, Padam Shri Kamalini Nalini Asthana's disciples here with us, 6 girls who will be performing post this session. So to begin with, our session, I would like to, ask, the first question. Sushri Nalini and Kamalini Asthana, you both have been pioneer in the field of art and culture, awarded with Padam Shri in 2022 for owing a legacy of Banaras Gharana style dance, a true legacy carried forward to you by Brahmleen Nritya Acharya Guru Jitendra Maharaj. Ma'am, please share, I may ask a question to one of you because your legacy, both of your legacies start at the same time. So any one of you may please request to choose to answer. So please share, when did you realize it your life purpose to follow path of positivity under the mentorship of Acharya Guru Jitendra Maharaj?
You want the English or I can...
in Hindi or English, both. Anyways.
सभी को मेरी तरफ से हृदय से नमन, और आपका ये जो प्रश्न आपने किया है बहुत ही अच्छा है और मधुर है। आप किसी भी विधा में जब सीखने के लिए जाते हैं तो आपके पास कोई ऑप्शंस नहीं होते हैं कि आप क्या मिले या क्या नहीं करें। जो आपके पेरेंट्स जिस रास्ते में डाल देते हैं वो ही आपको लगता है जीवन का एक अंग है, वो हमें करना है। जब हम पढ़ाई कर रहे थे तो हम साइंस स्टूडेंट थे और मुझे पता नहीं ऐसी मानसिकता थी कि साइंस इज़ हायर देन आर्ट्स, ऐसे दिमाग में था। और वो एक हमारी गलत फहमी थी जिसे कहते हैं। धीरे धीरे एक अपनी राह चुनी। मैं फौजी फैमिली से थे, माय फादर वाज इन एयर फोर्स, स्पोर्ट्स चैम्पियन थे हम, और जिस भी रास्ते में मोड़ दे वहाँ या मैं फर्स्ट आती थी या सेकंड होती थी, या सेकंड होती थी या फर्स्ट आती थी। सर चढ़े हुए स्टूडेंट्स थे स्कूल के। लेकिन मेरा सानिध्य एक बहुत गैप के बाद जब मेरे गुरुजी से हुआ, मम्मी का एक इंटरेस्ट था म्यूज़िक में, साहित्य में, और बहुत अच्छे साहित्यकार म्यूजिशियंस आते थे। मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि ईश्वर हर एक में एक पात्र ढूंढता है और हम बाध्य हो जाते हैं उसे पूरा करने के लिए। कितनी अच्छी तरीके से वो पात्रता निभाते हैं ये हमारे ऊपर निर्भर करता है। हमारी चॉइस नहीं होती। हमारी चॉइस जो होती है एक समय में आके ख़त्म हो जाती है और राह मिलती चली जाती है, लोग मिलते चले जाते हैं और सहायता होती जाती है। हर चीज़ को सीखने के 4 चरण होते हैं। एक अक्षर ज्ञान जो हम स्कूल में जाके सीखते हैं, दूसरा होता है सानिध्य। हमारे कला वर्ग में सानिध्य बहुत मायने रखता है, बिजनेस में भी बहुत सानिध्य मायने रखता है। बहुत सी चीज़ें आप देख के सीख लेते हैं, हाउ दे डील विद द थिंग्स, हाउ दे गॉन विद द थिंग्स, हाउ दे कम आउट ऑफ द थिंग्स व्हेन दे आर इन ए प्रॉब्लम, तो ये चीज़ सीखने में आती है। फिर एक चरण होता है अनुभव, योर एक्सपीरियंस, और लास्ट होता है स्ट्रगल, जिसे हम कहते हैं संघर्ष। इस सब से गुजरने के बाद आपकी एक पहचान बनती है। लोग नृत्य, कला, संगीत को हल्के में लेते हैं, हम भी ले रहे थे, पर ये जीवन का अंग है, इतनी हल्की चीज़ नहीं है। वो मुझे तब पता चला जब मैं गुरुजी के सानिध्य में आई और साहित्य को गहन करने लगी। मैं हिंदी पढ़ी नहीं थी, मम्मी की साहित्य की किताबें रखी थी। एक बार बीमार हुई, जयशंकर प्रसाद जी को पढ़ा। मैंने कहा जीवन का रस तो ये है। हम तो नीरसता में जी रहे थे, पाँव भाग रहे थे, उसमें सुर लय ताल नहीं थी। ट्रॉफी मिल जाती थी, हम सोचते थे हमें मिलेगी, मिल जाती थी, आ जाती थी, जमा हो जाती थी, लेकिन रसहीन थे। साहित्य से रस मिला, संगीत से रस मिला, और नृत्य से तो जीवन संपूर्ण ही रसमय हो गया, आध्यात्मिक हो गया। हम जीवन को जीने आते हैं, साधन जोड़ते हैं, लेकिन साधना से जो हम अंदर की आत्मा से जो साधन प्राप्त कर सकते हैं वो हम कभी नहीं पा पाते, क्योंकि कोई हमें सिखाने वाला नहीं होता। कला एक निराकार चीज़ है, उसको आकार देके साकार करते हैं, और जब वो साकार हो जाती तो हज़ारों लोग उसका आनंद लेते हैं। नृत्य करने वाला सिर्फ 1 या 2 होता है। अपनी साधना से जागृत करके दूसरों को आनंदित करना, ये बहुत बड़ी विधा है। अनजाने में जैसे हम खाना खाते हैं, सेटिस्फाई हो जाते हैं, फिर कहते हैं स्ट्रेंथ मिल गई। किस प्रोसेस से गुजरा हमें नहीं पता होता। यही कला की बात है। आप देखते हैं, आनंद में होते हैं, आपके को जो आनंद दे के चीज़ चली जाती है, आपको नहीं पता क्या चीज़ थी जो आपको आनंद दे के चली गई। जब मैं गुरुजी के सामने जाती थी समक्ष, पुरुष होते हुए भी मैं सोचती थी एक निर्जीव चीज़ है, एक घुंघरू है, उसके अंदर एक लोहे की गोली है। वो पाँव से बोल निकालने को कहते थे। हम सोचते थे बोलना तो सिर्फ मुंह से होता है, पाँव कैसे बोलेंगे करके। जब वो निकालते थे, अभी तो आप ऐसा सेशन है, किसी दिन सही मंच घुंघरू होगा तो मैं बताऊंगी पाँव कैसे बोलते हैं। कुछ तो बच्चों से भी सुनिएगा। जैसे हमने कहा तिगधा दिग 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 थो दिग 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 थई, अब पाँव से तिगधा दिग 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 थो दिग दिग थई, अब ले गई तिगधा दिग दिग थो दिग दाइर दो थई तत थई ताते कुकता दाइर दो एक तहता थई दाइर दा एक रहता। अब ये वाली चीज़ को आप कैसे निकालेंगे? जब हम निकालने लगे तो हमें लगा जो चीज़ हम देख रहे थे नामुमकिन है, दूर तक है, वो हमारे पास कैसे आ गई। और ये बहुत शने शने हुआ। जैसे आप एक मैग्नेट के पास थोड़े से आयरन फिलिंग्स रख दीजिए, थोड़े दिन बाद वो भी थोड़े थोड़े मैग्नेटिक हो जाते हैं। वो नहीं कहता कि आप हो जाइए, लेकिन उसका जो सानिध्य है उसे बना देता है। आप किसी की गद्दी में बैठ के उसका कार्य सीख लेते हैं। वो हमने धीरे 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 उनकी चीज़ हमारे अंदर आती गई। गुरुजी की एक दीपक में दूसरे दीपक को जलाने की क्षमता है, एक बल्ब में दूसरे बल्ब को जलाने की क्षमता नहीं है। ये है हमारा अध्यात्म और ये हमारे संस्कार और यही है परंपरा गुरु सानिध्य में। और फिर ईश्वर के कृतज्ञ हूँ, बहन रूप में ऐसे साथी मिली, जहाँ मैं गलत होती थी ये मुझे बता देती थी, जहाँ ये गलत होती है मैं बता देती हूँ। वैसे हम ज़्यादा उम्र नहीं है, 1 साल का डिफरेंस है, बट जब नाराज़ होते हैं एक दूसरे से तो लगता है ये बहुत बड़ी है मुझसे। जब मैं इन पे नाराज़ होती हूँ, चुप हो जाती हैं, इन्हें लगता है मैं बहुत बड़ी हूँ। एक दूसरों को वैल्यूज़ पे टोकते हैं हम, कभी भी इस चीज़ में नहीं टोकते कि आपने ऐसा क्यों किया, ऐसा क्यों नहीं किया। वैल्यूज़ यहाँ पे भी लगता है हम लोग कहीं पे भी गलत कदम रखा, क्योंकि हमारे नृत्य में अगर ज़रा सा भी पाँव यहाँ से वहाँ हो जाए तो कहते हैं बेताला हो गए, बोलने का सुर बदल जाए तो कहते हैं बेसुरे हो गए। तो इस चीज़ को हम हमेशा रखते हैं। और कलाकार में कल मैं कहीं साहित्य एकेडमी में बोल रही थी, मैंने कहा लोगों ने कला को समझने में बहुत देरी कर दी जिसमें हम जीते हैं। नृत्य जीवन है, जीवन ही नृत्य है। साहित्य आपके जीवन में उतरा हुआ है, अक्षर तब तक निरर्थक हैं, बंद हैं, पहुंच ही नहीं सकते जब तक उसको सुर का माध्यम ना मिले। आप एक किताब उठाइए, एक पोएम पढ़िए, सब तक पहुंच जाएगी। बंद है तो रखिए, मेरी आंखों तक ही पहुंचेगी। तो स्वर का बहुत महत्व है जीवन में, जो हम समझ नहीं पाते। सारे गामा पाधा नीसा यही स्वर नहीं है, जो वाणी से शब्द निकलते हैं वो हर शब्द स्वर हैं। मसलन ये बैठे हैं, मैं कहूँ आप जाके तो देखिए, नहीं जाने दूंगी, मतलब उसका मतलब है मैं आपको जाने नहीं दूंगी, जाके तो देखिए, तो मुस्कुरा देंगे। अगर वही शब्द होंगे, मैं कहूँ जाके तो देखो, अच्छा मुझसे जाने के लिए कह रही, शब्द वही है, स्वर बदला, भाव बदल गया, अर्थ बदल गया। तो स्वर बहुत मायने रखता है जीवन में। यही चीज़ कलाकार के अंदर जब निरंतरता में उतर आती है तो दूर तक को दूर कैसे कहना है, पास आने के लिए क्या कहना है, और शब्द बाद में आए। ये समाज की देन है, शब्द और भाषा, लेकिन स्वर प्रकृति की देन है, हम भी प्रकृति के बने हुए। उन स्वरों से हम अलग नहीं जा सकते। और उससे भी बढ़ के चीज़ है अभिव्यक्ति और भाव। शब्द की एक सीमा है, जो भाषा समझ रहा है वो मेरी बात को समझ रहा है, उसको छू रही है। और जो मुझे मेरे स्वर जिस तक पहुंच रहे हैं उस तक पहुंच रहे हैं, लेकिन भाव, आप मेरी भाषा नहीं जानते, आप दूसरी भाषा के हैं, इस देश के भी नहीं है। और मैं आपको घूरूंगी तो आपको लगेगा ये मुझसे नाराज़ हो रही है, मैं आपको प्यार से देखूंगी, आपको लगेगा ये प्यार से। आप नहीं जानते, आप मुझसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं खाओगे, तो आपने सिर्फ इशारा कर दिया। कोई भी खाने के लिए ये नहीं कहेगा खाना है, वो हर दुनिया भर में जाइए, ये हस्त भाव है, अभिव्यक्ति है। तो तुम ही रहेगा, तुम कभी भी किसी भी देश में ऐसा नहीं होगा। तुम माने सब समझ जाएंगे तुम यही है, मैं माने मैं है। तो नृत्य जीवन का इतना गहरा संबंध है, धीरे धीरे गुरुजी के सानिध्य में आके पता किया। और जिसे कहते हैं ना, जीवन एक प्रश्न है, मानव की चेष्टा उसका उत्तर ढूंढती है। फिर हर उत्तर एक प्रश्न बन जाता है, हम व्याकुल हो जाते हैं, विचलित हो जाते हैं ये देखने के लिए क्या करें क्या ना करें। खूब साधन जोड़ लेते हैं दुनिया भर के, लेकिन क्या उसका आनंद ले पाते हैं, क्या उसे भोग पाते हैं? नहीं भोग पाते हैं। क्यों नहीं भोग पाते? वो जो तृष्णा है वो बढ़ती चली जाती। आज ये गाड़ी ले ली, अरे ये मॉडल अब 2 साल में पुराना हो गया, इंडिया में 6 साल में पुराना हो गया, फिर नई ले ली, फिर बड़ा मकान बना लिया। क्यों नहीं कर पाते? क्योंकि भूखा अंदर से है, तृष्णा अंदर से है, खाली अंदर से, जोड़ते हैं हम बाहर से। जब कला साहित्य और अध्यात्म आपके अंदर के खालीपन को भर देता है, ये आपका गैप भर जाता है, तो बाहर की चीज़ मायने नहीं रखती। फिर आप जैसे भी हैं आप उसमें सेटिस्फाई होते हैं। हाँ, थोड़ी सी चीज़ें मिलेगी, क्यों नहीं करेंगे, बढ़ेंगे भी आगे, लेकिन मेरे लिए इतना पर्याप्त है। इस आध्यात्मिक पहलू से गुरुजी ने हम दोनों को जोड़ा।
Beautiful journey of your life. I have a question for Nalini Didi. What are the therapeutic values of performing arts? Before she answers for this question, we all have enjoyed dance in our life, whether we are a good dancer or whether some of us are bathroom singer or dancer as well, but all of us know that, when we go for running, when we, give a little chance to our body to enjoy, to relax, it makes us feel free, and there are, therapeutic values behind it. But how in dance, it is related. So for an expert opinion, I would like, their answer.
जैसे नलिनी जी ने बोला कि हमें पहले तो पता नहीं था कि हम कलाकार ही बनेंगे, लेकिन वो एक चांस था that we turned into a dancer. Earlier I chose to be a doctor साइंटिस्ट, और मेरी मैटनी आइडल हमेशा मैडम क्यूरी रहा करती थी। मेरे को लग रहा था कि मैं कुछ ऐसी कुछ खोज करूँगी जैसे उन्होंने की थी। एक जुनून था एक साइंटिस्ट या डॉक्टर बनने का, तो क्योंकि वो एक पैशन अंदर रहता ही है, तो वो उसी पैशन को लेके हम लोगों ने नृत्य के अंदर सिक्रीशन ऑफ ग्लैंड्स, किस तरीके से वो वैल्यू एडेड चीज़ें होती हैं डांस के अंदर, नॉट मियर एंटरटेनमेंट बट अदर देन एंटरटेनमेंट, हाउ इट इज़ बेनिफिशियल फॉर योर बॉडी डेवलपमेंट, फॉर योर सिक्रीशन ऑफ द ग्लैंड्स एंड ऑल दैट। अगर हम आयुर्वेदिक या दूसरी दृष्टि से कहेंगे तो बैलेंस ऑफ कफ, वात और पित्त होता है। उसी तरीके से जब हम नृत्य को लेते हैं तो हमारे पंच तत्व को कैसे बैलेंस किया जाता है, अग्नि, वायु, आकाश, पृथ्वी, जल, पंच तत्व को कैसे बैलेंस करके नृत्य मुद्रा विज्ञान से आप डिफरेंट चीज़ों को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। उसी को हम लोगों ने रिसर्च करा, उस पर हम लोगों को सीनियर फेलोशिप भी मिली। Therapeutic value of dance, aesthetics and dance, and relation of dance with yoga. These three were the research done by both of us. And जब हम लोगों ने, जैसे मैंने आपसे पंच तत्व की बात करी, तो नृत्य में ये हमारे कथक का सबसे बेसिक खड़े होने का तरीका होता है। ज्ञान ध्यान मुद्रा, दैट इज अग्नि एंड वायु। व्हेन अग्नि एंड, आप किसी भी संत को देखेंगे, नानक जी को देखिए ऐसे बैठे हैं, महात्मा बुद्ध को देखिए ऐसे बैठे हैं, या ध्यान में ये ध्यान मुद्रा होती है। तो इसमें क्या होता है, जब अग्नि और वायु का समावेश होता है, द एनर्जी इज जनरेटेड, कंसंट्रेशन इज देयर। तो मैं हमेशा सोचती थी कि ऐसे ही बैठने को क्यों कहते हैं, इसी तरीके से हमेशा मुद्रा में बैठने को कहते हैं। और बच्चों के लिए भी है कि जब आपको कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है या कंसंट्रेशन नहीं हो रहा है, एग्ज़ाम्स की बहुत एग्जाइटी है, उस टाइम में भी अगर आप इस तरीके से रहेंगे तो आपको बड़ी जल्दी चीज़ें समझ में आने लगेंगी। तो ये इस छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को हम लोगों ने ऑब्ज़र्व करके कि हमारे नृत्य में जो मुद्रा होती हैं, 12 हम लोगों की एक हाथ की मुद्रा होती है जिसे असंयुक्त कहते हैं, और 24 हमारे दोनों हाथों की होती है जो डिफरेंट बनाते हैं। जैसे अभी कोई हमारी स्टूडेंट है तो आ जाओ इधर मुद्रा के बारे में बताने के लिए, इनको हम लोगों ने बताया।
कोई भी एक स्टूडेंट आगे आ जाए।
ऐसे नहीं, ये लोग सब करते रहते हैं, मुरली की बना दी, मुकुट बना दिया। तो इस तरीके से हम लोग जो डिफरेंट मुद्रा विज्ञान करते हैं, तो उससे किस तरीके से कंसंट्रेशन होता है, सिक्रीशन ऑफ ग्लैंड होता है। और जब हम लोग नृत्य करते हैं, चलो गौरी रहने दो। तो उसके बाद जब हम लोग नृत्य करते हैं, नृत्य हम लोग नंगे पाँव करते हैं, और नंगे पाँव करने से देयर इज ऑलवेज ए टैपिंग ऑफ द फुट। टैपिंग ऑफ द फुट में आपको पता है उसमें जितने भी एक्ू पॉइंट्स होते हैं वो एक्यूप्रेशर से एक्टिवेट होते रहते हैं। तो ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें होती हैं। नृत्य करने के बाद जो स्वेटिंग या जो वर्कआउट होता है, उसके बाद आपको बिल्कुल अपने आप को, लोगों को लगता है कि टायरिंग है, दो इट इज़ नॉट टायरिंग, इट इज़ रियली सूदिंग, बिकॉज आपने अपने सारे तत्वों को बैलेंस कर लिया है। तो यही हमारा थेरेपेटिक वैल्यू ऑफ जो डांस है, कि कहाँ से आपका थायराइड, जैसे हम लोग जो ग्रीवा संचालन करते हैं नृत्य में, और उसकी ग्रीवा संचालन ये नहीं कि बस आपने ऐसे हिला दिया, यू हैव टू रियली कंट्रोल योर नेक। उसको शिरोभेद कहते हैं, शिरोभेद। उसके भी कई तरीके होते हैं, ग्रीवा भेद, शिरोभेद, संचालन, दृष्टि संचालन। तो ता थे 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 त आ थे 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 त ता थे 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 त आ थे 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 त ता। फिर उसके बाद ये इसके मतलब you need to have real control on your the whole setup। और उसके बाद जैसे हमने आईब्रोज का, उसको कहते हैं अंग, प्रत्यांग और उपांग। these are called उपांग, the brisk movements। so मतलब इस सब चीज़ों को साधना होता है। ता थे थे त आ थे, ये विलंबित लय। ta ta te te ta a te te ta ta te te ta ta te te ta ta a te te ta 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 a ta 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 a ta ta ta। तो अभी देखिए इसमें हमने आईब्रोज, नेक और यू नो देयर इज जब आप क्लोज कैमरा लाएंगे तो आपको एक और बात पता चलेगी, ब्रिस्क जो आपकी जो ये जो है ना हल्की सी मुस्कुराहट या जो कुछ भी है, इसको दीज आर कॉल्ड कंट्रोलिंग पॉइंट्स, यू नो, वेयर यू कैन रियली फील that your 5 sense organs are really working and they're replying and you are making them dance according to your wish, according to your navrasas. So this is a physical movement of ang, pratyang and upang. उसके बाद उसके अंदर जो आत्मा है वो है नवरस। नवरस जो है वो सिक्रीट करते हैं। अगर हम किसी के प्रति बहुत आकर्षित है तो हमारे अंदर का जो सिक्रीशन होगा वो इतना खूबसूरत होगा कि आप कहेंगे उन्होंने मुझको आंख भर के देख लिया, जिसे कहते हैं नजर भर के देख लिया। आपको लगेगा शी इज अट्रैक्टिव टू मी ओनली, और क्या भाव का संचालन हो रहा है, वो जो भाव हम प्रेडिक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं उसका जो रिएक्शन होगा वो आपके सेंस ऑर्गन में जाएगा। तो रेडिएशन फ्रॉम माई फीलिंग टू योर फीलिंग मेक्स यू क्लैप। आई डोंट आस्क यू टू क्लैप, इट इज़ ओनली माई पावर ऑफ रेंडरिंग डिपिक्शन मेक्स यू स्पेल बाउंड। इट इज़ नॉट मी एज Kamalini dancing. If I become as Radha, then you say, oh, she's looking like Radha. If I talk anything about Krishna, you will say, oh, she's doing like Krishna. She's not whatever is your age. You become a small Krishna when you are doing lasat lasat prabhu lasat kadam tale choti si lakutili ye bain bajaiya chalat chalat chal chalat tirvangi chalat chalat kaan kundal sohiya ya chab dekh brag bhavni ki गोपाल जी की पूरी करने से
गंधन गंधन बाजित मृदंगम तब ताल देत राधिका नाचित करिया।
अभी क्या होता है when the expression is 100%, we have to present 100% expression in ourselves. That makes you cry, that makes you take, जिसे कहते हैं spell bound. अभी तो हम बैठे हुए हैं तो हमारे अंग प्रत्यंग उपांग पूरी तरीके से काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. We are just talking and telling you. So he has been to my classroom many times and he has seen. एक समा बन जाता है. समा क्या होता है? भाव विचार अभिव्यक्ति, जैसे नलिनी जी ने बोला, उसका बहुत जादुई असर है. पर वो जादुई असर तब होता है जब हम पहले खुद साध लेते हैं और साधने के बाद आपको चमत्कार दिखाते हैं. तो ये सारी चीज़ें होती है ना.
फर्स्ट थिंग इज स्टार्ट करने के लिए हम किसी भी चीज़ में मायने रखते हैं हेल्थ वाइज पोस्चर. किस पोस्चर में आपसे सबसे स्पॉन्डिलाइटिस है, ये है, बैक दर्द है या शोल्डर में, वो होता है पोस्चर. डांस में आते ही हम बैकबोन को स्ट्रेट करके पोस्चर बनाते हैं. कई बार लोग अपने बच्चों को लेके आते हैं, कहते हैं ये बहुत अच्छा डांस करती, पर हमें अच्छा जैसे आप एबल कहते हैं वो डिसेबल लगता है, क्योंकि बैलेंस नहीं है बॉडी में. हर चीज़ बैलेंस में, संतुलन में निर्भर करती है. आप कितनी मात्रा में बोलते हैं, कैसे खड़े होते हैं, कितना चाहिए वो करते हैं. संसार में हर चीज़ बैलेंस में. वही बोलूँगी तो लंबा हो जाएगा. तो बच्चे का सबसे पहले या नृत्यकार का सबसे पहले होता है बैलेंस. और चाहे अभी आप देखेंगे बच्चों को ये उतना अच्छा स्टेज नहीं, बट दे विल डू. राउंड्स ले रहे हैं लेकिन गिडीनेस नहीं हो रही है. तो अपनी इंद्रियों पे नियंत्रण करना जो बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग करते हैं, साधक छोटे से ही वो चीज़ अपने अंदर साध लेता है. और सबसे बड़ी बात है जो मैं स्टूडेंट्स से कहती हूँ दुनिया भर के, और उनको टिप्स देती हूँ, वो ये है, सबसे बड़ी वो रिमेम्बरिंग पावर बढ़ाता है. आप बच्चा 3 घंटे भी नाचेगा, जो कुछ वो नाच रहा है, नथिंग टू सी, नो टेक, नो चीटिंग, नो बैकअप, एवरीथिंग इज हियर। अभी क्या होता है, आपको कुछ क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना है, कुछ उसमें देख लिया, कुछ नेट में देख लिया, कुछ थोड़ी देर बैठ के सोच लिया, नो सोचने का समय ही नहीं है। आपको हर चीज़ को अपनी मेमोरी में रखना, सारा GPRS यहाँ पे है। वो क्या करता है, आपके अंत तक आपके साथ चलता है, वो आपकी मेमोरी बढ़ाता है, पॉजिटिव सिक्रेशन करता है, और बच्चा जो है वो अपने आप के अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस क्रिएट करता है। और जब कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है तो बहुत सी चीज़ होती है नासमझी में भी हो जाती है। अगर आप बहुत पढ़े लिखे भी हैं और आपके अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है तो लेखनी भी आपकी हिलने लगेगी। देयर आर सो मैनी थिंग्स। एक ये हुई रिमेम्बरिंग पावर बढ़ती है, कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ता है, और अनजाने में आप एक साधना से जुड़ जाते हैं। अगर आप किसी से कहें कि थोड़ी देर ध्यान लगाइए और कुछ मत सोचिए, बहुत 10-15 मिनट तो यही सोचेंगे, क्या ना सोचे, क्यों ना सोचे, अरे बड़ी देर हो रही है, अब जाना होगा, ये सब चीज़ दिमाग में होगी, उसको मिटाने में समय लगेगा। नृत्य में जैसे ही आप खड़े होते हैं तो आपके सामने शून्य होता है और आप सब कुछ भूल जाते हैं, क्योंकि आप क्रियाशील होते हैं और आप उस साधना से जुड़ जाते हैं, चाहे 1 घंटा हो, चाहे 2 घंटा हो, चाहे आधा घंटा हो, जिससे साधने में बहुत समय लगता है। और उस सिर्फ आप साधते हैं, अपने लिए करते हैं, यहाँ आप साधने के बाद दूसरों को आनंद देते हैं। ये नृत्य की एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिविटी है।
Before I ask, the last question to Kamlin Nalini Didi, I want to make a short and small introduction about Rani Vigyani Kumari. She comes from a royal family, a Raj Gharana of Mehar, which is very next to Khajuraho. And why she is there and instantly invited by myself on dais is because her third grandfather had patronized, a Padam Bhushan, Ustad Alauddin Khan, Baba Alauddin Khan, and Meher, who has created more than 40 musicians, gem musician for the country. So, and Baba Alauddin Khan was known for Meher Gharana, Meher Band. एंड मेहर बैंड की जो स्टोरी है मैं वो चाहूँगा कि विज्ञानी जी ही शेयर करें एंड हम उनसे जाने कि आखिर बाबा अलाउद्दीन खां की क्या स्टोरी थी और उन्होंने कैसे ऑर्फन बच्चों के लिए इस बैंड को क्रिएट किया और उनकी लाइफ को ट्रांसफॉर्म किया। प्लीज़ विज्ञानी जी।
मैम, आप दोनों का मैं चरण स्पर्श करती हूँ वापस से। बहुत सौभाग्य है कि आपके बीच में मुझे बैठने का मौका मिल रहा है। अ वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून अगेन एंड नमस्कार टू ऑल ऑफ यू ऑल। मैहर घराने का ऐसा स्टोरी है कि मेरे ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर जो थे महाराज ब्रजनाथ सिंह जी, वो म्यूज़िक के बड़े शौकीन थे और जब उन्होंने जब एक शो देखा उस्ताद बाबा अलाउद्दीन खान साहब का, तो उन्होंने बिल्कुल ठान लिया कि वही उनके गुरु बनेंगे। तो very sweetly Baba was humble enough to accept his proposal and take him as his disciple. So my great grandfather Maharaja Sabrinath Singh ji was his first disciple. That's how the journey started. He invited him to the state of Maihar, erstwhile state of Maihar, and उन दोनों की बहुत बड़ी आध्यात्मिक जर्नी है। जैसे मैम बोल रहे थे कि म्यूज़िक का ऐसा रिलेशन है, जो आध्यात्मिकता तो आ ही जाती है। डिवोशन, डेडिकेशन, ऊर्जा जो होती है वो आज भी हमारे घर में वो ऊर्जा रह रही है, जो कि हम हमेशा उसको फील करते रहते हैं। We belong to that legacy, that we yet feel that urja over there in Maihar. Even if you all at any time visit Maihar, you definitely will feel the energy there. Of course, माँ शारदा का तो आशीर्वाद है ही, but उसके अलावा उस्ताद साहब का भी बहुत बहुत योगदान है। So जर्नी ऐसी हुई कि जब अपने गुरु और शिष्य, that is बाबा साहब और महाराज साहब जब बैठे थे, तो उनको लगा कि they should contribute something to the state and they should create something that the world would definitely remember. So it so happened that they were sitting and practicing. There fell a gun barrel a Purdy gun barrel which one of the soldiers was cleaning, and it just hit Baba. So Baba said, "Throw it again." And the soldier got really petrified, and he was like, "Ye kyun mujhe bol rahe hain?" So वापस से it went cascading down the stairs, and Baba, asked him to throw it again and again. That's where he got this idea. So what actually happened was that they created an instrument known as the Nal Tarang, which is made up of 100, cutting down 100 gun barrels, Purdy gun barrels during that time. So that is only one in this entire world, that instrument which is worthwhile seeing. And then what happened was that then they formed this Mahir band, which was made with a number of students, as we know, who were underprivileged and also handicapped. So they helped this, and they formed this Mahir Gharana was already formed, and then followed by this Mahir band, which holds legacy, very great legacy till now. You must all hear it. I wish we could, have a short video of it, but then I don't think so right now that is possible. But do YouTube and all, you would definitely get. आपके आज भी रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे अगर वो धुन play की जाए तो. That's what the journey is all about.
Thank you. I must say, just imagine, Baba Aladdin Khan, before 60 years, he created this band and gave opportunity to young orphans to become musicians, and they become the gem of musician. Such a legacy he created. And it is sometimes not possible unless you have similar like-minded people. Does not matter that, who is a musician or the Maharaja. It matters that, both were of equal frequency and they wanted to devote their time and life for the music. Similarly, we have here, representative from Akal Academy, Badu Sahib, late Baba Iqbal Singh Ji Padam Shri, who happened to receive Padam Shri last year along with, Kamli Nalini Asthana Didi both. I had opportunity to visit Akal Academy and have seen that not less than 10 different type of musical instrument, are being used to teach, children music. And these children are learning music and performing internationally, So they are understanding value of this, the musical instrument and, its therapeutic values in life. So, before I shoot the question, I want to set the ground because this question is really important for all of us, As Ms. Vigyani was sharing that her family, especially Baba Aladdin Khan, created this musical group where only the orphans were the musicians. When I see Kamli Nalini Didi, both owns a legacy of Banaras Kathak Gharana dance, which is of course carried forward, through Maharaj Jitendra Maharaj Ji, similar to Akal Academy. So there is a great opportunity even for the corporates to support, the personality development aspect under the corporate social responsibility, So I believe, an example, why not to recreate the musical band of orphans at Meher Palace? They have hundreds of rooms which are vacant. Do we have corporates who want to spend money where, children who are orphan can be taught music at such beautiful place, beautiful location? She is ready to offer. Similarly, both sisters, Kamli Nalini Didi, are already running institute where so many young girls every day come and get the lesson on music. Like when she was saying that, at young age, it was also, lesson for them to teach their legs, how to, speak, So this is the kind of, hard work they are carrying it forward, and there is an opportunity where corporates are already interested. Now they want to, support the subject of performing arts. So I would like to learn from both sisters first, that how do you see the corporate grants can aid the performing arts, especially children, underprivileged children especially?
देखिए, जैसे स्किल इंडिया हमने स्टार्ट किया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, ऐसे हम इसको संस्कार में नाम दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरा अनुभव है, मैं सिर्फ कहने पे विश्वास नहीं रखती हूँ। थोड़ा सा हल्का सा लंबा बोलूँगी। राइट फ्रॉम द चाइल्डहुड, आप देखिए किसी भी बच्चे को मूवी नहीं दिखाई जाती, उसे कभी भी कोई ऐसा इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं दिया जाता है जो हार्श हो, पिस्टल हो, उसको हमेशा झुनझुना बचपन से। उसके जो नोट्स हैं अपने माइंड में बड़ा पॉजिटिव ग्राफ क्रिएट करते हैं। कोई बच्चा रो रहा है, सो नहीं रहा है, आप लोरी गाते हो, क्योंकि उसके नोट्स आपकी बायोलॉजिकली आपकी नर्वस सिस्टम को बहुत पॉजिटिव करते। बड़ा क्या बच्चा क्या बड़ा भी सो जाता है, उसमें आप ये नहीं देखते हो कि वो अफ्रीकन है, इंडियन है, क्या है, वो सिर्फ लाला भाई का एक लोरी चलती होगी, वो आपके माइंड को सूट करेगी। बच्चे को बिल्कुल भी लैंग्वेज नहीं आती होगी, लेकिन उसके नोट्स उसको इतना करेंगे वो सो जाएगा। आप घर में एक पॉजिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर के लिए कोई भी म्यूज़िक लगा देते हैं तो उससे नकारात्मक शक्ति चली जाती है। चर्च में बेल होती है, घंटा होता है, आप अरदास कर कुछ भी कोई भी पुकार करते हो, वो नेगेटिविटी हटा देती है। जहाँ पे म्यूज़िक प्रिवेल करता है वहाँ कोई भी नेगेटिविटी नहीं होती है। उसके बाद हम जब शिक्षा देते हैं बच्चों को, हम कोशिश करते हैं कि उनको ये मना करते हैं, ये मत करो, वो मत करो, ऐसा मत करो, ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, ऐसा क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए, सफाई रखो, ये रखो, आप पढ़ो। तो बच्चा भी उकता जाता है, ये मना कर रहे हैं, ये मना कर रहे हैं, एक बार बता दो क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। व्हेन यू एंटर म्यूज़िक एंड डांस, आपके सेंस में सबसे बड़ी चीज़ होती है जजमेंट। आप लय में हो, सुर में हो, ताल में हो, बैलेंस कर रहे हो या नहीं कर रहे हो, एक दूसरे को सीख के इतनी पॉजिटिविटी बच्चे के अंदर आ जाती है। पहली चीज़ है क्लीनलीनेस, आप अपने बोलों की शुद्धता करेंगे, जगह एटमॉस्फेयर गंदी जगह पे नृत्य हो नहीं सकता। आप अपनी चीज़ को ट्यून करेंगे, अच्छे बुरे का फ़र्क ये तो अंत तक नहीं पता चलता कि हमारा क्या अच्छा है क्या बुरा, वो तुलनात्मक हो जाता है। मैं बेसुरी हूँ, बेताली हूँ, वो कैसे कर रही है, मेरा बैलेंस, मतलब टू इम्प्रूव योर सेल्फ। पॉजिटिव पॉइंट है, आप दूसरों को नहीं सुधार रहे, नहीं तो हम समाज में दूसरों को ही सुधारते रहते हैं, तुम ऐसा मत करो, वो खुद ही को सुधारता है देख के। आप जितनी देर नृत्य में रहते हो या उसमें इन्वॉल्व रहते हो, इसलिए आप अभी भी बच्चों को देखेंगे, या उनके भी भाई बहन होते हैं जो नहीं सीख रहे हैं, उनमें उस बच्चे में इसलिए फ़र्क होता है, वो सेंस ऑफ रियलाइजेशन स्टार्ट करता है आपके अंदर, आपको सिखाना नहीं पड़ता। तो ये सब चीज़ को जब हम महत्व देंगे जीवन में, शिक्षा में, और जीवन का एक अंग बना देंगे, तो आपको बहुत सी चीज़ में, जैसे किसके प्रति समर्पित होना, ये ऐसा काम नहीं करना जो समाज के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। फिर दूसरी बात है, आप सिखाते हैं, इतनी लंबी लंबी पोइम्स दे देते हैं, खूब भारी भारी बैग्स उठा के चले जाते हैं, बच्चे उस समय लिखते हैं, उसके बाद कुछ याद नहीं रहता। इसकी मेमोरी पावर इतनी बढ़ जाती है। आप अभी एक महाभारत कंपोज करके दीजिए, रामायण की चौपाई दीजिए, संस्कृत के श्लोक दे दीजिए। मैंने भी संस्कृत नृत्य के माध्यम से सीखी, और उससे क्या होता है, वो चीज़ आपके जब आप कंपोज करते हो धीरे धीरे आपके अंदर आ जाती है, विद मायने आती है। ऐसा नहीं है जब आप आंगिकम भुवनम से वाचिकम सर्वांगम बोल रहे हो तो उसका मायने भी होंगे, क्योंकि आप अंग प्रत्यांग उपांग से निकाल रहे हो। ये मैंने प्रैक्टिकली देखा। व्हेन माय यंगर ब्रदर वाज पोस्टेड इन बारामूला, दैट टाइम ही वाज इन आर्मी, नाउ ही इज आईजी इन बीएसएफ। तो उसका छोटा बेटा था, मेरे ख्याल होगा साल भर का। मेरी मम्मी गई उसको यहाँ ले आई। हम लोग ब्रह्मचारी लोग नृत्य में लगे रहते थे। मैं मम्मी से नाराज़ हुई, मम्मी ये इसको कौन संभालेगा, हम तो एक तोता भी नहीं पालते, लाइबिलिटी बढ़ेगी, आज यहाँ होते हैं कल दूसरी जगह तीसरी जगह। पर हमारे अंदर, कलाकारों के अंदर एक बात है, जो चीज़ पड़ जाती है उसे फिर से संभालते हैं। वो वहाँ लेटा रहता था और सुनता रहता था। आप विश्वास करिए, 5 साल में उसको सारा संस्कृत का गाड़ी खिलौने से खेल रहा है, आंगिकम भुवनम से वाचिकम सर्व, मतलब उसे याद हो रहा, मायने पता हो या ना पता। म्यूज़िक में एक पावर है, और शायरी याद हो गई उसको, ये पता चल गया ये गलत कर रहे हैं, या चांद की मुद्रा कैसे होगी, सूर्य की। तो बहुत सी चीज़ें जो नृत्य के माध्यम से आप बचपन में ही सिखा सकते हो, और ज़रूरी नहीं है चीज़ को थोपो, 2-2 चीज़ 1 महीने में सिखाइए, भाषा भी सीख जाएंगे। और ज़्यादा अच्छा है फ्रेंच और दूसरी भाषा, इंटरनेशनल के लिए ठीक है, अपने को ही जान ले तो बहुत अच्छा है। और दिस इज़ द बेस्ट स्टेज टू नो योर सेल्फ। पहले हम ये पहचान लें हम क्या हैं, हमारा देश क्या है, हमारी संस्कृति क्या है, हमारे माता पिता कौन है, हमारा देश के प्रति क्या दायित्व है, हमारा क्या चीज़ है जो हम करेंगे तो हम देश के लिए कर सकते हैं, बजाय उससे मांगने और छीनने के। तो मेरे ख्याल यहाँ से लेके पार्लियामेंट तक कुछ शांति तो होगी, पता चलेगा कि नोट्स क्या होते हैं, वॉल्यूम क्या होता है बोलने का, दूसरों के मनोभाव को जान के हम करें। मन, विचार, बुद्धि अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन एकमय होके किसी चीज़ को प्रदर्शित करना, देखिए कितने म्यूजिशियन बैठे होते हैं, अलग अलग होते हैं, एक ही ट्यूनिंग में आप काम करें, ये बहुत मुश्किल है। क्योंकि वेन एवर आई गो अब्रॉड, खासकर जर्मनी, यहाँ पे बोलते थे 1 जर्मन 1 माइंड, दिस मच दिस मन, इंडिया 100 इंडियंस 100 माइंड्स, क्योंकि हम अलग अलग सोचते हैं, अलग अलग एक विचार, एक धारा, एक सोच में बांधने के लिए संगीत इतनी बड़ी चीज़ है कि आप एक साथ चल रहे हो, 50 डांसर्स भी नृत्य कर रहे हैं, एक ही ताल में होंगे, एक ही सुर में होंगे, तो हमें बंध के काम करने की आदत पड़ जाएगी और बहुत ही बेनिफिशियल होगा। क्योंकि हम इतने बच्चों को लेके चलते हैं और हमें उसमें से 5 भी नहीं मिल पाते हैं जो देश को, समाज को, सभ्यता को और संस्कृति को समर्पित हो। तो कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के इन्वॉल्व होने से सबसे अच्छी बात ये रहेगी, देखिए जूते ना मिले तो भी, चप्पल नहीं भी मिले, ईश्वर ने पैर दिए, इंसान चल के कहीं दूर तक पहुंच जाता है, मिल जाते तो चलना थोड़ा आसान हो जाता है। तो वही बात है, अगर आप थोड़ा फाइनेंशियली थोड़ा सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा तो क्या होता है, ऐसे भी बच्चे आते हैं जो करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन इस चीज़ में एक आर्थिक जो सपोर्ट है वो बहुत मायने रखता है। क्योंकि केवल नृत्य शिक्षा से लेके कोई आगे जा सके ये वो समय नहीं है, एजुकेटिव एकेडमिक्स के साथ चलना है, दोनों का तालमेल रखना है। मेरे पास उतनी जगह नहीं, पहले मुझे बहुत बड़ी जगह मिली थी यहाँ पे इसमें कुतुब इंस्टीट्यूशनल एरिया में, तो मेरी सोच थी कि मैं एकेडमिक्स और म्यूज़िक डांस इकट्ठा शुरू से करूं। जैसे हम बोलना सीखते हैं, चलना सीखते हैं, काका गागा सीखते हैं, ABCD सीखते हैं, उसी तरह से वातावरण में बच्चा म्यूज़िकल, और वो बहुत देखने लायक होता, वो देखने लायक होता। लेकिन ये चीज़ हम कर सकते हैं, जैसे आपने कहा आपके पास जगह है। हम
ऋषि जी इस क्षेत्र में इन्फोसिस वाले सबसे आगे हैं, सुधा मूर्ति जी बहुत कर रही हैं इसके लिए, क्योंकि वो अटैच्ड हैं भारतीय विद्या भवन के साथ। और मैंने उन्हीं से ये बात, क्योंकि उनकी हमारी चांस मीटिंग हुई थी तिरुपति बालाजी में जहाँ हम लोगों का कार्यक्रम था, तो सुधा जी बहुत इस कार्य में लगी हुई हैं, इन्फोसिस के लोग करें उसी तरीके से जैसे आपने उठाया। इट इज़ गोइंग टू बी 100% एंड वेरी वेरी बेनिफिशियल इफ फ्यू पीपल कम्स आउट एंड सपोर्ट। उसमें क्या होगा, बच्चों की जो सनातनी एक जो दृष्टिकोण है वो सबल होगा, और उनको ये लगेगा कि कोई बात नहीं तो पेरेंट्स के पास 2 ऑप्शन होते हैं, बस वो सोचते हैं पढ़ो और कमाओ, दे डोंट नो हाउ एंड वाई। जैसे अभी इससे पहले अपने वो बता रहे थे ना कि मैं हार्वर्ड गया और वहाँ जाके मैंने सिर्फ लिटरेचर पढ़ा, ये करा वो करा, वो जिस पर्पस के लिए गए वो तो किया ही नहीं उन्होंने, क्योंकि उनको वहीं पे रस मिलने लगा, बट वो ही वॉज लैकिंग द संस्कार फाउंडेशन विच ही गॉट देयर। तो संस्कार फाउंडेशन के लिए अगर इस तरह के हमें CSR फंड्स या इस तरह के, और एक बात बताइए, कौन नहीं चाहता 100 साल की उम्र तक ब्यूटीफुल, यंग एंड एक्टिव लगना? आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा व्हाट्स योर एज, you are 80, you are 70, oh no, you look 20-25 years younger to your age. How come? You are a dancer, you are a musician, you are a storehouse of Navarasa, you are a storehouse of all the control, you are a storehouse of all the things, you know, you can regulate yourself and everything you are doing. So you have become internally a Parabrahm yourself. तो ये सब कैसे पॉसिबल है? जब एक ब्यूटीफुल आप 100 साल तक भी लग सकते हैं, तो इसकी तो फंडिंग होनी ही चाहिए, इसको तो प्रमोशन होना ही चाहिए। नहीं तो लोग कभी कोई बॉटेक्स कराने जाता है, कोई VLCC में जाता है, सब कुछ करते हैं। हम यहाँ पे 1 घंटा नृत्य करके पसीना भी निकाल देते हैं, नो VLCC, नो नथिंग। हमारे उसके बाद भूख इतनी लगती है कि आप पत्थर भी दे दो वो भी खा जाते हैं। तो इसलिए क्या होता है ना, बिल्कुल जिस केयर फ्री माइंड, हैप्पी। एंड एक चीज़ बताती हूँ, योगा एंड नृत्य, दे आर 2 थिंग्स। अभी इसकी ब्रांडिंग की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं, ब्रांडिंग अपने आप हो जाती है जिसका चाव होता है। हम लोगों के साथ शिवानंद जी को भी मिला था पद्मश्री। आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा उनको, उनका वीडियो, और या अभी देख भी सकते हैं। हम लोग अभी लखनऊ में फिर पुनः मिले थे। 126 साल की उम्र है उनकी, हमें विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा था। हमने उनसे पूछा, उन्होंने कार्ड दिया, मेरे दूसरे पर्स में था, 1896 बॉर्न, एंड उनके कार्ड के पीछे लिखा था नो worry, no hurry, no day sleep, no fruit, no milk, no transaction. आप मैंने कहा फिर बाबा जी आप क्या खाते हो? बस जितना इस हाथ में आता है उतना ही पाता हूँ और योगा करता हूँ. आप ये देखिए योग का कितना महत्व है. और नृत्य और परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट इज अनदर ब्रांच जिसमें अष्टांग योग होता है. और देखिए कोई चश्मे नहीं लगाते. मेरे गुरुजी अभी 86 के होके ब्रह्मलीन हुए. कोई चश्मा नहीं, बाल खुद के. सब लोग कहते थे आप विग लगाते हो. तो ये क्या होता है, ये सब स्वक्रिया होती है. यू लुक ब्यूटीफुल टिल योर लास्ट ब्रेथ, यू नो. सो इट नीड्स फंडिंग if you want to be.
Thank you. In fact, I must say it is a platform to make an appeal. And you have rightly asked, and I ask on behalf of Akal Academy as well, since I have met so many students who have become expert in music. So an example of Sangeetika Institute, a student who was of probably 5 or 6 year age. Today she is now 5 feet height. She travels with her to Cambodia and to different country to perform. So if they had not given opportunity to other, in a way that this art has to carry forward to the younger generation, it would probably die. So it is again so important, that the legacy which they are carrying, the legacy what Vigyani ji and her family is carrying, it should be supported. So I am grateful to the speakers on the stage for joining us, and thankful to all the beautiful girls who are joining us from.
We are thankful, Rishi ji and Mule ji. You people have chosen wonderful subject, and अब मैं आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करती हूँ. ये सब हमारे गुरु जी के बड़े प्रिय शिष्य हैं. आप देखिए कितनी इनकी छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, और इनका नृत्य देखिए आपको लगेगा कि इस पे यहाँ कर लेंगे. अच्छा खड़ा कर रहे हैं. हाँ चलिए मैं आपको इंट्रोड्यूस करती हूँ. हमारी सबसे छोटी, हमारे गुरु जी की सबसे प्यारी छोटी शिष्या प्रशस्ति मल्होत्रा. प्रणाम करो, प्रणाम करो. देखिए अभी इसकी ये बहन है ख्याति मल्होत्रा. ख्याति मल्होत्रा. ये अनुभा आरोही गोयल. देखो ये हैं आशवी अग्रवाल, सानवी दीक्षित. आइए. अनुभा गोयल. तो ये सब छोटे छोटे बच्चे मैं आज आपको इसलिए लेके आई हूँ क्योंकि लोग कहते हैं ना, ऐसे बच्चे किसी के घर चले जाएं तो सब लोग कहते हैं बच्चे आ गए भगाओ भगाओ कि ये छुएंगे वो छुएंगे. अब आप ये देखिए इनके पेरेंट्स को बहुत बहुत क्रेडिट कि उन्होंने उनको नृत्य धारा में डाला, ये सोच के कि इनको संस्कारी बनाना है. और अभी आप देखिए ये लोग वो नृत्य कला प्रस्तुत करेंगे जो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आर्ट है. आइए ऊपर आ जाओ बेटा. एंड the event will be conducted by गौरी दुबे. गौरी आइए. ये भी हमारे, ये जब सीखने नृत्य आई थी तो ये इतनी छोटी थी जैसे प्रशस्ति है. और अब देखिए शी इज़ इन कॉलेज. शी accompanied me to कंबोडिया. अब बहुत सारी लड़कियां इस सीनियर स्कॉलरशिप भी ले रही है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर से. आइए. आप भानु मिश्रा जी हैं. आप अपने किशन महाराज जी के भतीजे हैं, अपने बनारस घराने के. और बनारस घराने का तबला तो आपको पता है बहुत प्रख्यात है. और आप जिस घराने से हैं वो भी पद्म भूषण किशन महाराज जी. जीते रहिए. तो ये संगत करेंगे. एक छोटा सा एक स्मॉल प्रेजेंटेशन बाय द डिसाइपल्स ऑफ माय गुरुजी, गुरु जितेंद्र महाराज. देखिए ये लोग उसी नृत्य की ज्ञान ध्यान मुद्रा में हैं. कहाँ बैठेंगे आप? यहाँ बैठ जाइए. यहाँ बैठ जाइए. कुछ बिछा दें? नहीं. See, they are doing तीन ताल. तीन ताल is 16 beats. और ये जो है, ये जो म्यूजिक आप सुन रहे हैं, ये अमूमन लहरा या तो सारंगी या उस पे होता है, लेकिन अभी हमने इसको वो ट्यून बॉक्स लगाया है और ये तबले पे है. आपको अभी मैंने इंट्रोड्यूस करा, अवधेश मिश्रा जी. गौरी, अच्छा, ये जो मुंह से बोलते हैं इसको वोकैबुलरी ऑफ डांस कहते हैं, पढ़ंत बोलते हैं. ता
थे 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 तत आतिता थे 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 तत ता थे थे तत आतिता थे 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 तत ता थे थे तत आ थे 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 तत ता थे तत आ थे थे तत ता थे थे तत थे थे तत ता थे थे तत थे थे तत ता थे थे तत आ थे थे ता थे थे तत ता थे थे तत आ थे थे तत ता 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 थे ता थे थे तत आ थे थे तत ता थे थे तत आ थे थे तत धा आ ता थे थे तत आ थे थे तत ता थे थे तत आ थे थे तत धा आ धा 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 आ धत धा. 3 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 गजमुख 15 16 गजमुख सुरमुनि बंदे बुद्धि विनायक गजमुख चतुर्भुज विघ्न हरण शुभ करण सहाय दिग्दा दिग दिग दिग्दा दिग दिग थे 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 ई थे ता थे 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 नादिक दिक दिक 15 16 नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक थे दिक दिक थे दिक दिक ता थे तत थे नाधन दिन्ना धा नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक थे दिक दिक थे दिक दिक ता थे तत थे नाधन दिन्ना धा नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक नादिक दिक दिक थे दिक दिक थे दिक दिक ता थे तत थे नाधन दिन्ना धा 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 मुरली की धुन 11 12 13 14 15 16 मुरली की धुन सुन नाच रही राधा माधो छूम छन नन छूम छन नन नाच रही राधा 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 मुरली की धुन सुन नाच रही राधा माधो छूम छन नन छूम छन नन नाच रही राधा 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 आ मुरली की धुन सुन नाच रही राधा माधो छूम छन नन छूम छन नन नाच रही राधा 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 राधा. बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे. दिस इज ये मैंने आप ये कवित है, कवित बोलते हैं इसको, कवित राधा कृष्ण का कविता है. मुरली की धुन सुन नाच रही राधा. मुरली मुरली बनाओ, मुरली की धुन सुन. देखिए इसमें जैसे मैं बता रही थी ना, कैसे हम बच्चों को बताते हैं मुरली की धुन सुन, बस उतना कितना अच्छी तरीके से कर रही है. करो. अच्छा, अब आप ये देखिए, मैंने जो आपको कहा था ना, इनकी ये एक डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज सीख रहे हैं, तो पढ़ंत करो. इसको पढ़ंत करना कहते हैं. पढ़ंत करके सुनाओ. कौन सा टुकड़ा? दातिट दातिट. 15 16 किर दातिट धा दातिट तात नागेतिट धा दातिट दातिट धा गदगिंदा 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 दातिट दातिट दा किर दातिट धा गद दा गदगिन दा
गदगिंदा गदगिंदा गदगिंदा। अब ये क्या है ना, ये जो 16 का बीट चल रहा है ना, उसमें इनको आना है, उस फ्रेम में।
10 11 धातिटे 13 14 15 16 धातिटे धातिटे धा के धातिटे धा नागेटिटे धा गदगने धा गदगिंदा 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 धातिटे धातिटे धा के धातिटे धा नागेटिटे धा गदगने धा गदगिंदा 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 धातिटे धातिटे धा के धातिटे धा नागेटिटे धा गदगने धा गदगिंदा गदगिंदा गदगिंदा।
वाह, बहुत अच्छे।
5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 नील भरन 15 16 नील भरन पन घट पर जात रही राधा ता थे थे तत आ थे तत कान्हा ने राधा की जल की मटकी फोड़ दई तथे रूठ गई राधा माधो संग तथे रूठी राधा कृष्ण मनावत मान गई राधा 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 आ राधा 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 आ राधा 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 राधा।
बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे, क्या बात है।
6 7 8 9 10 11 12 ता तुंगा 15 16
ता तुंगा तक्का तुंगा तेरे ता तक्का तुंगा धा 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 ता तुंगा तक्का तुंगा तेरे ता तक्का तुंगा धा 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 ता तुंगा तक्का तुंगा तेरे ता तक्का तुंगा धा 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 धा। बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे।
5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 नाधिंदन्ना 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 धा आ नाधिंदन्ना 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 धा आ धा 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 आ धत धा। 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 1।
वाह, उन्होंने वहाँ समा बांध के, बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे। देखिए, ये तो अभी आपने देखा एक एक करके दो दो करके दिखा देंगे, करवा दो साइड बस। देखिए, हमने आपको बोला था ना किस तरह से ये अष्टांग योग है। अब आप देखिए, बच्चे पाँव से तो नृत्य कर रहे थे, अब ये जो रास में होते हैं राउंड, वो देखिए।
तेरह 14 15 16 1
क्या बात है, वाह वाह। एक्चुअली ये जो कारपेट है ना, उसमें बच्चों का थोड़ा सा उलझ रहा है। आ जाओ, दो दो जने करके करेंगे, दो जने। अब क्या है ना, कोई नहीं, करने दो, करने दो। आओ, राउंड का टुकड़ा नाचना, टुकड़ा राउंड का। 9 10 से 11 12 13 14 23 देखिए पढ़ के नाचेंगी। 11 12 13 14 15 16 थे इथे इथे ई थे इथे इथे ई तथे ई थे तथे 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 दिग दिग ता दिग ता थे तत आ थे तत दिग ता दिग थे ता थे तत ता थे तत आ थे तत धा ता थे तत आ थे तत ता थे तत आ थे तत धा दो 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 तत आ थे तत ता थे तत ता थे तत धा ता थे तत आ थे तत ता थे तत आ थे तत धा आ धत धा आ धा आ धत धा आ धा आ धत धा। No.
May I request Vigyani ji to come on the stage? And while this photo session will go, I am giving vote of thanks. So first of all, I would like to thank Ambassador Dr. Dayaneshwar Mulay for his mentorship to organize Global ESG Summit, because it had not been easy to make this program super successful. Grateful to all our partners, mentorship of especially Amar Shalke ji, Surinder Bakshi ji, my dear colleagues Siddharth, Nishkarsh, Chavi, Bhumika, and most importantly all our chief guest and guest of honors. While the photo session is going on, I'll keep saying. So today was the first day of the program. Tomorrow again we have line of speakers who will be joining tomorrow. So you all are invited. In fact, I extend this invitation to your friends who are from NGOs, who are professionals even who are student running startups, they all are invited and be a part of it. And also feel free to be a part of separate session where they can give their presentation about their projects, which will be considered based on the project's requirement, and we may try to find support resources to help such projects. So I end here and thank you all. Have a great evening. Bye bye.